Two, one. Welcome back, everyone, for one last time to the Rival Challengers League. It has all been coming down to this. 2 days of playoffs competition and several months of monthly finals to precede it, all coming down to one single day of competition, one double elimination bracket, and only 4 teams left in contention for the title of Rival Challengers League champion.
That is right. We've already played through 2 entire days of group stage. We started with 8 teams across 2 different groups, and today it is down to the final 4. And we do have some interesting storylines for sure, because there is a team that made it here that isn't even playing in the BSC, and that's got to be the main storyline for me today.
Well, let's begin to talk about it. This is our competition for the day, and we'll start to discuss our top 4 teams as they have come to be. The team that is mentioned to not even really be in the BSC contention, of course, is Momotaro. They'll be facing Reject in our second upper bracket semifinal. But our first one, Spoo, this one is going to be exciting. I would expect no less from our upper bracket semifinals.
Oh, yes. Rival Esports today will be back indeed in full force. I'm glad to report that Nameshi has recovered, and I'm happy that he's back to compete today. Surprising though, even with Kenji inside Group A, he was able to actually even qualify through that upper bracket up against Reject, and so they came in as seed number 1. Na'Vi, though their opponent, surprisingly took a very early defeat up against Momotaro, which is exactly why you see that they are playing up against Rival Esports in first, and Momotaro is taking that first seed spot. They are going up against Reject. It's a bit unexpected to see that you get top seed in your group and you're rewarded to play against, well, the best team in the region, but it is, after all, only 4 teams, and Momotaro don't really have a choice here. They're gonna have to lock in. This is a rematch for them as well. This is the same matchup that they played in Season 4.
Let's begin discussing Rival Esports versus Na'Vi. Rival, we have him on cam. That's Terry. He's been the one on cams the entire season so far, and we've gotten some pretty good reads on how the match is going just based on his facial expressions. And he seems to always bring the pink monster as well. Min's bringing out the pipeline punch with like a 100% rate of reliability, so maybe that'll keep him powered throughout the day. On the opposing side, it's Kuru on the cams for Na'Vi. These two have been, you know, captaining their teams, of course, and just been like such a force individually within the tournament. I can't wait to see what they have in store for us today.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a bumpy season for both of these teams. They've got a lot to prove. They're both your LCQ candidates that are going to be going into East Asia. This is kind of officially ready. The last sort of post-season practice that they're going to get before, they have to go and fly off and, represent their region. And I think there's a lot on the line for them as a result. I think a big part of it is really just the ego of it. Na'Vi have been leading Rival the entirety of the season. There's been a lot of rivalry between these two teams. Na'Vi has been taking so many wins in matches, so many 3-2 brutal defeats that Rival have suffered. It's time to see whether here in the playoffs they can start to even the score.
Well, it all gets started on our very first map. We're going to Hideout for stop number 1. And it feels like most of our RCL matches here in the playoffs have started off on Hideout. So we've now come to know this map fairly well. And also, one repeat ban has been the Brock. We'll see Na'Vi go with that once more. And what this has enabled is just anything that needs those walls to stay alive. One of the calls that I made was Ollie. It was really just, the preference of the team that went ahead and banned out that Brock. It's not exactly what you have to go for. They'll go ahead and lead with Angelo, which should give them some pretty respectable range.
It is the best sort of sharpshooter at range on this map. We've already seen amazing performances throughout the playoffs. I always get so excited just thinking about all the different Angelo players that we've gotten to see today, and I'm sure that Na'Vi they're going to be piloting that quite well as well. But with the Brock banned out, though, this does signal to them that they are not interested in playing that open map, and immediately Rival they spy the fact that this kit has been left uncontested, and they're going to be using it as their first pick. The Angelo is still actually okay, I think, into that kit. It's got the escape mechanism in the form of the jump, so it's not going to be too easy of a target here. So I have to think that this is kind of intentional by Na'Vi.
Na'Vi's response to the kit, it demands something that is able to fare decently in close range. And into this Bell, I feel like Bell generally isn't that strong of a selection, especially in the absence of things that she's typically that good into. I mean, you wouldn't like Piper into a Bell, for example, because she's going to have that shield. She'll resist your shots. But Na'Vi went ahead and banned out that Bonnie, which is one of the things that usually Bell is so wonderful against. And here comes the Ollie. I don't think that Brock is a 100% reliable predictor of we want Ollie, but it seems to be so, because from the moment I saw that ban, I was like, dude, do they want Ollie? And looks like they do. It should be a pretty solid aggro option. Might be able to survive a kit attack as well. And I think that Charlie should be fairly decent into the kit as well. But still, I'm seeing these guys lacking burst damage against an invisible kit.
Yeah, and it's the damage department that I'm concerned about as well. They do have the Charlie at the very least to wane off the strongest of the tanks, so I don't think Rival are gonna go too crazy here and just hard commit for maybe something like a Draco. Yeah, they're gonna go for the Buster instead as their sort of vehicle of choice to let the kid jump on. And to be fair, this kid can play completely selfishly as well by himself. Card box plus that hypercharge to get some couple pickoffs here. But target selection wise though, all three of the brawlers from Na'Vi, assuming that Charlie uses the cocoon gadget, have a way to basically dodge out the stun from that kit. So I really like the way that Na'Vi have approached the kit problem. I honestly can't say for sure whether it's enough, because for me, I'm still dead convinced that kit is just so absolutely broken now, and it's really Rival Esports that they're the ones that have to show just how strong this brawler can be on this map.
8 teams entered this weekend, now only 4 remain. Rival Esports and Na'Vi, our inaugural match of Day 3 of the playoffs, is now commencing. And by the end of today's matches, we will have crowned our very first RCL champion, and it all begins here on Hideout. The initial kill and the blue star go to Na'Vi, and they have the initial control. But they have to respect this kit combo at mid. It's going to be the Buster Super coming out. Rival continue to corner Navi in the back right, but they really don't have that much power, and that much time to stay over there. Once the shield falls, they're not able to push in that much more. They're forced to retreat around the left side, and they've got respectable defense against the Charlie Spiders. They're just waiting for the next opportunity that they will have to push in. Another thing to note is that Kit is going to be getting his Hypercharge for free. There's practically a countdown to guaranteed success and kills for Rival.
Terry now already making a move there on that left lane. Manages to catch out the Charlie here. Kuru was just a little bit too close there and didn't have the self-cocoon to save him. It's a little bit interesting that he opted to go for that spider choice here. But that's going to be giving one kill back to the side of Na'Vi. Rivals still need one more to even out the odds and take the lead here. There's only 30 seconds left to do so, and you're right, yeah. Terry's already got that Hypercharge ready. And that's going to be the big opportunity for them at the next cardboard box.
20 seconds to go. Hypercharges now ready for Rival Esports. And now finally, Terry has the super to match it. They're going to try and play this one perfectly aligned to the clock. 10 seconds to go. Here comes Terry on the right side. Hypercharge in. IC looking for the retreat. It's exactly what they needed. And they should be able to get out of this one just with 1 second to go. What a tank as well. Keeping Bell alive. Gets one game for Rival Esports. Real nail-biter, though.
Literally, the Terry just jumped in there, tanked the final bullet there for his teammates. I think that was just a picture-perfect finish from Rival. They're playing really, really well here, and it's the kid. It's the kid factor once again. I mean, I almost feel that it all comes down to just that blue star interaction. And, you know, Na'Vi are going to get that first one. But if Rival, for example, were allowed first blood at any point, then this game would practically already be over. There's just no way for them to break through this left-sided position without, you know, conceding kills and just walk into easy utility between IC and Terry.
Navi's creating the initial aggression around the right side. They've got a choppy on this lane. It's trying to be respectful also of the nest eggs that are being placed down. IC gets hypnotized. It's fine. And Terry, pretty extended, will come back. Nice. Yarn balls down the ground to claim a kill over Ryohi and bring this lead into Rival Esports' court.
Just once again, this Ryohi just using the hypnosis gadget. Yeah, it gives him a little bit more aggression there. Easy pinches from him. But the weakness there is that up against this kid, there's just no defensive capability here. And a Hypercharge there from Terry. 2-man stun from him. A 3-1 there for a Choppy as well. It's a complete team wipe there. 6 stars all on top of Terry. It's not exactly the best thing. I mean, this kid is the most vulnerable target on the team. But Rival do lead now by 7 stars.
It's almost an insurmountable lead, but still Terry needs to stay alive. He's going to help out IC as he gets a kill on a Ryohi and assists him on the retreat. It's a bit troublesome for Bell over here and Takuru because she is going to have to keep the distance when those spiders come down. Some assistance from IC or Terry would definitely be due. Here comes Ryohi with the short super. Looks for the hypnosis. No dice. IC stays alive and Terry claims the kill over Kuru. He's the single most mobile brawler on Rival Esports, and he should be cycling the super for free pretty soon here. It's a Hypercharge from IC. All he's got to do is slow down this push. That's the nest egg. Tripped. Kuru gets taken down, and with a couple seconds to go, Terry is safe as can be. That's Rival Esports claiming set 1.
Rival are not messing around for sure. I mean, they're playing so clean today. This draft as well from them, the last pick, I think that was probably the best one that they could have found here. And this was kind of expected. I mean, as soon as this kid comes down, I feel that Na'Vi, they kind of picked the right picks to deal with it. But in a weird way, because of the gadget selection from the Ollie and from the Charlie, it ended up still being, you know, a complete weakness. There's no way to stop the kid jump. And I thought that mobility had to be the play from them. At least gives them some counterplay here. We're gonna see that final moments from that game number 1 again, as well as this beautiful, like that 2-man stun there from Terry, jumps across, gets one more on a Choppy. And this just really just set up so much tempo for them that they just held on. Yeah, 7-1 on that kid. I mean, I think Na'Vi are gonna ban out this brawler for the rest of the entire set.
It would certainly be, well, okay. Is it a wasted ban? You tell me. When the kit is simply that fearsome from Rival Esports, then target bans begin to become very viable, I will say. Looking at just across the board from Navi, Ryohi, Kuru, they really did struggle here. You saw Kuru pick up this Charlie. Navi, they love to play the Charlie. It seems to kind of flip-flop between Kuru or a Choppy that carries that. And in many situations, it doesn't find value. They're not able to get it onto the lane where it's usually going to be that good. They just kind of play it where it doesn't play too poorly, pretty much. They manage to play a Charlie that doesn't suck a lot of times into matchups where Charlie just doesn't have a good matchup. You had Charlie playing into Belle, where Belle outranges her. The spiders occasionally are helpful, but beyond that, the 1v1 did not go in Navi's favor. It's just a shortcoming of their drafting style, I think.
Yeah, in general, this kind of feels like reject light, to be honest. Like Navi, they look like they're picking a reject comp, but then like they're not playing it like how reject would, which is, I had this discussion the other day with another APAC player, and we basically were saying that we feel that reject are gonna suffer when it comes to the international scene because of this type of, you know, drafting style where it's very predictable, it's very passive. But the thing about a reject's play style is that they play hyper aggressive with passive brawlers. Now Navi though, they need the tools. Like Ryohei is a fantastic tank player, but if you stick him on an ollie and you give him these kind of matchups and you don't give him the right gadget, he ends up just literally just sitting behind the wall the entire game wondering, contemplating his existence.
In the moments where he does get brave enough to poke his head out, he gets killed. We saw the stats. Man went 1-5 on the KD. That is not very good. Not in a mode where the objective is to not die and to kill the enemy more times than you die, roughly speaking. Bans are in now on Crystal Arcade, which is where we're headed for set number 2. And the bans from Rival Esports tell something pretty interesting. The Sandy, the Ash ban. Ash ban, I think, is actually so viable here on Crystal Arcade. It is one of the power picks, just given the reach that it's able to obtain from these side lanes. And the Sandy as well has been one that is just so irritating to remove from those bushes. I also see the potential to run Tara here, as I do in many different places, lots of different gym grab maps. But the last time that we saw Tara here, I feel like it didn't make that much of an impact.
Yeah, I'm getting a similar kind of recollection here, and I think that's why we don't see it prioritized. I mean, this is not really double swoosh. You can't really lead out with the Tara first pick, and yeah, I mean, the bans, they do set it up in a nice way here. But yeah, Rival Esports, I think there are two options here when they wanted to go for tanks. They're probably considering between Hank or Draco. I think they decided that this Draco is just a little bit more of the dynamic option. And even in the event that Navi chooses to commit to some kind of wall break strategy, Draco is still always going to get a super online and then eventually at least get one hypercharge going, even in a completely open map. So I think they prefer that selection, but that's allowed this Lumi to sneak through. Now the thing about this Lumi though already is, we've seen a lot of Lumi in, I think, Group B in particular, and we've seen a lot of Lumi being punished.
This is true. And a lot of times we saw it with like Kaze, we saw it with Kenji. Kenji's totally on the table right now. Rival Esports in need of viable mid, firstly though. Look at Navi, they kind of have a couple of brawlers that could play at mid. And I think really the strategy from Navi, just like looking at what they have right now, is going to be to chuck out one of those side lanes and then like get map control. Because I don't think they'll be able to send a brawler solo to win a lane. Not just looking at this. There's the Tara, and so now this Sandy ban makes more sense. It's one of the greatest things to play into it. Navi have also committed on their mid brawlers, so this would be way too late to go for something like a Janet. So what are your options really now? Maybe like Buster to deal with this? Oh my goodness. And this is a consequence of not banning out the gray on a gym grab map, is that with the Draco first selection, this is left wide open for Rival. They've concealed their hand up until now. Now it's very clear what they want to go for, and Navi, with their like control-based selections, they don't have that raw damage output that's going to be necessary to deal with the brawler teleporting through the gray hole.
The gray hole, I love it. Dimensional doors. Dimensional doors is one hell of a resource, and yeah, I was like trying to think, is there any kind of like big punish that Na'Vi can go for? I thought maybe a Griff idea could be explored. You know, just try and break up as much of the map, and then have the Griff camp the dimensional door so that you immediately have that burst damage. But Na'Vi have different ideas. They're opting to go for mobility here, and I honestly think this is kind of more a prayer than an actually solid idea. It's really just putting all the weight on Ryohei to carry this lane super duper hard, get a choppy to try and win out the early game as much as possible. But I agree with you. I mean, once that dimensional doors get set up, Rival are in prime position to just steal the game no matter how far they're behind.
Well, they have a late game worthy composition, but how's it fare in the early game? So far, they've stayed alive here on the left side. We'll also see Gray getting an early game wall break on the right side. IC is trying to come out on top, even popping the gadget, dropping down to 1 HP, and he hangs on. Thanks to that gadget, he'll get to occupy this right side. Meanwhile, on the left side, Na'Vi are winning with their more control-based composition. They haven't really allowed Terry to get into position, which is so impactful for them. Terry is going to thrive in these bushes, but he's going to have to be in them to begin with to take advantage of that position.
Second time that Ryohei is going to be feeding out to IC on the right lane. This Draco is basically half a super away from getting that Hypercharge online, and Kuru doesn't even have his jump available. There we go. Hypercharge is online if he wants to unleash it onto Kuru, and he does. Holds down the auto aim, dashes across the entire field. That's a Choppy that's going to eat the brunt of it, while Terry cleans up on the right. Kurudu still maintains 5 gems, and with that super in tow, he should be fairly safe.
Mace is placed down on the left side, threatening to slow IC if he goes in. And there's the skating rink down as well. That's slowing action onto IC, trying to sneak around these walls. Ryohei, oh my goodness! He's got a double kill. Kuru stayed alive on the left side, and this is a safe countdown for Na'Vi. Only a few seconds to go, and Rival Esports have to make a move. That's going to be a TP in from Gray, trying to circumvent the Hypercharge looming around the left side, and Terry can't get in range either. That's going to be game 1 headed to Na'Vi.
Navi's prayers were answered there by Ryohei. I mean, you trade out a Draco Hypercharge that didn't really go his way. Ryohei eventually gets 1 Hypercharge, and it was all that he needed to get the kills at the end. The Tara Gravity, even coming in there, wasn't enough to stop this man in the back lines. So I think Rival Esports are going to have to reconsider the way that they're playing it, because, yeah, they're running a Tara mid as their gem carrier because they're trying to get Dimensional Doors online as much as possible on that left lane, but it's not really working out for them.
Once more, early game interaction on the right side. This time Ryohei comes out on top versus IC, who even popped the gadget to hang on and used a super in the process. So this bush control on the right side belongs to Kenji. We're going to see IC also get tapped up just a little bit by Crow, diminish the healing, and chip him down gradually. But Terry doubles up on the right side. He'll now be able to take ownership of this bush if he wants, but it seems like he much prefers sticking around this wall on the right side. It does leave him exposed to Kuru, which is a major hazard. Here comes IC with yet another super popped, and he's got a Hypercharge at his disposal as well. He's going to use this one for the next push. Much better start for Rival Esports this time. I'm still looking at Terry and wondering, when is he going to get a super? Because he's just not been in a favorable position at all this game, and he wasn't at any point last game either.
And Momeshi doesn't even have Dimensional Doors online as well. He's got the Walking Cane, tried to commit for a 3 tap down onto a Choppy, but it's going to go down here. Ryohei with the Hypercharge active is starting to look for another potential, you know, cleanup opportunity here. Could be getting it on the entire team. We see IC making the rotations over, but there we go. Committed there from Ryohei. That's the first Hypercharge cycled out onto a second. But meanwhile, on the back lines, though, IC has got a Hypercharge of his own. Manages to burn down 1 member. That's going to be a Choppy. They should be able to clean out this kill onto Ryohei to interrupt this countdown. But with that last gem available there, ooh, Momeshi didn't go for the long pull there on a Choppy. That's going to give countdown to Na'Vi prematurely.
10 seconds to go for Rival Esports to bring it back. A Hypercharged teleport in. It claims a kill on the left. Here's going to be a move from Kenji. Definitely a miscalculation from Ameshi as he got tapped up by Ryoki there. Now Terry's forced forward, pops the hypercharge super, but won't get really any value out of it. 10 seconds to go, and Icy has got that TP in. Now going to get frozen upon exit by a Choppy, and Memeshi is all up in their faces. Could go for the TP in, needs an interruption, but everyone's body blocking for each other, and that hypercharge from Crow kept him alive. That is Na'Vi taking set number 2 in a 2-0.
A bit too greedy there for Rival Esports, perhaps. I mean, their comp was basically banking off, you know, 2 of the biggest supers in the game. And I love the fact that Achapi, I mean, played literally the most passive Lumi game on the planet. Just left his 2 maces inside the lane and then just completely backed off all the way, even to the point where Memeshi was standing right on top of the maces. He still refused to pull it in. And that's just really because he was keeping count on how close this brawler was to Dimensional Doors. We're going to be looking back at some of the plays from game number 1. I think, honestly, in hindsight, this rotation that IC made could have actually been a mistake there, because without him checking Ryohei on the right, he was allowed to make this play in the backlines. And I'm not saying a Draco is a bad pick or anything, but I mean, it's no Kenji hypercharge. Like, it's a pretty good ability, but you can't get that full team wipe factor. And there's nothing to really protect this Tara and the Gray.
Not quite. Poor Terry had to play this Tara that was so telegraphed. You ban out the Sandy, and it's not like dead obvious what you're going for, but it's the inkling that is there. And Na'Vi opted to play control into this. I think also like that little bit of wall break from Gray on the left lane, both game 1 and game 2, didn't really help Terry when it came to finding his positioning on the map. There was one moment where he got a hypercharge super, and it was like after he died. So the Tara didn't work, just overcooked, too much prioritization on this brawler that wound up not succeeding. GG go next. My goodness. Rival Esports once more with this kit that has been allowed through the draft by Na'Vi. Na'Vi knew that it was a risk, so they went ahead and got rid of it in set number 2. But come set number 3, it is still on the table. And I think this also makes one of the most viable brawlers here in Willow be not so good anymore, to put it shortly.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's still okay. Early game is fine. You've got the dive there to dodge out any potential jumps there from the kit. But honestly, Reddy, I don't even think it's the issue with that interaction. It's just the fact that they've allowed kits through. I mean, you're familiar with North America. You're familiar with how this brawler single-handedly carried a team to Worlds. And there's a reason why it has to be banned. I feel Na'Vi are playing with fire here, and maybe they're aware of the fact that this is a double elimination, and they're trying to cheese their way through. I mean, looking at the bans, I have to feel that one of these bans, like even like a Hank ban, for example, I don't think is the greatest of priorities. They're gonna go with this Larry and Lori and Draco, which these are true brawlers that are they're annoying to a kid, but a good kid player is still gonna be able to overwhelm this.
Though I do think Rival Esports were prepared for a Larry. Just reading their draft, it really looks like they wanted a Willow first pick, and then Na'Vi left that kit open, and they're like, okay, well, we kind of got to go for that. And they banned out that Barley, just, you know, really solid option into Willow, also into Barry for what it's worth, and they're going to go ahead and go for this Willow. Okay, so things are back on track for Rival Esports, honestly. I think they expected to face pretty much exactly what Na'Vi selected here, given that Larry's like basically your next best option when it comes to like a damage dealing thrower, right after Willow, of course, and I think that they wanted that as their first pick. So they've made a slight detour in picking Kit as their first selection. Now it's back to the same old, but they need to be mindful of how exactly they're going to approach this Draco. Don't really have anything actual to counter it just yet. There is going to be the Charlie from Rival Esports, their counter selection. So what about their goal scoring situations also? You have, well, Kit, who can stun, who can self-pass. You have Willow, who can mind control to get the goal, but no true brute force option with HP like Na'Vi has with the Draco.
I'm shaking my head, actually. I'm actually shaking my head. I don't like it when a kid is selected and there's basically no brawler to synergize, directly with. And I think it ends up, just kind of neutering half of the potential of the comp. I mean, I feel that individually, all three of these brawlers, they work on this map, but synergistically, they're all doing different things. This Willow is basically a part of a control comp. The kid is part of some kind of aggro, run it down type of comp. And then Charlie's also part of the control comp. So, I gotta give it to Na'Vi. I mean, I actually prefer the Na'Vi's coherence in the comp here. They've got Larry as the mid. You've just got two tanks going aggressive on that left and right lane here. They are going into pretty bad matchups though as tanks, but they are, they all have abilities to, close the gap and get some value off that. So the early game should go the way of Na'Vi.
Let's see if it happens. So far, they've managed to hold their position. We'll see Ryohi get nice and aggressive. IC is going to snap up that kill and somehow avoids the shot from Larry. This could be a pass forward. IC is going to try and clear the goal, and it works. And Rival Esports have turned our expectations on their heads. With a goal in the early game, just 25 seconds in, they sent IC on the aggressive. So far, this draft detour has paid off for Rival. Oh no, and a missed super for Ryohi. He worked hard for it. Now he's got to do it all over again.
Should be able to get it back pretty soon, though. He's in proximity always to at least one or two brawlers, and he's auto-charging that super up. We see Kuru to commit Larry over in, and with this hypercharge available there from Ryohi, should be the beginning of a push there. Big jump there from IC just to trade it out there with Kuru, though. But then it's kind of cocooned up by his own teammate here, and then we end up in a weird spot where Achapi gets mind-controlled. Okay, send him to the corner there. Go to your room, child. And now we have IC coming in for the cleanup. That's a great defense from Rival Esports.
Unreal defense. Let's not forget just a moment ago that Ryohi fired off the hypercharge super and it hit no one because Terry was inside of a cocoon. We'll see Ryohi at least claim a kill on the left side. Note that along the way IC has gotten a hypercharge. No, he's overextended and Achapi has a wide open goal. What? He back dodged. No, it was a wide open goal, man.
Oh no! It was pixel perfect at the last second. Really gonna be going to hypercharge, trying to basically play 1 versus 3 now. Should be able to do so. Goes into the Shadow Realm, dodges out IC. Kuru's now gonna get the ball here. Passed over back to their side. Okay, Kuru, I guess he's not. He saves that one ammunition. That might be a fatal error from them. Just so much inconsistency coming here from Na'Vi.
Terry's got this hypercharge. There's going to be someone in the cocoon on the right side, and Ryohi emerges with full HP. Achapi also stays alive. This goal is wide open for Na'Vi to force one through. Another only 15 seconds left till OT, but I think this can actually work out pretty well for Willow. She does have a hypercharge. That's why she's going to be targeted by Ryohi. So intelligent. Now goes for 2. The ball's been passed forward with 5 seconds to go. That's a cocoon. Kuru repositions forward. Tried to snipe that right side of the goal, but was unsuccessful. It's now time for OT. Hypercharge available for Achapi, but he's not going to go for it yet. Here comes the mind control, and Achapi is going to be turned against his teammates. Achapi in the dragon form was especially deadly there. And the hypercharge was expended by Mameshi as well. It's going to be a successful defense for Rival Esports, and they can turn it into an offense.
Ray's got the hypercharge though. Is going to be taking out this troublesome kid. Now turning his eyes onto the Willow. Is going to be diving in there. A great play there from Mameshi. Managed to get the connections that he needed there. He's falling really low though, and Kuru is the one slowly encroaching in. Larry starting to creep up on him. IC still has the super. Fires it out onto Kuru there to bring him down. Tries to cycle it out for another. The mind control is active on Achapi. All that ammunition being wasted. Terry just cocoons it up, but Achapi has been left uncontested. The Dragon's Breath is good. The hypercharge more than enough to tear through Rival Esports in this overtime. And Rival now 1 game down.
They had such a strong start, though. They had Kit go all the way up the enemy side, take down the Larry that was blocking the goal. Just sort of a one-man army. But he could not claim all of the glory, that is for sure. IC is going to try and do the same thing. You see Terry marching forward, just auto-aiming his heart out. And here's the damage test from Willow. No, not enough to shrug off this Lily, walking it into the goal. And that is why you have to support your teammates, especially when there is a tank running someone down. Na'Vi are even more equipped to run down Rival Esports now. They've got Achapi riding atop the back of his dragon horse thing, and Also, Lily ready with a super.
We see Hyper Super there committed there from IC, but the gadget was already preemptively used here. Another super cycled up from IC is going to be able to get the team wipe secured, but they're so low. They've got ball control, and there's so much work to do. It's going to be off the backs of the next Hypercharge from IC, and that's, I think, the opportunity for Rival to slowly come back in. There we go. Is the Hypercharge come out there from the kid, connects there onto Kuru. The mind control onto Ryohei is there as well. Is that mind control? No, it wasn't mind control. It was just a walk-in from there. My match is on the wrong side. Excuse me, I thought the Charlie was flipped there.
Hey, it works out though, because at least his Hypercharge is still available for Mameshi. And he's going to be trying to get that super. Whoa, okay! Kid on the loose. What? A wide open goal. What a recovery from IC. But what a near miss. You gotta be kidding me, man. What's up with these open goals? Someone put magnets in the corners of the goals.
The funniest part about it is, if you saw Kuru's movement, he stopped because they thought the goal went through. He stopped attacking, stopped doing anything. And then he saw it miss, and then he started moving again, started attacking. There's actually a chance that Kuru might have been able to punish and save that goal, but he thought that IC was just too good. The respect given to him. But yeah, we're now headed to a game 3 off the backs of this amazing performance from IC. And it's back to a similar situation where Na'Vi are at the gates of the rival base, but with no resources from either Achapi or Ryohei, they're gonna have to be forced to concede this position.
IC once more forward. Ryoki was ready this time with a super in response. That's 2 tanks headed down to Rival Esports' goal. Terry needs this super so badly. Oh, but Charlie does not charge that super quickly, folks. Terry's probably 1 hit away from getting it as well, after Ryoki practically devoured each and every one of those shots fired to his face. It's going to be Kit now moving forward. Terry needs to pass his ball up. He's got it, and he has a hypercharge super too. IC's going to attempt to walk this on through, and it's good for Rival Esports as a response to that first goal from Navi. It's tied up now.
Hypercharge committed there onto a Chappy, but Ryohei fired back with the Hypercharge of his own. Max to save his teammates there. Now Terry with his Hypercharge going forward. That self-cocoon there. A little bit of an awkward position. It was buying time for Mameshi, who's now trying to run down with his Hypercharge as well. IC is on a mission to get the backlines done, but he's just abandoning the defense. I guess he trusts that you've got Cocoon and Mind Control. The math is solid. Well, I guess when you've got 2 of the best control abilities in the game, you can't afford to just leave your goal wide open.
I was so concerned. I was like, what on earth are you doing, man? But I bet his teammates were like, I'll handle this. You know, I've got it under control. You go ahead and tear things up on the enemy side. Here comes the Choppy in with a super on the left side. He's got a hypercharge in tow when he needs it, but he needs that super cycled back once more before he can rely on that. Here comes IC looking for the stun. Oh, interception from Willow, but it's still a wide open goal. And the hypercharge and super are popped for Navi. That's going to be the goal, the game, and the set.
The kit has been defeated. It was an amazing performance there from IC, but there's only so much that a single cat can do. I mean, it's in the face of this demonic flower, that's Lily, by the way, and this dragon horse thing that you mentioned, and a robot. I mean, these are 3 hate picks, honestly speaking, that are designed to beat this kid. And I think Navi, they baited out this pick and they kind of handled it a little well. I still don't like the way that Rival interpret the kit. I mean, it's, in a sense, triple control. Every single brawler has a stun, and that created a lot of amazing opportunities. Some really messy moments throughout this game, as you'll see in these replays. But man, I mean, this was a crazy one.
It was. Geez, even the first game went all the way to the end of OT. Navi claimed game number 1. We saw Rival fire back. Moments like these, really, where like we want to identify a weakness for Rival Esports here, and it's hard to blame like Charlie or Willow, considering that they have some of the strongest CC abilities in the game in those 2 brawlers, and yet both of them got scored on at some point. It wasn't really IC's fault all that much. They just like didn't have their super ready. They were run down at opportune moments. It's shrewd from Navi. Also, just like creating those openings like in the early game before either of them has a super, because it takes Willow a while, it takes Charlie a while to get that super. You can see they looked good individually on the kills, but I feel like we have to give credit where credit is due. Icy was the goal scorer for this team.
Yeah, 4 goals for him. It kind of makes his 2 teammates look a bit silly here. Momeshi, for sure, I think this game was difficult for him. I mean, you can mind control, for example, a Choppy, but then there's still real hate inside the mix, and it's not easy to charge up these supers, but they're not deterred. We're going into pit stop now, and after the bans have concluded, we're seeing a double Miko ban banned out from both sides. They feel that this brawler is just too much. Kaze, Cordelius, Lumi, and Lilia are all taken out, and Rival Esports are not convinced that, you know, this kit has been broken. You know, they still go for it for the first pick confidently. They allow Na'Vi the 2-3 selection here, and this is a map where I think honestly it's not the best for Kit, but Kit is still so strong. It has to be concerned.
He has a hypercharge. He can jump on you. He can stun you. He's going to kill you in 3 shots. Then he's going to do the same to your teammate provided he charges super. Like, that's just the methodology here with Kit. I still think it was a total power player for Rival Esports in that last set. I think it just came down to the Charlie and the Willow, despite having good CC, just didn't have it ready when it mattered, which is, well, all the time, pretty much. And you're not going to have 100% uptime. They just got run at by a Lily, by a Draco, in the early game when they didn't have those supers. Now it's possible for that to happen again. Now it's not about getting a ball to the enemy side, it's about getting your body to the enemy side so you can start doing damage to that safe. And Na'Vi do have that in Draco, and they're also going to have that need a bear to do some of the work as well. I think it's going to be kind of frustrating for Rival Esports to go ahead and deal with that bear. Also, like the Kit in particular, can get peeked around the walls by the Nita, so it's something to watch out for.
Lots of value this Nita can get from every single push. It's one of the older defenders on pit stop for sure, but I think as soon as they saw the Kit come out, they know that there's at least going to be one brawler they can get value on. Whenever the Kit jumps on your allies, you're going to get free shots off, and you can just camp the base, really. I mean, all 3 of these brawlers will eventually feed Nita that hyper bear. Now, the rest of the rival comp, though, well, what's better than 1 Kit vehicle? You get 2 Kit vehicles. I guess they don't really need a dedicated defender here. They feel that the Kit will definitely cycle off 1 kill, and I sense sort of a more old school base race type of comp coming up from Rival, and Na'Vi, they finally did it. I have been asking for a Jackie on defense for days, but this is one of those comps whereby this Jackie is just designed to make the Carl and Kit look silly whenever they try to attack. They're gonna have to be basically so careful of the Choppy the entirety of this game. I love this last defensive pick coming out here from Na'Vi, but I still think it can go either way because Kit is Kit.
Like, okay, you know, Jackie on defense, you can see she's running Counter Crush as well. Into the Bull, that's not going to be that great, but yes, into the Kit, into the Carl, that is pretty respectable right there. Is going to be a dedicated defense brawler. But even in the past when we've seen this run, it was actually facing like way more favorable matchups in my opinion, like going into Shade, which is one of Shade's worst matchups, probably his single worst matchup in the entire game, and it was still a close call. Icy has decimated this right side, gonna drop this safe likely down to the 75% mark, make that actually 74, and the first shield is now gone.
Oh my word, the defenders from both teams just doing so much work. Kuru got a beautiful double kill there on that left lane. 2 versus 2. The entirety of the Rival Esports roster fell there to a single Nita. Now we see the same interaction again. Icy just spins on a Choppy. I mean, he doesn't care about counter crush. He's not too concerned about that. Ooh, big shots from Rameshi. They could be completely whiffed out there. It's gonna allow the Draco to just have free dominion over the safe and mathematically ready. I don't think a Kit on defense by himself can keep up with a Draco. A Choppy's a much better defender here in return. Well, Momeshi actually did manage to get the solo kill on, and now another one. Okay, I take those words back. I guess Kid is just that strong.
He's going to be 3-shotting people is really the main concern. 3 shots, get your super, use your super onto Kuru, for example, and hit him with 1 more shot to get your kill. Here comes the onslaught from Rival. That should be enough gas, actually, to get that safe taken down. Yeah, look at that. Bull's dealing 5,000 damage every single shot at point blank. You just cannot really compete with that.
Oh, man. I mean, I've got to say, I'm a bit disgusted by just how strong this kid is. I mean, I didn't anticipate that it'd be that good, and I'm feeling a little bit sorry now for Achapi on this Jackie. There's two interactions where he thought that he could just basically, you know, do the suicide bomb tactic, just pull 3 people in, and then just try to die for it. All right, this time they get this kill on to the kid, and once again we see the same interaction. Achapi goes 1 versus 1 up against IC, but this time he's successful because IC doesn't have the spin at the ready.
Yeah, Icy was trying to get it a little more quickly. You saw the way that he walked into Achapi to bang the pickaxe off of some walls. Definitely shrewd decision-making, just trying to extract the most value out of every interaction. We'll see 1 kill on the left side, make it 2 with Terry moving forward to claim the last bit of damage there for the kill. On the right side, Achapi wins in interaction, but ends up just trading in the end. We'll see Mameshi also being super stealthy as this kid, revealing his position. It's fine. He just needs to cycle over onto defense. Here comes Terry for the assist on Ryohi, who becomes briefly invincible. It's a kill confirmed from Terry, and Mameshi has to keep his distance. Terry goes down, and Achapi actually has very poor reload, so it's not the worst deal in the world for Rival Esports to go ahead and let him on the safe. It's going to be the shield extracted from Navi's safe, and Mameshi gets to lay his claws on it.
Oh no, that's the second time that Achapi is going to be going down to the return swing of that pickaxe, even in death. And meanwhile now, Rival, they're 1 entire layer of shielding ahead. The same tactic is going to be used here. Just this kid plus the bull together. This animal comp literally from the Rival Esports roster is going so well right now. The left lane once again, Achapi. This time's got a counter crush to stop the pull, but he just walls again. And meanwhile on the right, there's dominion between Terry and Mameshi. This is a match made in heaven. They're gonna bring the shielding down. That's the last layer of shielding gone. Navi are so far behind.
Is it even possible for them to bring out at this point? We'll see. Oh, Ryohi popped the gadget before Kit could get that final swing of the claws off. We'll see just a few more % on the Navi safe. Make that 11 and counting down. Here comes a final combination, because why not? Hypercharged balls of yarns strike down the safe, get a set win for Rival. And you call it a match made in heaven. It just works.
Oh my god. I think I'm stupid, Reddy. I actually think I'm stupid. I said the Jackie's supposed to work against this kid and the Carl, and Achapi died like 7 times to the Carl, but it was never like a bad death. It was always trades. I was just watching every single interaction between them. It never went in Achapi's favor cleanly. There was that one time he got it just because IC literally didn't have spin, but every other interaction didn't go his way. We're gonna be looking back at some replays here, the final moments of this game. Number 1 here, and it's just too much. This kid is just so versatile. You know, it's a thrower, it's a team-wide machine, it's a threat, it's an all-in-one, just a menace. And Navi, I mean, they've literally only lost the sets because of the kid.
I just, you know, need to be a hater real quick and say that I don't think that Jackie was like that impactful. I mean, yes, you see her getting kills, but she's only just mirroring the number of deaths that she got. Also, look at the safe damage front. She's not really doing all that much. You see this brawler that was evidently supposed to be a defender, and yet so many times I saw Choppy on the other side of the field attempting to get damage. It was just not versatile enough. It just didn't really make sense to have a dedicated defender into this Rival Esports comp, especially one such as Jackie, because that's not the defense that you need versus Bull, okay? Jackie needs to be able to 3-shot enemy brawlers. Bull is not 3-shottable by almost any brawler in the game. And I mean, Jackie's reload is just so poor. I just didn't really see this working out at all for Navi, simply because I think this Jackie held him back.
Yeah, I was excited about it. I mean, I feel bad now. I thought it was a genius pick there from Navi, and I thought that it could even the game up, but no, I mean, the synergy between the Bull and the Kid was just way too much the entire time. I mean, individually as brawlers, they're already such a big threat. Together, I mean, they were absolutely unstoppable. Like, they were cleaving through this Draco like it was nothing. They were feeding Kuru's bear intentionally because they knew they could just punch through it after. The target selection was just absolutely perfect throughout, and yeah, that buys them set number 5, which is what we're going into right now.
Okay, so look at this from Navi. They have banned out the Barley, and they pick the Hank. So you think, okay, well, they really want Hank Berry. Like, that just makes sense, right? This is a great Berry game when you don't have to face that Barley. Now, it's not like there aren't other options. Barley's just kind of the best way to deal with it. I guess Hilary still exists, right? But Na'Vi have gone for this Hank without, I suppose, one of its major counters, but also into the thing that I think they fully intend to play with. Though it could be a trap laid for Rival. We'll see Rival go ahead and pick up the Lu as well. They don't want to leave themselves vulnerable to, say, a Draco.
I mean, I don't feel good about the Rival combo already. Lu plus Berry screams a lack of damage in general. Yes, you've got a whole ton of CC going on here, but who can you really complement as your final pick in this draft? Now we have already shown one tank in the game, and yes, it's going to have decent matchups in the Lu, but this is hot zone we're talking about. You're still going to be able to try and fight for permanence on the point. Now it's two bad matchups up against this B. If Na'Vi want to, you know, go one step further, they could even pick up a Meeple here, and I literally don't know what Rival could pick. Yeah, like it's actually it's Jover. It's actually so over if Na'Vi see the Meeple here, I think.
Well, we'll see if the Meeple appears. It's still like pretty cheesy. It is so specialized. I've seen it banned out maybe once, and that's all the Meeple action. And I guess all the Meeple in action that I've seen in this entire last month. A Charlie last selection for Na'Vi. This is a safety pick that they absolutely love. They know that Rival Esports really want something that like has survivability, has permanence on the point to pair up with the Berry, which I think that they just kind of have to go for at this point. They don't have like Lu getting aggressive. Berry's hardly going to do that at all. They just need some establishment in the circle, and also something to deal with this Hank. That wouldn't really hurt either, because they don't really have a response for this Hank just yet. Ash makes a whole lot of sense. This is the other thing besides Draco that is viable into the Hank. I think those rats can block up some of the shots from B, also from Charlie. Like, I'm seeing the potential here.
I see the potential. I like Na'Vi's early game a lot more, but I do respect what Rival Esports are bringing here. It's a bit of a greedy comp. They have a pretty difficult early game that they need to, you know, wait their way through. They have a throw advantage, so that's definitely going to be a big plus for them. If they can survive the early game onslaught from Na'Vi and just take control of the point, then I think they're going to be in a really, really good spot this game. I think Na'Vi are actually slightly behind on the draft here.
Let's see if that is the case. Na'Vi have gotten their initial lane matchups. They have it exactly the way that they want it. IC is already going to throw down some rats on the right side, block up the shots from B. Terry has got to get the takedown onto a Choppy, and with the spiders falling, this is his chance. Lines up two snow cones. Ice cold with a kill on the left side. And Rival Esports have set themselves up on the point. IC is going to go ahead and pop that hypercharge because he knows he's going to get the super. Additional damage on Ikuru, and this man is tearing up the right lane and posing a serious threat on the left.
This early game is just monstrous now coming out from Rival, and IC continues to chain out the robotic rats. Every single one of this matchup is effectively free for the Ashe, and with this Berry combination, this is like Byron Ashe from 2023, but it's just a severely improved and much more overpowered version. Cocoon's gonna be coming out here, but IC just is completely unkillable at this point. As predicted, as the moment that Rival Esports put themselves on the point, it's nearly impossible for Na'Vi to come back.
Rats are down, and Na'Vi could not even be bothered to leave spawn towards the end of that game. The early game for Ashe was good, in spite of, honestly, some like pretty respectable matchups for Na'Vi. I think that they got B exactly where they wanted it, you know, put it on the Lu lane, keep that one back, but it left things so open for the Ashe to pretty much run forward, just like juke a few shots, then he's in position, and then it all starts to collapse.
It's a beautiful last pick there from Rival. They just need one more to secure their spot in the winner bracket final here. Na'Vi might be losing their first life here in this tournament, but this early game is going a lot better. The thing about Na'Vi, though, is they have to play perfectly. They can't afford to lose control of the mid a single time. Now the big push there from IC is going to be topped up there. Takes down the tank in the form of Ryohei. Na'Vi on the retreat. This is the beginning of the end. Another kill for IC. And it's going to be topped up. The heal there from Momeshi didn't even commit the hypercharge there.
Much better start for Na'Vi. They're at least competitive with what Rival Esports has had to offer, but now here's a combo up the right side. It's going to be the healing from Memeshi, and IC putting the punch into action. Choppy attempts to get a cocoon down, and he is successful in trapping IC, but it's only temporary. Now here comes Ryohi for revenge, but those torpedoes go right around IC. No kill confirmed onto a single member of Rival Esports off of a hypercharge out of Na'Vi. Another takedown on the right side, and a Choppy falls. Rival Esports now count up to 70%, and this is looking desperate for Na'Vi.
Robotic Rats hypercharge going on that right side. Gonna be forcing the B out here. Memeshi even joining in on the assault. It's gonna be a complete team wipe between IC, Memeshi, and Terry. Just giving each other high fives now, celebrating. Navi's even blowing bubbles, kind of celebrating the rival win in the back. They know that this game is over. The win is gonna be awarded to Rival Esports off the backs of a really intelligent last pick set up by a brilliant 2-3 turn there, and Na'Vi just not finding the right answers in their 4-5. This was clearly an outdraft.
Close one here for both teams. Rival eke out a victory over Na'Vi with a simply superior draft here in set number 5. Look also at all of these sets. You see set number 3 on Brawl Ball. That one went to game number 3. That was an absolutely brutal one to watch, but everything else was pretty chalked. I feel like when we look also at like what Rival Esports, how they're winning, they just have drafts that are so much better than Na'Vi in those individual sets where they are winning. When we look at Na'Vi, in my opinion, you know, sometimes they're getting an outdraft, yeah, but those moments are rare. I feel like usually they derive their success from just like good mechanics, and they've had, you know, plenty of time in the Brawl Stars scene as individual players to establish said mechanics.
Oh yeah. Big shout out has to go to Ryohei there. I mean, you know, he's the mechanical genius of the team, but it feels like this is the curse. You put Ryohei on a brawler like Hank where he can't really shine, and it's the beginning of the end for them. I mean, he's the tank player, he has to do his job, but this Hank first pick, I think, you know, it was fine, but then there was no real synergy between then the 4th and the 5th pick there to really block out this berry. Would have liked to see, you know, Na'Vi pick up that Larry and Lori, as you mentioned, you know, a throw of sorts, even, you know, with the Barley banned out, they have to have found a different kind of solution to that. Maybe even go for some kind of assassin here to capitalize on the fact that, you know, Barry and Lou just don't really have the damage output. I think there was a million better picks than Charlie for sure. This Charlie is just completely unnecessary here.
Just didn't really feel like it had a place anywhere. And as soon as I see a Charlie from Na'Vi, I'm probably going to be making the call that, like, does it really belong here? Because even at the top of the day, you see the Charlie come out from Na'Vi. It underperformed on Gem Grab, and I'm just left thinking, man, Na'Vi really like playing this Charlie as a safety, and then they don't find any good matchups with it, and they sort of just play not to have a bad Charlie game, and then inevitably it's not a good Charlie game, so they fall short.
100% agree with you. I feel like this is an East Asia problem. Yes, Charlie got a buff, and you know, it's starting to become a little bit more viable, but East Asia is 100% still the region that overrepresents Charlie, and it's because of teams like Na'Vi that, as you said, it's a safety pick. As soon as they feel that they're, you know, they're looking for sort of an idea that fits into everything, then immediately it's like, oh, does Charlie fit here? I guess it kind of does, but then you realize that it doesn't really, you know, accomplish a whole lot as well. Like, even if you're talking about it as an anti-tank, it's not one of the best. You saw how it got steamrolled there by IC. It didn't really fulfill that role.
This is very true. So now we get to start talking about the bracket as it is shaped up. We've seen Rival Esports snag a 3-2 over Na'Vi. That places them in the upper bracket finals. And now it's time to start talking about Momotaro versus Reject.
Momotaro versus Reject. I never would have thought that we'd even get to see Momotaro make it this far. This team that showed up in Season 4, for those of you guys who don't know who they are, trust me, you won't know them after this game either, because their names are all in Japanese, and so it's gonna be hard to figure out who these guys are. But all you gotta know is they're a team that's in the making, and I'm almost certain that next year that they'll have at least one monthly final showing in the BSC, because they have taken sets, and now they have taken matches of, you know, every single one of these teams here in the RCL. They're very, very capable of that. Their last time that they played up against Reject, they took games, but they were unable to take a single set. So hopefully today that's different. We've seen a lot better drafts so far from them. That's the biggest strength from Momotaro so far. And up against a team like Reject, where they're the antithesis, right? Reject are quite frankly terrible at the draft. I mean, they're great at the game and they're great at team play and great at all that stuff, but then when it comes to the draft, they kind of fall short. And okay, no Melty camp today, but we've got Melty's favorite plushie and his jersey beside just to represent a little bit.
Well, there you go. You know, we got some representation on the cams. Look, you tell them you can use a plushie if you want, you know, if you don't feel like being on cams. And yeah, I think Melty is prioritizing being locked in for the games rather than looks maxing today. And I can't really blame the guy. I think he already graced us enough with our presence yesterday. Let's start talking about this draft on dry season as we finally see something besides Hideout over here. We'll see Reject operating with their Brock that can be used to break open walls. Gus, pretty safe selection. Angelo, also long range. Momotaro taking a bit of a different approach. I don't know what the Bell's going to do. Like, I feel like it doesn't make any sense here at all into what Reject have played. And the Bonnie, I do think it has some legs, but I see like a couple abilities to jump away if necessary. Mandy is really the only one that I could see kind of succeeding for Momotaro.
I think the bigger issue here is the fact that they simply banned brawlers that I would say that, you know, this Kaze ban is, I mean, I think they should have swapped it out for something on this Reject comp because they've given Reject exactly what Reject are good at. This is the typical, you know, like you could close your eyes and tell me a team that was playing this and it's probably Reject. I mean, yeah, the early game is going to go the way of Momotaro off the facts of that Bonnie gadget here. But I still think it's still going to be going the way of Reject, you know, in time to come. Once this wall start breaking down, they're going to be able to play off that superior ranged matchup, and it's going to be really challenging to come back from. I think Momotaro, though, this, Mandy idea that came out from them, it's a really, really old school, rare idea, and it does punish that long range matchup. So at the very least, they have some resources and some counterplay in that regard.
They've got some stopping power, okay? They've got the ability to fire through walls when necessary, too. And they should be able to get a 5K every now and then with the Mandy Super, but we have yet to see it even achieved. It takes 4 shots, or rather, I believe 5 shots to get there, but it only takes 2 shots to get there after a Super. Maybe my math is wrong. I think it is actually just 4 shots to get it as Mandy, which is relatively quick, but it is tough to hit that at long range. Just gonna go for it. Definitely a good call out into the position of Gus, but no impact, and it's gonna take 4 more shots to get back.
They managed to stall out a fair bit of time, though. Reject only have 40 seconds left to make the comeback here. And I'm noticing that there's no wall break coming out here from the Brock. It looks like he elected to take the jump here. Yeah, there it is. So Brock's not even running the wall break gadget here. So Reject are actually just playing this as a triple range comp, and they're hoping to eke it out in the end here. Last 20 seconds, they've already pushed Momotaro back to the spawn.
Ooh, not looking good for Bonnie. She's got to stay alive. It's going to be the wall, rather the body block. Ooh, and a kill for Mandy around the right side. It's a 3-star lead for Momotaro. Just enough time for Reject to come back as 3 full members, but Shu is super, super low. 5 seconds to go, and here comes Gus. He's got the spirit animal ready to move, walks right into the shot from Mandy, takes it to the face, and still no kills, no damage for Reject throughout this entire first game.
Momotaro really showing up, and they're having a really, really strong start, and all that was just really off the backs of the Bonnie, just, you know, getting to secure that blue star and get that first kill off the game. I had a theory about this map quite a while ago, which is that whoever wins that first interaction on this map basically wins the game because of the structure of the map. Unless you alter the structure, for example, with the wall breaks from Shu, or you've got some kind of gene pool that you can surmount those walls, it's basically a passive fest. And right now, that is exactly what we're seeing. If I'm right, Reject have already won. Pack up. Let's go to game 3.
Okay, well, yes, Momotaro were playing something pretty passive, though what we did see from them was when they got that Bonnie Super, they did achieve a kill, and they only had that 1-star lead, and they were also playing around mid. I think they should be able to do something similar. Now, they have to be mindful of there being 2 brawlers you can jump away, so it's important to get this Bonnie super in before Gus gets his super, which he does get relatively quickly. So it's a tough interaction, but it's not unwinnable for Momotaro. They just only have 1 jump target available to them at the moment.
That's interesting, the matchup selection as well. They've left Baroman there on the Bonnie, which I think is actually one of the more difficult matchups. It might be more preferable to put this Gus onto that Bonnie instead. We see Rocket Rain come out from Shu, just send Bell all the way back. Just a little bit of wall break here to open up the map here on the left side, give Reject a little bit more space to play. Looks like their plan is to leave the Gus here inside the mid, and yeah, they're gonna force out this Bonnie with the jump there. Mandy is already pushed all the way back in the base, but he does have that super online. Could find a snipe here.
Worth noting, though, that Gus still hasn't gotten or used a super this whole time and is just 1 shot away. That's what he needed. Some pretty serious damage onto Bonnie on the right side, and she, I think, is only a couple shots away from her super. It's about time to just move in, use the gadget, line up a shot. It's going to be 1. There's 2. Hypercharge is ready to go. Have to use it on this Gus in the final few seconds, going for it, and gone, evaporated. Momotaro couldn't follow up on that move soon enough, and Reject claim a game.
It's just so much easier to play from defense. I mean, when you've got 2 passive comps going up against each other, this is just the way that dry season works. There's just too many layers of walls of defense that without things like Ollie, Max, Jaeyong, Jean, things to really just go full aggro, it becomes very difficult to get past that. So it's really going to come down to this first start. Once again, Baroman's going to be able to get it and just fly away. This is the advantage that you get from playing an Angelo here. But Momotaro, I think they're going to have a different way of approaching this game. They realize that they can't afford to wait for the last push because it's just way too easy to telegraph. And I think, yeah, the Bond is going to be starting this aggression already. Just play really, really aggressive. Try to get your supers online. Get trades going. Maybe even force Shu to break up some of the walls to change up the dynamic of the map.
Okay. How on earth are Momotaro going to get this lead back? They're down by the blue star. Last time, it seemed like the math was to get Bonnie that super, and I still think it is. It's just tough, is all. Bonnie doesn't win this range matchup versus Gus. Oh, here comes a 5K, and see ya. That's nothing right there for Mandy. It's probably the second Mandy super that we've seen this entire set so far, and neither one has made a significant impact. Actually, it's the third. The other one went to a Gus that was at point blank and still pretty much blocked most of it with his shield. I digress. Momotaro, they have yet to make any power plays just yet. They managed to fend off the assaults in from Reject in game number 1 thanks to getting that blue star early game, but beyond that, they have not made any major plays.
And I'm surprised we're not seeing lane swaps come out from any of them. I mean, they did this exact same arrangement last game. Now we even got the Gus on the Bonnie, which is, I think, the matchup that I think is the better matchup. Oh, man, even have to jump backwards as the Bonnie. You never want to see that happen. That's going to allow aggression now from Baroman. Almost going to be able to get the kill on the Mandy just by himself here. But he is a little bit vulnerable right now. Just going to be jumping out there, extracting out of that position. 10 seconds left on the clock for Momotaro to make a miracle happen here. Could we see a potential upset in this set? Air is going to come out from the Mandy. That's the one way to get it done. 1 shot was all it took from him. 1 super to land. He missed every single other one this entire series. But the last one, when it counted, earns him a smile on his face and a set in his pocket.
All right, for Momotaro, once again, miracles are happening in the upper bracket for them. Momotaro managed to make it through that upper bracket previously and go on to the winners finals. And as a reward, they have to face a Reject. Now it's as if it's actually not that much of an issue for them. They've gotten set number 1. I liked their comeback for them. I think Mandy totally clutched up when it mattered, hit a significant super, and you know what? After 3 games, it's bound to happen eventually, is it not?
Yeah, I guess you could. If you treat it as a pseudo-random distribution with like a 20% chance of hitting, then yeah, I guess 1 in 5 supers is bound to hit. But I think importantly, at the very end of the Bonnie landed 1 crucial shot as well. Melty did have a shield. So he popped the shield, the Bonnie just ran in, got 2 shots on him, and he just called for the cavalry, called for the Mandy to just just send it. Just try for it, and I landed the shot. I'll tell you what, for Melty here, 0 and 3 here. He was the one that was basically taking the punches here, but that's because he is the easiest target. Shu and Battlemon both have gadgets that can jump out, so he's the only brawler that Momotaro can target the entire game. But this, make no mistake, this is a really, really passive game from both teams. There's not much kills at all that's going on.
No, not quite. Just, as you said, super, super passive. The kills being made exactly when they needed to occur. Momotaro got the most kills, and poor Reject over here. Melty was just not having a good game over there. 0-3, and there was a good portion of game 2 where he could just not hit the 3rd and 4th shot that he needed to get his super.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really rough. Nonetheless, though, it's just one set. I mean, Reject can come back from, if any team can come back from this, it's got to be Reject, right? I mean, this is after all, that's a matchup that they should be favored in. But as I said, this is the thing about Momotaro is that their drafts, they remind me of, you know, just a team that's just really, really bold, that isn't constrained by traditional norms, and like they're not following the meta of East Asia specifically. They've always pulled out the sort of strange picks. We saw Fang last pick come out on Gem Grab. We saw, now we're seeing this Mandy come out here. I mean, I just can't wait to see what else they'll pull out to maybe try and, you know, beat Reject. And they're not cheesing they're not cheesing the drafts. They're just picking drafts that are really, really logical and finding the sharpest sort of last pick whenever it's available. And once again, they have the last pick, so could be an advantage for Momotaro.
What I have observed so consistently from Momotaro is, well, first of all, they play their last pick really well, which is just another way of saying that when they play reactively and they just like follow the lead of their opponent, it just seems to go so well. They basically have no reservations about playing their opponent's type of Brawl Stars and just playing reactively. And you can see it right here. Reject led with that Tara first selection. You can see that they attempted to get some things that would usually be pretty troublesome for the Tara. Lumi, not one of the greatest matchups. You could pierce right through those shades. Same goes for Buster. But Momotaro go, okay, well, how about some direct responses to Tara? How about that? We're going to burn your bushes. We're going to pierce your shades with our mid. They're going to be able to escape from your super with their own super. Now Reject respond with something totally different. Bonnie on this map, not unheard of, but very different, and I anticipate she'll be playing the, you know, more difficult side. Typically you want to have Tara aggro, and then also you have Reject putting a Jae Young on their mid. That I think is going to be to enable the Bonnie. She's a slow brawler, so giving her some speed with Jae Young is going to be pretty helpful.
I was thinking some kind of assassin from Momotaro could work. It opts to go for the Ollie actually at the end. I thought Kenji might be the option. I could totally see a world where if this was SK Gaming or it was Na'Vi, they would totally go for Kenji instead here. Instead, it's going to be the Ollie. This is, you know, a different interpretation of that assassin tank, but I think it's what they needed inside the draft. They need something to go up against this Jaeyoung specifically and try to, you know, push it away from that mid and buy that tempo from the team. But both teams, yeah, this is a complete logical draft with great matchups from both sides. This Bonnie is decent into the Amber. The Tara can deal with the Ollie. Yeah, it's really going to come down to lane swaps and team play for this one.
Okay, breaking down some of the lanes, you'll see actually Battleman is tasked with playing the more difficult lane on this Tara. He does have better lane scouting capabilities. Oh my goodness! Completely caught them off guard and is rewarded heavily for his efforts. He maybe got lucky, maybe had good positioning, but Janet was firing away at the same spot a couple times. The Battleman slipped through. Now he's going to go in for the super, attempt to cycle it, as well as take down this Ollie. Got too aggressive, a little big for his britches over there on the left side. Ends up getting full bush control back to Momotaro.
He's bought so much time, and now Melty on the assault on that right lane, just jumping in there and taking him down here. The Amber is the poorest matchup here up against that Bonnie. He's still holding on to that Hypercharge as well. Hypercharge super there from Bottomman, though, is gonna not hit anything, but it does clean out the massive portion of that bush. I mean, didn't accomplish the intended effect here, but still got a pretty decent tactical advantage there as a result.
Not the situation you want to find yourself in as Tara. You attempt to hypercharge super two people. you get no one, and the ollie that jumped over your super comes back to kill you. But at least his teammates are safe. The relentless aggression from Tara has kept Jae-Young safe and sound on the backlines. Here comes a defense from Bonnie as she repositions to the back. Shu now surrounded. 3 seconds to go. Amber auto-aiming her heart out, but Shu is still alive, and that'll be game 1 headed to reject.
The problem now from the Momotaro comp, they just don't have a way to deal with this Bonnie. I mean, I said that they've got matchups, and well, we've lost Melticam. I guess
yeah.
I guess he's not too happy with that game number 1, but it's all good. I mean, right now at the very least, he might be coming back. Maybe after the set win, he'll turn it back on. But for the time being, though, yeah, he's doing an excellent job there on the Bonnie. I know why Barama was able to you know, just completely get inside the bush there. I mean, it's really just because of the Shu's speed, and it's kind of weird sometimes. As the Momotaro player, you think you can find him, but then the timing is a little bit off because of the Jae-Young speed, and then you end up checking the wrong places, and then this happens. But this is really just a mechanical dominance coming out here from Baroman. I mean, how often do you see a Tara win an Amber matchup? That's an insult added to injury.
Battleman is walking in a straight line up this left side, but it's more than that. You know, it's the awareness of the common spots to check the bushes on the left side, and he's playing it so well. He gets burned up a little bit, but this time he retreats. Previously, he played a little too over-aggressive, wound up losing the control of the bushes. Didn't really help his teammates too much. This time he's having that restraint. We'll see Reject now have that gadget from Shu baited out. Really smart there from Janet. It's caused her to expend a gadget along the way, however. Here's a defense from Ollie on the left side. A takedown onto Battleman, but it's still a distraction. Janet had to go over there to assist. It drew away from mid for a moment, but actually not really that much of an issue. Here comes a hypercharge from Bonnie on the right side. Now make that a hypercharge from Tara. A full team wipe for Reject, and they get to run all the way home.
It was a snap hypercharge there from Melty at the max range. Didn't even hesitate. There was just no warning signal given to Momotaro. And then Baroman as well. On the other side, we see Melty just jumping over to the other side to just fill in for the position of that Tara who fell. Shu opts to go a little bit more aggressive here just to tease them. I mean, he could have backed up all the way and just made it super safe. But yeah, no Melty cam. Just imagine him, guys. Imagine the brightness of his room, the smile on his face as they beat Momotaro. Or you could imagine him being really pissed about, you know, losing that first set. But like, either way, they're back. It's now back to a 1-1 set, and this was a clean one, 2-0 in the favor of Reject.
It was clean, and I'm almost tempted to only focus on how Battleman played this one. This was the one time that he was bested. You see Janet jump away, Ollie do the same, even got a kill for his troubles. This was Reject going ahead and taking game number 1, and we saw Battleman march forward and eliminate an enemy on the left side. We'll see this time also double hypercharge popped. Finally, Battleman is able to get something over here despite being hypnotized upon Ollie's re-entry. Will end up getting that kill. So this Tara was a total power player. Yeah, look at, oh my goodness. Okay.
Oh my god.
So is this what happens when he turns off the cam? He just, like, you know, gets superpowers. He does some mining off camera and just gets unreal amounts of loot.
I guess so. I mean, like, some people have gaming chairs, some people hire Sede Tampo to play for them. In this case, it's Melty, right? 11 and 1. I mean, he's not on cam. As you said, maybe he's just completely locked in today. He's just not entertaining. Camera just really wants to win. And this Bonnie was uncontested. I mean, chat pointed it out. I pointed it out. It was the last pick out from Reject, and there was basically just no answer for it from the side of Momotaro. I mean, that's the problem when you hyper focus on a single brawler. They were trying to counter the Tara so hard, and then it didn't even end up countering it because Battleman is just way too good.
Well, it looks like Momotaro do have a worthy opponent here. They may have managed to make it through the upper bracket yesterday, but Reject now stands in their way. It's 1-1 so far. It brings us over to Pinball Dreams, where we'll get a taste of the Lumi mid and a B mid to respond. I think it makes a whole lot of sense. I like the control play. This is a very targeted pick in the Kaze. It is to deal with this Lumi specifically. So outrange the Lumi and also get damage versus her in close range. That's going to demand, you know, quite a bit of aggression. You'll have another brawler on your lane trying to stop you from getting to that Lumi, of course. So once again, Momotaro going for stuff that is going to be good against Rejects.
Oh yeah, B is probably the most stable mid here. I mean, they could have gone for the Bonnie as well. I think I actually prefer Bonnie Kaze here instead of B Kaze, but I guess B Kaze gives them a little bit more coverage up against tanks and a little bit more overtime potential if it comes. Now Reject though, Baruman loves his Cordelias. I mean, we saw so many of the comps yesterday, I think by was it Na'Vi that just kept first picking the Cordelias everywhere and making it look as good as Kid. Well, it's here again, and it's here to shut down either this Kaze or any kind of tank potential that could come out here. And Reject gonna snag up the Bonnie themselves inside the mid. Once again, Reject are the team that prefer to play passively. They didn't lead out with an aggressive tank or an assassin of their own. They're the one with the counter picks instead.
Last pick, we're waiting on it from Momotaro. What do you do against all of this stuff? A thrower seems mighty tempting right here, but into Cordelius, you should probably be thinking of something else. Maybe something that spawns things that would be able to block out the Bonnie, as well as the Cordelius at the same time. Nope, Hank. That is what they are leading with. That's going to be some pretty devastating damage from Cordelius, but as long as he doesn't have the jump, Hank should be able to do some pretty despicable things to the Cordelius. You also have survivability. They need some mechanism for scoring goals. Reject has a couple. They got Bonnie who can jump forward. They have Cordelius that can put people in the realm and also just deal tons of damage. Momotaro have the health and they have the mobility of Kaze. So a couple of things that they have at their disposal now.
I actually like the Momotaro comp a little bit more here, I think. I mean, I feel like Reject are going to make that comp look really good regardless, but Momotaro, you've got this Hank matchup to go up against the Cordelius. It's pretty decent. As you said, unless the jump comes down, it's actually decent for the Hank on this map. But yeah, so that's why Baruman is on the Hank and the Kaze is on the Cordelius. They need to find a lane swap here. They need to get this Kaze on top of Baruman and then really just threaten that Lumi's sort of weakness here, and that should be the way that Momotaro find an advantage.
Okay. Momotaro find themselves on the back lines. Oh, and there's a pretty aggressive move in from Lumi. Popping off that gadget. Now the jump in from Cordelius claims one life. He gets Kaze out of the mix. Should be pretty easy to overwhelm this B. Oh, that was a whiff for Shu. Should still result in a victory on this goal as Shu's able to walk it right in. Nicely done for Reject. Look a little bit shaky right there. Loved the little bounce pass up to where Bonnie was about to land. It was almost an excellent clip.
Now though, Kaze finds his target in the backline, cleans up one more onto Shu. The entirety of this early game from this second ball is going super duper well for the side of Momotaro, but it's going to change here with that B getting caught there by that dreadful Lumi super. The Fanstone comes down to isolate some of these brawlers, maybe make a play here for the Kaze. There's the trick shot, but it's not going to land though. It was off the mark, wouldn't have made the connection anyways, but Shu jumped immediately just to try and save the goal. I mean, talk about insane reflexes from the side of Reject, but I mean, they're still completely down in the numbers. Now this time should be a much easier goal from them. It's just Melty on his Cordelius up against the wall to stop this push. I'd be really surprised if they succeed, and they do! Against everything, there's just so much damage between this Cordelius and Baruman. Melty's popping off.
Momotaro had exactly the position that they wanted, but then they didn't know what to do with it, and they started face tanking the mushrooms from Cordelius, going like, what do we do now? And now no one could tank enough damage without falling. It didn't work out at all. Here comes an aggressive push in from B. Hypercharge, no contact on the rattled Hive. Can still get a takedown in Battleman with a couple of shots. Here is a move from Hank. That's exactly what they needed. Kaze with the takedown and a goal in from Momotaro. They were working against the clock right there. Another one, okay, goes for a single kill. That's all they're gonna get. Just a couple seconds left to go. B is absolutely going to thrive in overtime here. Really now, Momotaro just need a hypercharge with Hank to guarantee their success.
A hypercharge from Baruman though is going to start off this overtime with initiative. Goes down the Hank. Cordelius not going to be able to bring down the B as well. It's a complete team wipe there from Reject. Just off the backs of just multiple purple button executions here. Pushing Momotaro back inside the base. I mean, I talked a bit about how Reject's style of, you know, they have passive brawlers, but they play it hyper aggressively. That is literally how they do things.
One thing that stood out to me in overtime is watching B completely fold versus Cordelius. And yes, I know her shot is like not that fast for a sharpshooter. Yes, I know that Cordelius is a very fast brawler, but like missing 3 shots in a row, Cordelius jumps over number 4, then kills you. Yuck, that's rough. That's a trick shot right there. Nope, B says nah. Not really interested in going for it. I would actually rather go for this kill on Cordelius, and seems to ring true. Is Kaze going to try and do this solo? Well, she's got some damage on here. A couple of crits versus Shu, but there was no third ammunition to guarantee the kill.
Yeah, now this B is just kind of, you know, baiting it out again. Oh my god, Battleman! Just a heads-up play from him. Got the slow down. Shu's gonna kind of whiff the ball here, though. A goal that just kind of missed here. Still should be able to get it here. Again, Shu with these supers. I mean, he's got another one again. And, oh my god! Shu finds the trick shot. That's gotta be a clip.
Oh, it's a clip for sure. Don't worry. We will be watching that one back. That is unreal from Shu. Did he just redeem 3 whiffed passes in a row? Honestly, I would say it's worth it. That was 3 different ricochets, but Momotaro are not taking this lightly. Whoa, a double kill from Battleman. He's going to go for more, but the response from B is good. In the back left pocket, and the score is equal.
1-1 again. We might be headed to another overtime, but that's not what Momotaro have in mind. Neither does Melty. He's got a hypercharge ready, just threatening this Kaze to go all the way back, and we see the lane swaps coming out. Fanstorm inside the mid to prevent the easy lane swap. Bison the tempo that they need to get the lanes that they want, but Battleman though with the hypercharge now is gonna bring down the B. It's all defense there from Momotaro. Can they hold on to this? We see a Shadow Realm come down there from the Cordelius. The trades are out. It's a 1 versus 2. This B has to stop. There's a trick shot there. Overpasses over the Battleman. It's good. Reject take the second set of... they take another set.
Just cinema, really. Well, what happened to Reject? Like, did they just come alive here? Did they, like, pound a couple energy drinks before it and the caffeine's just now hitting? I'm lost for words. Some wonderful teamwork, some excellent passes there towards the end. And along the way, let's not forget that Momotaro made both of these very close games. There was a goal scored in each of them. There were opportunities to score as well that were blocked by Reject, and sometimes some pretty clutch defenses. I cannot wait to look back at these replays, though, because some of these things were just unreal.
Oh yeah, I mean, like every single goal from Reject was just basically pixel perfect. I mean, this overtime aggression, just look at this. It was set up by Battleman's push. I mean, they didn't even need the Shu hypercharge, to be honest there. It was really just superior dodging. And then, yeah, there was one whiff, ricochet, and then bang! He finds this one. I mean, oh man, Shu is a legend here. This shot from the B as well. I mean, he had to pocket it in the corner to find it. Shu's just way too slow to pick that one up. This final pass from Shu as well. I mean, he knew he was going to die here. Just banks it off the wall to get the clean pass onto Battleman. And yeah, that's Reject, guys.
What a beautiful game we have the privilege of commentating. And Brawl Ball never fails to deliver, really. Let's break down some of these stats also. Just analyzing things, really even on the KD across the entire board. You see insane damage coming out from B on Momotaro with 110 damage across the set. For Reject, relatively even across their entire team. Couple of goals scored by Shu there. One of them, of course, being just a nasty bounce shot. And also, he doesn't get credit for it, but the alley-oop to his teammate to score in the final seconds there was pretty sick. Let's start talking about draft as we now move into set number 4. Spoo Reject are just 1 set away from victory. We've gotten the last couple in a row. They made the last one happen 2-0.
It was clean from them. And now we're heading into Hot Potato, though, which Momotaro, they don't have a very, very easy first pick. And, I mean, surprisingly, they lead out here with the berry selection. But this is very classic Momotaro. I feel like they're cooking something here for sure. But Reject, though, they've got a very direct response to that. They see that this berry has been selected. They don't see a natural anti-tank, and they're comfortable enough to snag up 2 of the best brawlers on this map in the form of this Draco and the Carl. Momotaro are back, though. Now this is full control coming out from them. Charlie plus a Buzz, 2 decent matchups there to really, really make this Carl's life absolutely miserable here. But that, I think, gives Reject a chance here to, you know, steal the last pick, you know, find something that can, you know, add on to the aggression, potentially even defend. It's up to them here. I think they could even opt to go for Miko if they wanted to, but it's not a Reject pick, if I'm going to be honest here. Yeah, there's a Reject pick. That looks more like Reject.
Yeah, play the control. Okay, and into the Barry. Like, yes, makes sense. Because Barry's going to try and create these strongholds. So we'll throw down some ice cream on the ground. It's where it's essentially like a campfire that everyone's going to gather around and get some healing, get rejuvenated. Now, this is not a control-based map, which does worry me a little bit for the way that Barley's going to be playing into the Barry. But still, Barley is good in Heist in general. Could be kind of weak into this Buzz, but I think that's like my main concern. At least for the Barley. For the Carl, I am a little bit worried because Buzz is like the #1 way to deal with it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think Battleman knows that. He should understand the matchup pretty well here. Nope, he doesn't. He's dead already on the left side. I mean, he burns down the Buzz at the very least, though. And so it's going to be a small trade between the throwers as well. Ooh, nice cocoon there on to this Draco that should be brought down here very shortly. He just pops the last 10 and breaks down the first layer of shielding. So that's going to put a Reject slightly ahead here in the tempo. Big lane swap runs all the way to that left side just to deal with Battleman. He saw that from a mile away and kind of didn't do anything about it.
No, not quite. It's got a pretty sizable advantage for Reject at the moment. It's going to be a marked up Buzz equipped with a hypercharge. Just going to go for it. Okay, Mark repositioned and not going to be any more. Here comes Buzz in for one. Make it, no, not quite two. Shu is still alive. That's going to be the safe disintegrating. However, now down to 24. This Barry is such an issue.
I don't think they really had the right answer for it here. And this Buzz with a 2-man stun here. All right, Firework's going to be going out anyways because the base has already been destroyed. I got to say, this Buzz has been MVP for me for sure in that game #1. He just Spider-Man left, right, across the map. He was the defender designated. It allowed for the Charlie and the Barry here to really flourish on the attack. Momotaro were behind by the first layer of shielding, but he's just completely one-push Reject. I mean, in an era where one pushes are no longer a thing, they managed to do it.
Momotaro could make this a set 5 if they continue this success. They got Barry in position, and so often he was allowed to thrive. He's going to be running it down, even popping a gadget. Whoa, he got the kill on Battleman just a moment ago. But there's still a battle to be fought at the home front. Reject are gradually finding their way forward. Shu also with the last call out should be helping over there. Meanwhile, on the enemy side, it's going to be a 2-pronged approach. And Reject are behind by a tempo.
Oh my goodness, and the Charlie just cocoons up and just runs it down as well. Forget about defense, we've got offense. That's the best kind that you're looking for. Momotaro are gonna punch their way to a set #5. They first picked this Barry. It was completely ignored by Reject. There was no clear counter to it. The Barley just didn't make the cut. We see a smile come up from Nia Desu again. Can't believe that they're doing this. They might just send Reject to the lower bracket.
That's crazy right there. That's really, really crazy right there. That Momotaro can show up as, you know, being a top 8 team. We wouldn't quite call them top 4. They make it through the upper bracket yesterday. Now they're threatening to do the same today. That's insane. If they win this match, then they're guaranteed top 3 in Rival Challengers League. That is what is at stake here. Reject also find themselves in a sticky situation where they're going to have to face Na'Vi to see who stays in the competition. And that's only, of course, if Momotaro take this, okay? Otherwise, Momotaro is still in contention to take 4th place at the hands of Na'Vi in the lower bracket. We got one more. It's time for a Ring of Fire. And yesterday, Spoo, you said that this was the test of a team. You know, how much, I suppose, discipline they have on such a high-pressure map.
That is right. I mean, this map tests on a lot of places, but yeah, I mean, just really looking at the stats just real quick. I mean, the Barry's got 100,000 save damage. That's how you know that you messed up, right? And you got this this Buzz. I mean, he didn't really do too much save damage, but in that 5 kills, I promise you that all 5 of those were pretty much just across the map, you know, landing these stuns that you know, he really shouldn't be getting for free here. And he managed to do so. Melty is 0-2. I mean, it feels like a curse for him. Whenever he's on, you know, this type of brawler, doesn't seem to do so well. It's kind of reminding me of his performance on that Gus in that first game as well. Reject have got to be punching the air here, you know, wondering why this series isn't over yet, and just thinking to themselves, is it really gonna happen? Can we potentially lose to Momotaro? We even see the Barry Draco back come up from Reject. Oh wow, they're in their head.
No, like, we don't want to deal with it right now. Jae Young makes an appearance. He'll be able to pump out some damage as well as provide a speedy rollout for any members from Reject. And I think this is one that Momotaro can't draw from their strengths on. The Jae Young is so versatile that how do you respond to this directly? Crow came to mind for something to diminish the healing, but it's actually been double banned. Both Momotaro and Reject get rid of it. So how do you deal with the heal is the question of the day.
Well, I've got an answer for you. You don't.
Okay.
Jae Young is one of those few brawlers that you kind of don't really have a counter for. But there's no need to really counter it either. I mean, you could think of it as like you gap it in terms of the range as a counter, but even then, the whole point of these support brawlers is that, you know, sometimes there's a counter, sometimes there isn't. You want to counter the thing that they may, you know, support. So in this case, I'm looking at Momotaro thinking about anti-tank prevention already, you know, pick up the B maybe early on here. I don't mind Bonnie B23 if I'm honest here. I think as the mid selection could be pretty good. Yep, they're gonna go for Kaze instead. That's gonna be their backline diver here, and also to dissuade Reject from going for any kind of really squishy control brawlers here.
Okay. Should be able to sneak up a side lane too. Reject are going to have to keep that in mind as they're gearing up for the Kaze matchup. And here comes Finks and Lumi. All right. It's going to be even more mid control for them. And the Finks should, I think, be good against like a B. I think that might have been the mentality, because B can be so strong here. It's not banned out. There are no like real counters to it from Reject. So having a Finks will slow down the shots enough that it makes no impact.
I don't know. I just have a feeling that there is a last pick that I'm not thinking of, but there's definitely a last pick here that breaks this whole comp. Oh my goodness! Is this really the one? I think it might be. I can tell you the map. I'll tell you the map. I'll explain to you how this works. Effectively, the way Meepo plays on this map, you throw down the box hyper early inside the center. You send your Bonnie or whoever the brawler is up that mid. You basically close the gap there immediately. You just push Reject out there every time the box comes down. If you catch one a brawler inside, it's also immediately gonna be a kill. And not to mention, like this brawler, I mean, it's so auto-aimable. There, all these 3 brawlers on the side of Reject are susceptible to that. I had my eyebrows raised at the Lumi because I already felt that this was already a major weakness up against the Kaze and the Bonnie. And now you throw this Meeple inside the mix. Oh my word. I mean, this was a brilliant last pick there coming out from there. There's the box gonna be pushing out the entirety of Reject. Yep, then they just camp behind it, spin around for a moment, then pop the gadget, go aggressively even more, and they're just gonna repeat this strategy while they take position and push up.
It's going to be a real back and forth. Meeple's making some excellent plays. Now Kaze in for the back cap. And despite it being a trade, Momotaro come out on top. They got 2 members over here. Now Reject is speeding things in once more. And here comes a piercing shot. That's 1. That's 2 from Meeple. Man's making his record farmable inside of a competitive match. 40% already for Momotaro off of this ridiculously intelligent pick, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, Shu still has something to say about this. Hypercharge is going to be popped out there from the Bonnie. The long range jump actually connects onto Battleman. Didn't really dodge this out there. Kaze continues to duke it out here, but Melty, he's still trying to secure that mid control all by himself. Manages to push the Kaze back there, forcing him out there. Reject, they are still sending all 3 brawlers back inside the mid, but here comes the box. Shu's caught inside this. As soon as it's over, he should be going down, but Melty strikes back with the Hypercharge super, protects his teammate, and continues to allow Reject to stay in the mid.
Hypercharge now out from the Kaze in the Geisha form. It's going to bait out some of the ammo from the enemy side. And we'll see Reject now stuck in the box. That's free real estate for the Bonnie. That's one, no, not quite two, but a dodge of the stun from Lumi is good for Kaze. Momotaro are up to 90%, and my goodness, Smooth, they might actually do it. They've got game number one here, match point coming in, and I just can't believe what I'm watching.
This is some EMEA level last picking coming out from Momotaro here. I mean, Reject, this is a cruel reminder for them that this is a game, and after all, draft is absolutely so important. I mean, okay, in that game, there is still some counterplay from Reject. If you're looking at Melty in particular, that's definitely the way that they can survive this. Once again, though, same strategy going to be coming from Momotaro. Get the box online here. Yep, the parry from the Lumi is there. It pops his gadget at the right time to drive them back out, but there's the backline coming in there from the Kaze, and Shu's the first one pinched out. Long range jump is going to be coming in. It's a complete team wipe from Momotaro here. They have full control of the center.
And they're about to get a takedown on Shu as well. He is dodging out some of these homing shots for Meeple, but inevitably they are going to hit. Hypercharge for the Bonnie gets one. It's still just a trade, and now comes that slowing super from Shu. Yeah, those Meeple shots are not going to do too much inside the Fink super. It's temporary control resumed for Reject. Now Meeple will be able to fire through the wall. Not quite able to catch that corner versus Battleman. And now Reject, in a desperate attempt, repositioned to the left side. They got two members, and they're way overextended. They both fall, and Momotaro get a team wipe.
Reject far from home here, not inside the center, not really doing anything in particular. Battleman is trying to seize it back up. You got a fan storm, you got a box thrown in. They don't know what's going on. They can't see anything. They don't know the brawlers on Momotaro or what they're doing. It's a desperation play from Reject. They still managed to maintain the center for a bit, but they're just being gapped by the Bonnie. They should understand how this Bonnie works. I'm just really surprised that this is even happening. Hypercharge super there from the Kaze to cap it off, and Momotaro are gonna count up to 100.
Momotaro and the final few percent, and I just can't believe what I'm watching. Nyadesu on the Meeple. You're an animal, dude. That's it. Momotaro blasts through this upper bracket. They've made it to the upper bracket finals, and they've done it 3-2. What a story we have on our hands today. In the Rival Challengers League playoffs, this unlikely contender make it through the upper bracket in day number 2 in Group B, and now they've made it to the upper bracket finals here, sending Reject down to the pits, and they'll have to fight Na'Vi to claim a spot to compete for third place.
Would you believe it? That is insane. We're gonna be losing either Na'Vi or Reject in the lower bracket. And importantly, I gotta highlight something that's different for today's tournament, guys. We heard you. There is a bracket reset in the grand finals. So that means Reject have just lost their first life in this tournament. When they get to that final, whoever they're going to play up against later on, even if they make it all the way, is going to have quite a big of an advantage. But I just want to look at this amazing set scores that we're looking across here. Dare I say, when Momotaro drafted and they won, they were really cooked Reject in the draft.
Jeez. What a story today. The Meeple last selection was so intelligent, and Reject did not have anything for it. They didn't have the aggression to deal with the control that Meeple has to offer. That's the hazard of attempting to play control in modern Brawl Stars, right? Is that the meta has been tanks, it has been aggression, it has been running at your enemy for so long that the stuff that is good in the control sphere gets forgotten. I think people look back at control with rose-tinted glasses and be like, if we just played control here, we would be able to win, without awareness of how to actually play that control, about how to draft for the control. And I think that's what you're seeing right here.
As soon as I saw the Lumi come out of the Sphinx, it was so weird. You already saw Bonnie Kaze, and honestly, the meatball was the sharpest way to make that comp just really come together, and like it's like instantly once you see it, you're like, oh my god, Momotaro, they're gonna crush. But like even before that, the Bonnie alone was getting so much value because look at the reject comp. There's literally no range on this comp. I don't get it. I mean, they were covering bases that don't exist. They're basically safeguarding, like a Lumi and a Finks is to safeguard specifically against tanks, and you're talking about tanks that are relatively immobile, so definitely not something like a Kaze. So I gotta feel that, I mean, I don't know, this is really the worst draft I've ever seen from Reject.
Oh no. Yeah, it's not what you want to be hearing. Ooh, that's rough. Well, with that in mind, Reject still have another chance. Oh, did I make a little mistake here? I think I may have, because Momotaro did certainly make it to the next stage. Let me correct that real quick, and I think, you know, we should have this correct. Momotaro did very much actually make it through this upper bracket. They are in the upper bracket finals now, so just have that one in mind. That puts them in the upper bracket finals. It means that Navi and Reject are about to play each other.
Chat is shouting rigged. Chat is not pleased with that. They're like, what? Give Momotaro the win, rigged. Oh no. Well, no, guys, look.
I have no idea. I have no idea why it's not working for me. Oh, folks, I made a little production oopsie. That is what happened. We'll get that corrected for you in just a second.
Yeah, I mean, in case y'all don't know how this works, I mean, I am actually generating every possible way that the bracket goes in advance, and then, you know, I send it over to Ready, and then I usually delete the one that didn't happen, but because we go to 2-2, you know, both possibilities can happen, then, yeah, that's how it ends up. But either way, Reject and Navi now are fighting for tournament life. I don't know how I feel about this. This is monthly finals, guys. I mean, I feel like the stakes are equally as high, and we're gonna be headed into Shooting Star as the map. Wait, did I mess up?
Shooting Star. It is very much Shooting Star. So that is what we will be playing. A Bell first selection is kind of curious.
Ready, I messed up.
What did you do?
It's not in the map pool.
Shooting Star is not in the map pool?
It's not. It's layer cake.
I think. Okay. I think they will be fine. Shooting Star is in the comp map pool, or it's in the ranked map pool. Every single person in this lobby has pro rank. I think they will be okay.
All right. Just note, guys, this is on me, but it is still a competitive map, so we are still gonna be seeing it. And honestly speaking, I think when the LCQ map pool is eventually released, this map is gonna be coming back, because we can't have LCQ without Shooting Star. So just take it as early preparation, guys. It's me predicting the map pool in advance. I own the mistake, and we're gonna be looking at this one instead. I mean, if the players flag it out, then yes, we'll award them the reset. But in this case, I think, yeah, they're perfectly fine to play this.
Okay, well, they seem relatively comfortable on it so far. Let's at least talk about the draft here. We see Navi, they first select this Bell, which is just a little funny to me, but they're playing this really, really safe. Navi like to stick close to their consistent brawlers. You'll also notice that despite having first pick, they decided to ban out Angelo. And once more, I'm just a little curious why. This is going to be a Byron composition for the guys. They're going to be forcing Carl into position. He'll be getting that blue star right off the beginning of the game, and then they'll be keeping him alive with Byron. So they'll be sinking backwards. Reject, how do they plan on getting aggressive in? Keep in mind that they don't really have another option besides this. They have to get aggressive. And, well, it's going to be into the Bell, so this is going to be a tough one for them. Picking a tank here would really, really hurt, and I don't think it's in the cards for them. Nanny, okay. Haven't seen this one in a bit, but if you want to play a long range, go for it. I just don't see how this comes together to make something consistent, because Jaeyoung doesn't really have anything that he's assisting here.
I guess it's just it's the same vein of how sometimes you just pick Max by itself, and
Fair.
Jaeyoung has effectively replaced Max entirely. It's also just to get a slightly earlier tempo to prevent Kuru from getting this. I mean, this guy's gonna be a choppy,
Yeah.
but prevent the Carl effective from getting the blue star immediately. You can get that quick punish with that speed boost from the Jaeyoung. So this is once again, we're back to El Clasico. I mean, we've seen Shooting Star 100 times. We know how the math works. The choppy's gonna desperately try and get this star and get out. Okay, the shots are good. Kuru did top him up with heals as well to get him out. So that's gonna be the first star. Tempo lead is for Na'Vi. It's gonna be Reject to have to push into them.
Super smart here from Na'Vi. They knew that Jaeyoung was going to be an issue, so they just gave a Choppy the support that he needed. Now they find themselves on defense, though, and this is a different equation. How long can Na'Vi hold on? They're missing range with the Choppy on the left side. Really, for him, it was just all about getting in, getting that blue star, and living to tell the tale, keeping the blue star for his team. On the right side, Battleman is threatening to trip that nest egg. It's a good thing that he abandoned ship when he did, but Ryohei is still keeping this one in mind. That's going to be slow. A Choppy goes in, gets the kill, but is nuked in response. Reject off of 1 kill, now have the advantage. They've got 2 kills. That puts them 2 stars in advance and in possession of the tie-breaking blue star.
Now we are gonna have to target Baroman, or in this case it's gonna be the Nanny on that left side. Try to get back the blue star ideally, but either of the side lanes will do the trick here. We see Crew eating up the cookie popper there from Baroman. It's a pretty decent tactical idea here, but he is being seeked out by a heat-seeking missile in the back. It's gonna be the Nanny there. Now she's trying to run down a Choppy. He is forced to even pop the tailspin there just to get out, but Melty is on the hunt. Wanted to go for the full clip there. Pretty greedy from him, honestly, but this man is just on fire at the moment, just landing so many good shots.
Hypercharged and anti-super in, looking for the one-shot on Crew. Nope, not gonna get it. Ryohei, that's fine. 4-star advantage. Whoa, make it 6 for Reject. 10 seconds to go. And how do Na'Vi realistically bring this back? You got Ryohei with a homing mark in. Battleman needs a couple more shots to be taken down. Shu claims a kill. A Choppy is a bygone memory. And Reject snag game number 1.
Oh boy, I mean, I might have helped Reject here a little bit, because this is most certainly Reject's favorite map, right? I mean, you got a team with 3 players that are literally crowned to be the most passive picking brawlers on the map, but the way that they play passive brawlers is basically on an entirely different level. I think they're probably one of the best teams in the whole world when it comes to this kind of a play style, and they really understand exactly just how to, work with range brawlers and synergize as a team to get the job done. You see Baroman now taking such an early aggressive position here on their right side off the backs of just so much tempo control gotten from them. They're pushing Na'Vi all the way back into the base. It's starting to look like that interaction from game number 1 all over again.
Reject just need this first kill. It's history repeating itself. Na'Vi have a foolproof strategy to get the blue star and keep it safe. It's keeping it safe that's the hard part. We'll see these shots glancing off of Shu as if Ryohei didn't even fire them over there to begin with. A Choppy gets caught up. Ryohei is trying to pick up the pieces while he's got one. Oh, he's picked up a second one. Battleman won't be taken down, but he is dropped pretty low on the HP front. Now, Nanny Super looking for the one-shot. Ryohei does walk into it to get the damage off early. Otherwise, Kuru would have been one-shottable by that super from Nanny. So far, Reject looking pretty solid on this offense. They're only behind by 1 star. That's going to be a slow. No kill there onto the Nanny. The assistance from Jaeyoung keeps him alive.
Both teams have healers and the speed, utility, all kinds of ways to control the map. It's a bit of a minefield here on that left side, but Reject, they're navigating it well. Battleman's even starting to aggress really deep in the position. He's got this Hypercharge active, gonna be making a run for it up against a Choppy. Pops the Hypercharge, but didn't really get a connection onto anyone. It's now back to square one for him, and it's Real here with the Hypercharge super. Not gonna even bother to use it here. Now he pops the Hypercharge just for the stat boost, runs down Shu, gets that kill. We see a Hypercharge super come out there from the Nanny. Can't even find the connection onto anyone. A Choppy's even just gonna flying hook into it just for funsies. Tanks it for his team there. I mean, it was a smart play from him. Knew that he wouldn't die there. Even at maximum damage, the Nani Super doesn't do enough to take down a Carl.
If I'm a Meshi, I'm like pretty annoyed right now because quite reliably, Navi has been tanking these peeps, which are being piloted around in circles to gain additional value with autofocus. You know, you're going to get more damage with the Nanny Super the longer it is on the field. And the Hypercharged one was able to one-shot a couple brawlers on Navi, but a Choppy has tanked it several times. I think we watched Ryohi walk into one as well. Smart stuff from Navi so far. They've gotten this one-star advantage as well. Last time they actually lost it, and they just barely got it back with the clutch push-up from Ryohi, I believe it was. This time, of course, they're hoping to not lose a member along the way.
Well, we're down to about 1 minute 15 seconds in this game. She's going to be going really aggressive there onto Kuru there. Wanted to get a little bit more damage in to allow Melty to clean up here, but instead, Kuru's still going to be staying alive here. They should be able to get this pinch there onto Rio here. Melty gets the max damage shot there, but they're not backing off just yet. Shu wants to get a little bit more damage before eventually backing off. He's going to eat a mark there, though. That's really not very nice of him. Rio is barely going to be dodging out that super death from Melty. But it is still 1 star behind. Na'Vi need to play catch-up.
How are they going to do this? Well, they do have a Choppy with a flying hook. They have Kuru with the heals. And that's about it, really. Beyond that, they're just relying on sharpshooter tactics. And Ryohi is capable of that. But he's not going to be assisted by anyone staying in close range. Here's a lane swap from Na'Vi as well. Placing a Choppy on the left side. He has a super, and he has a flying hook. But what does he know about Memeshi's super? Is he close to it? Yes, he has it now. That's going to be the stopping power that's necessary. Choppy is probably going to try and bait that out of Nanny, who's safe and sound in this corner. Just a few seconds to go. Ryohi needs to get some heals onto a Choppy. Choppy's going for the play. That's 1 kill. Now getting... Whoa! That's precisely the value that they needed. Blasted away by the Nanny and got the pickaxe swing to finish him off.
Lord Achoppy has returned. How have we doubted? He silences the haters. He tells these youngins on Reject, guys, you know who I am. I am the former 2-time world champion after all, and this map is a classic. It is one that I will dominate in if you give me the opportunity. It was still a 2-1 set. It was really, really close between the two teams. I hope they don't realize that it was actually a mismap from me, and then we'll continue from here. But nonetheless, though, it's going to be 1 set up for Na'Vi looking at these stats. Huge props there to, as always, it's just always the playmakers of both teams, right? I mean, Melty did so much in that game, and he was duking out against the hardest player in the form of Ryohei there, and Melty gapped him really hard, 4-1. It was just really unfortunate that kills are not all that's really important inside Bounty. Yes, Reject have technically more stars across the board, but it's in the way it's distributed at the end of the game that determines who wins.
Such a fun game of Brawl Stars to watch between these two. You see a pretty inventive strategy from Navi. Just when you think you've seen it all, just when you think you know how it's going to play out, some inventive stuff comes out. Navi go, okay, we're going to get the blue star, but we're going to like do it in a different way. We'll heal up Carl so he stays alive. Reject think to themselves, well, it's fine. You know, we'll kill the Carl. Nope, Byron keeps him alive, and Navi just have the mechanics to make it happen. Look at all these brawlers, and not one of them came out within the last 3 years, okay? This is Navi playing to their strengths. These are sort of the old guard of East Asia, Achoppy, Kuru, like being at the top of the game specifically 3 years ago. So it should be no surprise that they execute on these specific brawlers.
I mean, if you really think about it, I mean, technically I could help Na'Vi win right now. I mean, I'm just going to change all the maps to be the old school maps, and then Na'Vi should be able to win. Nah, it's
Siege
not so
coming
simple.
up.
I mean, there's only so many maps that you can get away with picking such old school brawlers. This is not one of those maps, right?
No.
Like Crystal Arcade is very, very modern, and look at the bans. Reject, they respect Ryohei that much that they're just send it, just ban out the Kenji. Like, it's so rare to see a Kenji ban at this juncture. Usually you dedicate like a lot more bans to other things here, and so to take it out. But whoa, what is that dog? We got a dog in here.
Yeah, who let the dogs out? So what I believe the math is here. Well, okay, this is not going to take any serious brain power, but I'm going to explain to anyone who's not familiar with the concept, because he's not really that common. The dog is here to give a hypercharge to someone. That is his primary function. Give someone their hypercharge for free. Bonnie would be an excellent one to give the hypercharge to. I feel like that's an opening in the draft that Navi could go for. Reject are being mindful of this. They also don't want to face a Tara. I feel like the bases were already covered by the Sandy selection here. Sandy should also be pretty decent into roughs here. You can see that he has the sandbags, and Sandy's going to fire right through them, so might even actually be worth going for the airstrike gadget, or whatever it's called. A meteor shower, something like that from Kuru. One more selection for Reject to top this off, keep themselves safeguarded against this last selection from Navi. I feel like Janet's already safe enough, just need a strong lane, and there you go. They actually wanted the Tara for themselves.
Well, we've already seen one edition of this Tara happen in the Rival versus was it Rival versus Reject Navi earlier?
Yes,
yeah, it
did
didn't
the
really
Tara
work out
win?
for them.
Yeah.
It didn't work out. I mean, it was this exact same configuration where you had a Crow up against a Tara. It was a Tara plus a Grey in that scenario. I mean, I think Janet helps out a little bit more here, but the Dogger is designed to deal with this. I mean, aside from the ability to grant hypercharges now, I mean, the old school method of the reason why you picked this Rust was to tear open the whole map. And Crystal Arcade is a map where you see those pockets on the left and right side. It's so easy. It's one of the only brawlers in the game that can self pinch, if you know what I mean. To drive out, you have to drive out brawlers. And now they pick another brawler that can self pinch. Navi are flipping the script. This looks like a Reject comp on the side of Navi. And Reject, they seem to have picked up like a Rival Esports comp.
You know what, though? You are so correct. The out-of-context squeak, or whether we can rightfully call it that, is so characteristically Rival. It feels a little wrong, but Navi planned to win this one, no doubt. We're looking to how exactly the squeak is going to operate. So far, it's really, really good into that Tara. No issues with shades. Keep it back. Tara just doesn't have a good matchup in it. Can't wall peek at all versus a squeak. Whoa, and that, okay. Slow onto the shade. Tara gets tapped up anyway. I'm actually surprised she's not dead right now at the hands of Ryohi.
Yeah, Ryohi's just dominating here on that right side, but Kuru in the mid, though, is eating a fair bit up against Melty. They're already down by 3 entire stars, and the Chappie is nowhere close to the super. This is the weakness there of that Ruffs in this matchup. I mean, yes, you can self-pinch, but it still takes a fair bit of time, especially up against the move speed of Battleman. It's going to be difficult for them to take that lane. So the both teams have basically traded their side lanes here effectively. I mean, they're both being dominated on the left and right side. Shu's finally going to be going down here. We see Battleman making the rotations here, and I think it's the kind of a mistake that made by Reject. I mean, now they're gonna be yielding full map control out here. Achapi takes up this left bush, gives the buff there over to Kuru, and all of a sudden, I have no clue how Reject are gonna push back.
They've had enough of throwing Shu at the squeak. He's saying in team comms, I can literally do nothing. Please, someone else take this damn squeak on the right side. And so, yes, they give him that liberty, but now left side's broken open. Sorry, Shu, man. There's like no place on the map for you whatsoever. Nowhere they can call home. That's going to be a little treat. Head over to Achapi on the right side. Battleman attempted to take down Kuru, and Mameshi's just going to go for it. Get whatever he can. Didn't have a visual on Kuru. That's the last gem that Navi need. 10 seconds to go. Reject will start pressing in, but the gem carrier is down. Janet falls. Now the hypercharge is out. It'll head over to Ryohi, but it wasn't even really necessary. This one heads to Navi. What a dominating game for Squeak.
All right, we did some counters here yesterday about the number of kills Kenji has against Kazi. I'm going to put a counter up for the amount of kills the Squeak has on Tara.
Okay.
We're going to start counting now. And we're also going to count the amount of gravities that we're going to see the whole set. At the moment, it's 0. He didn't get a single one. That's how, like, disciplined Navi were spacing him.
Jeez. Well, okay, welcome back to Crystal Arcade, aka the slow and extended torture of Shu at the hands of both lanes. You see, Choppy gets pieced up by extraterrestrial material, and Ryoki on the right side is in a matchup that he's actually perfectly fine with. There's just nowhere for Tara to call home.
at the very least, Battleman did trade out against Ryohei on the right. He has positional control there. Ryohei is gonna be taking back control here. Achapi manages to seize back control against Shu. I mean, I'm not surprised. I make it sound like, wow, he actually got back control. But guess what? That's part of the script. It's really just Battleman that has to carry this team on his entire back, get the Sandstorm online, and hopefully break Shu out of this purgatory that he's in. There's the Sandstorm coming out. That's gonna be the one allowing Shu to aggress forward. But Na'Vi, they're prepared for this. Kuru already jumped out. Scouted Shu. Yeah, good luck trying to get a super Shu. Good luck trying to do anything this game.
It's just not going to happen. He even face tanked an asteroid because it's literally that hopeless. It just feels so over for him. No super, no nothing so far. And Achapi's farming. He's absolutely feasting on these abilities. Break open another wall and one more to erase any last stronghold. I would be popping the angry pin too, man. I would be doing it too. It's so hopeless for Tara. I'm not even focusing on anything else that's happening on the field.
He's dead again. Oh my god. I mean, at this point, can we just pretty much just call it here? I mean, Na'Vi, they're gonna run away with this set. There's really little. There's little to nothing. Yeah, Shu's not even trying. He's just walking in a straight line. Battleman's gonna stop and say, like, guys, what are we picking? What are we drafting? We are drafting so badly. This is like, ever since the Momotaro draft, we've just been picking absolute dog water. We're losing to dog and his water, if you think about it. Oh my word. I mean, I can't wait to see the stats. All right. I didn't keep count on the number of deaths that are from Shu. So before you bring it out, guys, type in the chat how many times you think that this Tara died. I mean, we all know that his kills is a fat 0. The question is, did he die 9 times or 12?
Yeah, well, okay. You know what, though? I'm actually surprised. He did get a single kill, but the rest of this is downright pitiful from Reject. He's going to need a mental coach after this one. I think someone in North America is looking for work at the moment, so maybe we need to give them the call at the moment. That was downright just terrible from Reject. Once the matchups were evident, there was just nowhere for Tara to go. Every single time that we have seen Tara play on this map, it has fallen short. Even under what seemed to be the best of conditions, Reject say, okay, I have an idea. We are going to pick every Tara counter. We are going to ban the rest of them. Then we're going to get the Tara, and what happens? She still falls completely flat because in order to deal with Tara, you just have to deal with the terrain that she requires to thrive. That was pretty much trivial for Navi. Squeak navigated the lane much more easily, and Achapi did the same on the left side.
Once again, the old god Achapi, 2-time world champion. Fun fact, y'alls. Achapi, the year he won Worlds was the year that Ruffs was released and he was meta. So we can continue to you know, play off the fact that, yeah, you know, he's indeed. And what am I looking at? Hold up. How did this happen?
Spiggly woo. What's going on, man? What is Reject banning?
I think they have realized as well that this is, so the thing about it is
that something is
not in
awry
competitive
here.
map. Yeah, we're gonna reset this map.
Okay.
Yeah, so this one I'll get rid of because this one is not part of any map pool.
Gotcha.
Folks, I messed up. I'll take responsibility for this. Reject, I'm sorry.
Navi is still drafting seriously, by the way. They've just first picked the Lumi.
Yeah, they're I mean, I expect that if I'm Melty, I'm looking at it and be like, oh, stupid admin, what is this map? Like, why are we playing this?
Why is center stage here? It's not even in the comp map pool.
All right, let me just
folks,
get that sorted out.
I'm gonna be talking with y'all for a bit while things get resolved. I think Reject is actually like drafting some respectable stuff here. I don't know why they only like banned the first 3 brawlers in the ban phase. We're gonna get some comms going there. That's gonna be Spoo's responsibility. I'm gonna chat with you during this process while we figure everything out, because it's Spoo's job to do the admin work and it's my job to fill in whenever anything else happens. I'm about to pull up chat and see what you guys are saying. I hope you're enjoying the show today. And I hope you're also enjoying the infrequency of these issues as they come up. It's been an exciting day so far, folks. Okay, I'm now watching my own stream, and now I'm reading my own chat. Hello, everyone. I have not read your chat like the entire duration of Rival Challengers League, so hello for like the first time in probably a few months, chat. Hello, that's right, that's me, Mr. Production. Hello, Sir Jake. What year is NA winning Worlds? I hope it's 2025, but I'm not thinking so. Yappin', that's what we're here to do as we figure things out on the back end. Okay, what's going on, Spoo?
I hit the 1 in 3 again.
Oh, gotcha. Spoo is attempting to reset the map until it's like the correct one. It's just a limitation of Matcherino. So that is what's happening right now. Why Zeta and CR not here? So Zeta like decided not to play in this for the entire season. Oh, we got it. Okay, cool. Well, we'll get into draft momentarily, folks. But we still get a little bit more time here. CR, they didn't qualify for the playoffs, actually. Ready in Spoo Show is back. That's right. It is time for the podcast. Yeah. Hello, Sussy BS. My name is not Reddington, but I guess you could call me that if you like. It's not like I can really stop you. Unless I banned you. And I've been known to be a little trigger happy on the ban hammer. It's how I keep you guys in line. And more reliable than... Oh, goodness. We're just throwing shade at the balance change team. All right. I don't know if that's like throwing some major shade at the balance change team, because the production is like 95% reliable, I will say. Sometimes things just happen on the back end that are challenging to deal with.
Okay, we've got proper bans. Okay, yeah, Reject are back. They're not banning rubbish anymore. But that was the most subtle, non-verbal communication that I got from players. By the way, guys, we're all in the Discord, and theoretically, they could just DM me and just say, "Hey, is this part of the map pool?" You know, like that's what normal people do. What do Reject do? They just ban Shelly, Colt, and it's just like, admin, this is on you. Like this is our way of saying we're not gonna play this rubbish. We're gonna, you know, like Shooting Star. They were cool because that's at least still part of the competitive map pool, but this is a fringe map. It wasn't competitive like years ago at some point, but yeah, I personally don't deem this map. Yeah, this is where I draw the line basically. So apologies guys for the delay. It's been resolved, and during the break later I will sort it out.
Okay, cool. Well, give us a moment also, because we got to reset some other things, because it does cause some strange things that happen when we have to reset an entire match. So pardon us as we work through the errors and get you back into the draft pretty soon here, as soon as we possibly can. I think we should be in draft momentarily for, well, honestly, what could be the final set between these two. And here we go.
Okay, so we're headed to Dribble, and just looking at the cat, I think Reject have something in mind here, and I don't think they're intending to lose 0-3 to Na'Vi. But Na'Vi, though, they've selected out some pretty decent kit counters here already in the form of this Crow and the Draco. I think both of them have some decent qualities up against the Kit. But Reject, though, they've picked up this Bull, and we saw Kit Bull kind of work in pit stop earlier today, piloted by the hands of Rival Esports. I'm sure in the pockets of Reject they could do just as good here, but Na'Vi still have a final selection here that hasn't been shown here. Willow is unfortunately banned out, so they're not gonna have that easy thrower selection to go into, and to be honest, like, Reject banned out the rest of the throwers as well, so Na'Vi, they're gonna opt to go for this Nita selection instead. And this is starting to look like a sneaky fields comp. It's a little bit like a pit stop comp as well. I mean, it's just basically just pure anti-kit, but even in anti-kit, I mean, we saw this not work in pit stop. I don't know if it will work here. Once the kit gets hypercharged online, it can single-handedly win you a monthly final. I've said this time and time again, and I think it can ring through here as well. This Charlie has decent matchups as well up against this Draco plus the Nita. So there's a lot of goal scoring potential on the side of Reject. Na'Vi are the ones that have to play for a theoretical team wipe here. And so going into this game very shortly between these two teams here, Barama takes an early aggressive position here on that left side. Achapi is wall peeking really, really well, though so is Ryohi. They've already gotten one kill here. Achapi is considering a walk-in up against Shu here, but realizing they doesn't really have enough health here. Barama's going to be jumping onto his teammate, keeps Shu kind of healed up for the time being, but the entire team is being pushed back. It's just a Charlie left against the world. Na'Vi aren't even risking it. They're going to allow Achapi to even farm up his hypercharge here before getting that goal.
So far, so good for Na'Vi. They've gotten goal number 1. They've got the hypercharge. Need to bear down. It's going to be coming around the right side. Battleman now with a little jump forward, hypercharge style, but he's going to get caught up by this bear. Chapi's firing away any damage he can, and Shu even goes for a little drill to the backside. Additional damage to get his next super as they equalize the score.
A quick one there. Battleman gonna be jumping across there onto Achapi. He's the target, but didn't have to follow up from his team. Shu didn't have to charge at the ready, so it's going to be a jump in from them. Ryohi has even got the hypercharge, but punished by Shu's stun. Just immediately deleted there. Didn't even get a chance to pop the last stand. They are still cornered inside, and it's a difficult position to break out of, but they still have the ball control. With Melty respawning, they're gonna be sending Na'Vi backwards here.
Okay. Now, what do Reject do here? Well, they've combined Kit and Bull together. This might be the move that they have to go for. Yarn Ball's flying for it now. Hypercharge out. Ryohi is the first to fall. Another super for it. It could be for Shu, but he decides against it. Just waiting for the opportune moment. Battleman's now going to detach, and Shu has the combo if he needs it. Could be a hypercharge super from Charlie to stop things. Shu falls on the right side. This has got to be it. Achapi on low HP. That's going to be a pass received by Battleman. No, Achapi survives. Little pass forward, and it's taken by Ryohi. Near goal there for Reject, to be completely honest.
Oh my goodness, could have been the one that if they just waited on the stun from Barama just a little bit longer, would have been an easy pass through to him, but instead they risked it for the kill. And now with one kill onto Shu going down, Barama jumps onto Ryohi. He's just trying to buy time here. Hypercharge there, stuns out to 2. They managed to do the impossible, saves this game for the time being, but is it too late here? Ryohi's trying to burn him down there, pops the last stand. Achapi with his bear still at large. He's got a hypercharge bear to follow up with it. In this overtime, the Crow is undeniably still the most powerful brawler on the map. Na'Vi are looking real advantageous.
They've got one hypercharge out and another one on the way as soon as Ryohi gets that super. Hyper from Charlie. That's going to be Draco stuck in the cocoon. Ryohi's trying to stay alive, has to pop the hypercharge to do so, and Battleman gets a swift takedown. It's a 2v2 for now. Kuru is just holding the line. 20 seconds to go. Achapi can force things forward with his bear when he places it down. He's just waiting for the perfect moment. Kuru's going to have to be the entry fragger here, just like throw caution to the wind. Hypercharge super and clear the way for Ryohi to move it in. Gonna go for it. Stun from Kid buys a little bit of time. Achapi is looking for the angle. Interception. 1, 2. Ryohi can't get there in time, and it's a tie game.
The first one that we've seen in all of the playoffs. But guys, this game could have easily gone either way. It was a cinematic finish over there. Kind of a bit of a cliffhanger, and that's going to buy us another 3 games to watch here, but both teams have started to figure out a little bit of the inner workings of how their comp works better. Lane assignments, for example, now are a little bit more set in stone. We've got the ball here on Ryohi. He's going to be looking for that first super to start to run him down, but at the moment you're seeing just Shu and Ryohi just spacing each other so well. Now finally Shu going to start to commit there onto Ryohi. Managed to get into that nice spacing distance. He's going to be jumping onto from Battleman on top of him, but Shu is deleted by the entirety of the team there. Battleman goes down as well. They can't even bring down Ryohi. It was a terrible trade there for Na'Vi. For Reject.
Oh man, Na'Vi moving in once again. They got that dragon ready. And Ryohi is looking for a target. Reject going, yeah, actually not really interested in getting in a line of sight with you. We're just going to wait for you to run out. And so it does. They've got a combination of their own. Here comes the charge forward. Shu, Battleman, forces combined, claim 1 kill, and Ryohi's hanging on by a thread. One little shot is all it's going to take. The Cocoon also is going to keep one out of the mix. Could be a pass received for Battleman. Nope, Shu says, I'm going to move forward. Battleman, you get your super, you get your hypercharge for the next push. And they're going to need it, because Na'Vi have 2 hypercharges.
Opting to use the super there from Ryohi, still saving the hypercharge at the moment. No real sidelines from him. Battleman there pops his hypercharge onto Ryohi, and with Shu's charge, they get 1 quick elimination. Now Battleman finds a second one onto a Chappie, but with the bear holding the fort in the backlines, can't really find the support. Battleman still finds the solo kill by himself. Kuru there still playing 1 versus 3 against the entire world. Almost got 2 kills there. Now gonna corner the ball. Reject managed to hold on to this position.
Na'Vi have 2 hypercharges. It's looking a little dangerous for Reject, who are backed up into their own spawn. At least they have the Charlie super. That's going to be 1 stuck in it on the right side. Gets a little assistance from Bruce the Bear to crack that Cocoon open. Ryohi's looking for the walk-in. Battleman tries to intercept, but this one's inevitably going to the hands of a Chappie, who slots it in and makes it 1-1.
Oh man, I mean, it's gonna really come down to the CC from the side of Reject. Battleman and Shudo don't really have that stun available at the moment. There we go. There's the hypercharge stun there from Battleman. Cocooned up in the back. I do believe it's Kuru. The Crow jumped in all the way in the back. Let's just get cocooned up. Shu finds the walk-in. Touchdown for Reject. They're gonna be taking game number 1.
At last, Reject have something real to show us here, because Na'Vi have won 2 sets in a row, and Reject, they've been pretty quiet on their front. Like, they've gotten a single game win in, I believe. No, actually, they haven't. It's been a clean sweep all the way through for Na'Vi so far, and Reject are finally giving us something.
This is not expected from Reject as well. They are, after all, the #1 seeded team in this entire tournament. Without Zeta Division around, they are the GOAT that, in theory, they are the strongest team. But instead here, Na'Vi are pushing them to the absolute limit here in this lower bracket. Both teams fighting for elimination. But now Shu comes in with the charge, plus Battleman instantly bursts down this Draco. It's a great defensive effort, but Na'Vi are going to maintain the spawn trap, at least for the time being. A Chappie there around these walls is just such a menace to play around. Without Battleman getting that super online, it's going to be really hard to take him down. Yeah, they're going to throw Shu at him to get the trade here, but Ryohi now is staying up. It's still a 2 versus 2, and the ball cannot really advance.
Battleman needs to get some value on this Cocoon player on the right side. That's going to be stunned onto Ryohi, and Mameshi helps break him free. Na'Vi now attempt to push around the left side. They got Bruce the Bear, they got Kuru the Crow, and now they, well, just need Melty the Dragon Rider, as he's taken a bit of time to move up here. Finally in position, we'll get the takedown on Shu. Battleman's up next, and Ryohi's going on an absolute rampage. Get that hypercharge out and played it to complete precision. Excellent play from Ryohi.
The purple button came in handy there for him. I'm glad he found it. Shu finds his purple button this time done. So does a Chappie, and Kuru fires it off there. Battleman fires off 1 inside the back, gets another, stuns up 2. It's a double kill there for Battleman. Shu with the self pass forward now, and the Cocoon to open up the red carpet for that ball to roll in. Reject equalized this game 1-1.
It's a close one for sure. Na'Vi have the method, however. They just have to get a hypercharge for Ryohi once again. With things so open on the right side, it's exactly the avenue that they want to send him down when he has the hyper super. Just has to get it first. He's got to be pretty close. Has the super now. Pops the gadget to stay alive, but it doesn't really make that much of an impact. Achapi's also attempting to pinch from the top side. It's a cycled super for Bull, and make that one more. Hypercharge this time. The clock is ticking down. Kuru knows that it's time to move. Ryohi with an interception, and the hypercharge ready for Charlie. Easy slot in on the back right. And Reject, from the brink of defeat, do find themselves back in a winning position, possibly set number 4. They've just kept their hopes alive.
Oh man, I mean, I'm just imagining how stressed Melty is right now. I mean, this is elimination that they're facing. They could have potentially been clean swept here, but now at least they bought themselves some breathing room here. They're gonna be going to set number 4 here. It's gonna be on pit stop, but in that game, yeah, I mean, I feel that Na'Vi kind of gave them an out there. I mean, once again, it's a team that is overestimating their capability to deal with this kit. We saw how strong this kit was, especially in synergy with the bull, and just bear in mind this is against 3 brawlers that in theory don't even do that bad against kit. So this is just really just how strong the brawler is in its current state.
Reject, they were so close actually to going to match point there versus Na'Vi. In that tie, Na'Vi nearly scored that, yet Ryohei literally at the goal line with 1 second to go. It was too close for comfort for Reject, but it's about time that they got bailed out just a little bit. Look at the stats over here, and you will see there's a really rough game for Melty. You mentioned the stress for him. I think we can see it in the stats.
Yeah, he's 3-9, but he's the utility player on the team. I mean, he's forced to play this lousy Charlie brawler. I mean, it's the East Asia special, and it's kind of the Reject special at this point when they don't really know what to pick. But jumping into this pit stop draft here, we are seeing mirrored bans, and it's never a good sign when that happens. Double Miko ban coming out on both sides. Kid is banned out by the side of Reject. They respect it enough to not allow Na'Vi to do it as a first pick. They know what Rival did with it earlier, and it was just way too strong.
Now the 2-3 from Reject. Into Kaze, what do you go for? I don't think it's too out there to suggest that some stuns could be in order versus her. She has supreme mobility, so a dedicated defense also would be pretty respectable. Acknowledge the double Miko ban across the way. By the way, no one really wants to go for it. No one wants to risk having to face a Miko just because someone banned RT and now they don't really have a counter for it. Lumi makes an appearance on the side of Reject. It's going to be control-based versus Kaze, who I think is often played as a response to Lumi, is certainly a risk. However, Lumi is not something I want to give over to Na'Vi, I think. Buzz now making an appearance also for Reject. This is what I was thinking of in the stun department. Also in the mobility sphere, it's quite amazing for getting to the enemy side. You got a hypercharge, it's a free highway to the enemy side, and a shield cracked open.
It is also the shoe special. I mean, the way that Reject rose to prominence last year as the former Rival Esports was really off the backs of his Buzz gameplay. And even though there's no real, calls or something to go up against, I think, as you mentioned, the stuns against Kaze is one of the best things that he can use. But I'm still concerned about this Lumi selection. Every time I see it and I see that it's into a bad pick, I mean, Kaze completely destroys this Lumi, and I still don't get why Reject opened up this weakness into it. We see Na'Vi now, they're going to go for this berry plus the bull combo, and if this berry is allowed across the map, it could spell the beginning of the end. I feel like Reject, they're in a really bad spot. They have to choose to counter one or the other brawler. I don't think there's a single pick in the game that can really pull this whole draft together. It's gonna be a tough one.
It's gonna take some mental gymnastics from Reject to find the solution to this. Oh man. All right, you know what? I'm here for it. I still think there's like pretty serious potential for it to get pieced up by the Kaze critical hit style. Though with 2 different brawlers that can jump into that berry, now I'm starting to see it. Because, well, I say jump, the Buzz is gonna grapple, he's got a torpedo to use, and it's still possible for Kuru to pop the gadget at the pristine time to eliminate this. You can also see that Edgar decided to switch up his gadget over there. He's going to be going for the one that restores his supercharge rather than the one that gives him a temporary shield, because it's just vital. You need to have this Edgar super online. He's going to be here for rapid safe damage as well. What Battleman's role is going to be entirely, I'm still a bit mystified, because he's not going to be strong as a dedicated healer. We'll see Shu now going for the super in and totally blown away by Ryohei. That's a kill for a Choppy as well. And now Kuru is in, not just for the heals, but for the damage too. but you will notice it's actually quite even. If Reject can just get one defense here, then they should be able to eke their way ahead, which they do, though no shield has been baited out. That final shield for Navi Safe is still here. Battleman with some pretty serious damage to get the last shield out. Same for Reject. Need a solid defense versus Ryohi. They've got it by a breadth of 6%. It is possible. Just one more shot is all that needs to reach this Navi save. And Edgar is going to go for it. Mameshi on this Edgar needs a super. He's got it. He's in. And by a breadth of 1%, that's just ridiculous.
What? I can't believe that the Edgar actually worked as the savior of the draft here for Reject. I said that there couldn't be anything possible to tie it together, and it ended up being, you know, the gold favorite from the community. The Edgar there coming in clutch at the final moment, but this is undeniably an East Asian base race style that's coming out from both teams. You're going to see Melty going straight to kick things off on that left side here, but Na'Vi, they're the ones here that are on the attack as well. It's just Shu that has to defend up against 3, and all 3 members went down here, but look at the percentage. Yes, you've got 3 brawlers on the save, but is it trading out against an Edgar?
Could be. They do have a mild advantage right now, but Shu's got the defense. Crew a little blast away. A cycled super there for Buzz, but still, this is a mild advantage for Navi at the moment. They've cracked open the last shield as well. Achapi is going to come in with the super, trying to break through Shu. Shu responds with a stun and backs away Ryohi. Now, 1, 2, one more shot would do it, and Achapi's super could finish the job, but no, not quite. It's not just over yet. One more shield remains on Navi Safe. It's going to be tough for Edgar to punch through.
And with an entire layer of shielding to protect it as well, just as insurance here, shouldn't be possible there for Reject to find a way in. They need to basically defend all 3 lanes here. You can see Navi occupying their timing on the left, and Achapi's already making a beeline on the right side. So is Kuru. The last shot comes through, and Navi take this win. They're going to be on match point. One more will do the trick and eliminate Reject from the RCL.
It would be so sad to say goodbye to them, but I think we can say the same for Navi. It is so weird that we see them facing in literally the first elimination match. And it's because of Momotaro just being a dominating force in the upper bracket, sending Reject down here to begin with. We'll see a similar start to last time, except this time Navi are taking their sweet time to get to the enemy side, playing really cautiously around this, and now they're actually behind by a pretty severe margin.
Yeah, this time though, Ryohei didn't really get the connection to go in there. They get that first layer of shielding down, but Shu's already succeeded in bringing down Achapi. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Edgar stays alive. It's going to be brought down there very soon. Kuru tries to get the super to survive there, but just looking at the percentage, this trade is 100% gone in the favor of Reject for the time being.
It's going to be a takedown for Shu. Ryohei fires back, looks for 1, nearly gets 2, and this shield has been cracked off of Reject Safe. It's only a mild disadvantage for Navi as we speak, and it's only 3% away. That's going to be it. In fact, Navi have the advantage now, but here's a push in from Mameshi and from Buzz at the same time. The perma stun, that's going to be enough. Reject get the game win, and we'll be going to set number 5. Once more, just at the brink of defeat. Navi cannot secure it. Reject drag us even further into this match.
Oh, man. The Edgar, when it was needed the most, they found it. I mean, who said Reject couldn't last pick, right? I said that. I said they couldn't draft to save their own life, and they did. I mean, they really did. This was a true do or die situation where, you know, you really have to find the best pick possible, and I think they found one that fit their comp perfectly there. They needed some kind of basically all-in style of an attacker, while they just basically play full defense there. I don't know if Navi could have potentially changed up the way that they would have played this. Maybe leave Ryohei in the base to defend instead, but I guess they felt that they have to bring everything that they need to break through the Reject defense, and I don't think they saw themselves winning a long game. In a weird way, this Edgar just functioned very similar to what Miko is supposed to do, just does it in a little bit more of an you know, traditional way, and that's allowed them to buy their way into open business.
Final set, and it's on Hot Zone as usual. Do we see the Barry once more? Do we see the Barry ban, Hank ban, Does Draco somehow sneak his way in? All questions that will be answered as the bans now fly in from both sides. It is a Hank ban, it's a Draco ban too. Kit, out of the question. Reject has had enough. They are done playing it into this brawler. Na'Vi were keeping it open for themselves. Crow also eliminated. Healing is back on the menu. It's possible to run a Jae Young here. Wouldn't actually be the worst first selection here from either side.
It's possible, and it's very likely going to be used here. I wouldn't mind it, honestly. I think it's one of the better first picks here, but no, Na'Vi, they still really, really like the Kaze and leading out with it. Personally, I feel that this it's to block certain picks more than being a big threat of its own. I still prefer Jaeyoung in a lot of ways here, and I think Reject are definitely going to snap that up +1 here. They could also opt to go for Cordelius. It is still very much open at the moment. It just doesn't really have any clear matchups here, so this is a pretty, no pun intended, open draft for open business here that Reject can go in any direction for.
Okay, Cordelius now for Reject. Actually, make that Cord and Barry at the same time. I'm starting to get the feeling that they want an Ashe last pick. That's just what this is giving me feelers on. So Na'Vi might opt to just go ahead and go for a Lu. I think that makes a whole lot of sense to me, knowing that they're going to face a tank. Pick up the Lu, go for a bit of tanky action for themselves. Also, another one that I'm looking out for is like Kenji, for example, something to really target this Barry. Because I don't know how effectively they can just like keep the distance from Cordelius. They are going to go for it anyway. I think Bonnie's a wonderful selection here. You can keep the distance from Cordelius. You can stun him as well. Just good all around. But I'm still watching out for an Ashe specifically as a last pick.
Could be the tank selection for Reject. We still need to wait for one more pick from Na'Vi before we can decide what really makes the perfect sense there. But I agree with your assessment. I think Na'Vi here, they could use a little bit more CC. I think they need like big damage, big team wipe potential. When you're up against a Barry, that's pretty much what you're looking for. Oh,
okay.
This is an interesting one. I mean, this isn't in the damage department, but where it really shines is just kind of sort of setting up for burst damage plays. And I guess you could see a world where up against this Cordelius is a good matchup. And if you get like a two-man, sleep, and you chain it out with a Bonnie hypercharge with the stun as the Kaze and the burst damage, then I guess it's more than sufficient damage to bring down anything. So wow,
bang!
Hats off to you, Reddy.
Bang!
You're a genius. You read the draft perfectly, and this is gonna be a crazy match for sure. I think both teams are relatively evenly matched here. It's it's gonna be one crazy one to go down in history for.
Reject, you may have turned off your cam, and that like bothers me a lot because we keep on going to this black screen anytime you win. But thank you for making me sound like really smart. Just hats off right there. I like the Ashe final selection, but here's another concerning thing. I'm a caster, and as you know, casters shouldn't talk about the draft because we generally don't know what's going on. If I see the Ashe, then it was definitely spotted by Na'Vi, which means that they should be prepared for it, right?
Yeah, in theory, they should be. And here's the double stun there from a Choppy. And this is what I talked about, the set up for that burst damage. The beauty of the Sandy just being able to just completely discombobulate the synergy between the Barry and his allies here. But Shu is going to be coming online here. Sends one inside the Shadow Realm. Just picks up the mushrooms in the corner here. Big jump there from Kuru. Didn't even need the hypercharge there to get that double kill in the background. Ryohei cleans up Shu all by his lonesome. Reject are trailing behind here in that percentage points.
They are so far, Reject. They are trying to find their way in. Here comes the Ashe, and there goes the Ashe. Back to the respawn. Kuru had the response with a hypercharged Bonnie. Now they're isolating and defeating each individual member of Reject. Na'Vi have such a vast advantage here. 80% to 33 now. They have to get through this Kaze hypercharge as well. Kaze is all up in their business, even cycling a hypercharge. Na'Vi get to make this 100%, a match point incoming. And where do Reject even begin to correct on this?
Well, I'll tell you where it starts. I think it starts from having a much better Cordelia's performance, because Shu there just felt underwhelming to me, if I'm gonna be real with you there. Usually they stick Battleman on that position, but I guess because they picked up this Ash selection, they felt that they needed to, you know, throw him on that, because they picked up this Berry selection, I think they felt pressured that they needed to put him on the Berry instead. And I could tell Shu is a little bit, it seems to be uncomfortable on this brawler, just not really doing its job right now. It's gonna send Achapi to the Shadow Realm, but this isn't even a good matchup for him. He's trying to ascend the mushrooms. Yeah, you get the mute off over him. He might even lose this matchup. Okay, barely gets the win there. It's full map control for Reject off the backs of that, but they are now in a fan storm and they still have to play catch up in percentages.
That's fine. Like, Battleman can keep them alive over here. He's used a super. Maybe not like the best moment for it, but they are over here. Shu's trying to catch up with Kaze. It's going to be pretty much Battleman making this a solo effort, and here's the hypercharge super from Battleman. Little freezing action onto Ash. He manages to clear the area where he's about to be bombarded by Bonnie. Here comes Shu in the Shadow Realm, attempting to get a takedown on a Choppy. No good. Ryohi dashes away from those rats and stays alive. But now out comes Ash from the Shadow Realm. Little jump scare action on the Kaze. Reject have maintained a position here, but they cannot afford to lose it even for a microsecond.
They are now close to double there of Navi's percentages. It's a pretty sizable lead for them. They just need to hold on for a little bit longer. On the side of Navi, though, they are waiting for a lot of resources to come online, but do they really have the time to wait? Achapi is still waiting for the Sandstorm to come online. Kuru wants the hypercharge. He's even just going to commit it there onto Shu. This game has been a lot better for our dear Cordelia's here. Every time that Achapi is brought into the Shadow Realm, this matchup suddenly becomes unwinnable. And spoiler alert, Reject won game number 2.
That's one more. It is double match point. I wouldn't have it any other way between these two teams. These unlikely contenders to be duking it out in the losers finals and seeing one of them head home. But that is the nature of double elimination. They've already lost once. They get one more chance, and it is all on one game.
It's all gonna come down to this. Na'Vi take a slight early game lead, but no kills are gonna be dropping just yet. Baraman, this time, he's really playing the distance really well. He's just staying so far away from Ryohei as far as possible, hugging Melty and trying to keep Melty up as long as he can. But Shu's gonna be the first one to fall to Ryohei. Now the markup is gonna get another kill onto Melty, and Na'Vi are gonna be taking that early game lead.
Navi in a strong position. They've got a couple hypercharges to work with. And here comes Mameshi around Melty around the right side. Gonna be taken down by Ryohi, and he's all the way back. Nope, tagged up by Battleman and Shu at the same time. Here comes Battleman trying to make it happen solo. It's actually gonna provide enough room for Shu and Melty to get into position. But Melty is having to fight this 1v2. Easy takedown for Ryohi, and Navi look unstoppable.
Crew there with the hypercharge as well. They're slowly counting up to 100 here. It just starts to look desperate there from Reject. They're going to be going for a last play here. Shu almost going to go down there. A big jump there from Kuru. It's just going to be used for the damage. It's more than sufficient. Na'Vi, they've cleared the house. The team wipe is successful. The reverse sweep has been denied. This day, Na'Vi will advance forward. Reject will be the first team to exit day 3. Congratulations to Na'Vi. They're going to be moving forward here in the RCL. Their dreams are kept alive.
So many possibilities there were, and we finally locked in one. It's Reject taking 4th place here in the Rival Challengers League, and they have won monthly finals. They have showed up every single month, and in the end, they take 4th place. Now, things do have some mobility between our remaining top 3, but one thing is for certain, is that Reject is no more here in the playoffs.
Oh, Reject fans around the world, Melty fans at home are going to be so sad to see this one. But Kuru fans, though, Kuru fans rejoice. And I'm a Kuru fan, and I'm saying that this guy today, you know, I'm assuming that they drafted as a team, but I gotta say, He's really done super well today. I mean, he's playing extremely stable here, and this Na'Vi roster is looking poised for LCQ. I mean, in a weird way, I think I'm actually happy that Reject are the first team to exit here, because Worlds is so far away, right? I mean, they've got a lot of time now between now and then to prepare and chill and just relax and, you know, gather themselves and figure out how to fix quite a lot of these glaring draft errors. I mean, hint Reject, just hire Momotaro to draft for you, then Worlds is going to be actually a lot more competitive. But Na'Vi, though, I think this was a great showing from them. I think the drafts were very stable, very logical. This final one from them, you know, they and you know, you predicted the whole draft, right? And you were right. Na'Vi saw it coming too. Na'Vi had the exact way to play up against it, and they understood their win conditions really well. Even after game number 2, they still found a way to come back.
And as our lower bracket semifinals done, let's reflect on some of the selections as well. It always pleases me so much whenever Kaze, Kaze is the most performant brawler in this entire draft, and she was first selected. So what does that mean? It means that Na'Vi knew what was up, pretty much. They got the bans that they wanted, they got the first pick that they wanted, and she absolutely cleaned house.
Yeah, and it's Ryohei, right? I mean, give Kenji to Ryohei, give Kaze to Ryohei, and any of these playmaking brawlers. I mean, just don't give Ryohei Hank, right? I mean, don't limit his potential, and he'll pop up, and he'll win you series like this. Looking at this bracket, ahead of us, we've got Rival Esports going up against Momotaro. Momotaro is going to be my personal favorite today to watch, but now, I mean, all these teams are my favorite already. I mean, I don't want to root for anyone, but I've got to root for the underdogs here. I really want to see Momotaro go into a grand final. I think that would be incredible for the storylines, at the very least. You know, a true sort of dark horse story that, you know, third-party tournaments are not for BSC teams. It's for everyone, and anyone can win, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I think it's just super inspiring.
I feel like it is human nature, right, to just root for the underdog. I can't help it either. But part of me also wants to see the efforts of Rival Esports, of Na'Vi, rewarded after this entire year. So I'm actually going to take the opposite perspective. Momotaro, look, cool. Can you just, like, you know, chill there in third place so that, you know, Rival Esports and Na'Vi can have this title? Because, you know, they've shown up every single month and, like, won things in day 2. So I'm going to be rooting for those two. We're not supposed to be biased. I'm not biased. I'm just letting you know who I'm predicting and who I think would make the best story. Folks, that is our first 3 matches of the day done and dusted. Up next is the upper bracket finals. It's either 2 or 3 matches left for the day. I believe it is 3 more matches. Upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, and then the grand final. We're at the halfway point. We're going to see you guys on the other side of the jump. Don't go away. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rival Challengers League. We've already gotten done with the first 3 matches of the day. It was our upper bracket semifinals, where we advanced 2 teams onto the upper bracket finals. And we also sent a couple down to the losers bracket finals, where sadly, Spoo, we waved goodbye to our first team of this competition.
That's right. F in the chat for reject, and for Melty fans are all around the world. I'm a Padoman fan, and I'm really sad that we're not gonna get to see him for the rest of the day. But the show has to go on. I mean, Rival Esports against Momotaro is gonna be a battle of wits. I mean, these 2 teams have shown such proficiency in the draft, but I just want to point out already, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. This just might be the longest day yet.
Well, it is the playoffs, so you're getting your money's worth. Wait, y'all didn't pay to watch this? It's free to watch. Okay, this is definitely worth more than $0. Or yen, I suppose, because most of our players are in Japan. You know, gotta keep this regionalized. Though, yes, I honestly wouldn't mind seeing more 3-2s down the line. But we are about, like, 3 hours in. We've only seen 3 matches. Is it time for us to get the show on the road?
It should be. We should be going into Rival Esports going up against Momotaro. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, guys, Layer Cake is in the pool again. We got to get it squared away. So no more funny business, no more delays. Hopefully for the rest of the day, no more weird stuff going to be going on here. So Rival Esports versus Momotaro, this map, Layer Cake, I think I mean, when I talk about strategy and I talk about like last picking and all kinds of cheese that can come out, both of these teams come to mind. Like Rival, Mameshi's a mad scientist, but I feel like that madness has been sort of met its match in the form against Momotaro, and Layer Cake is just the perfect map to really see who can innovate one step further. If Momotaro have really been studying the EMEA comps like I suspect that they are, then they may actually have the best drafting lead in this whole tournament.
Okay, we'll have to keep our eyes out for it. Just as a little warning, it appears that Spider-Man has taken over for Momotaro at the moment because their cam is upside down. I'm just giving you guys a warning at the moment to watch out for that one. Anyway, we're going to get into draft here in just a second. We'll see those bans fly in momentarily. It's going to be Kit double ban across the way, Gene double ban, Lily double ban. No, folks, it is not a glitch. It's just the first time in a very long time that you see mirror bans.
Oh yeah, I mean, I talked about the battle of wits between these 2 teams, and they've literally got the same bans. Need I say more? They've got the same ideas, they want the same picks, and you're about to see fireworks happen. When this kind of events happen, when it's a complete mirror ban, it's nearly like the whole pool is wide open. So expect cheese to come out. And once again, there's something with Brawl Gods today because they're just giving Momotaro last pick every single time.
It is a bit peculiar because we've talked about how, wow, they're so good at like drafting reactively, and that's kind of easy when you are given the last chance to react. I hope it changes up for their sake because I don't want to hear any last pick merchant accusations. We'll see Momotaro. They've got that Lumi on their side and another selection to round things out. Likely to outrange the Cordelius. If you can keep range versus Cord, then you never really need to enter that radius. Willow, so intelligent here, really. Willow, in some cases, I've actually seen as a first pick on Layer Cake, but Rival Esports have other plans. Wow, okay, this is very planned out, given the speed with which they have selected these 2 brawlers, so let's discuss. Bonnie, from their side, also the Mr. P. So they're hoping to get this turret fired up. Only hazard, of course, is that it is quite weak against throwers, especially one with such long range as Willow. If Momotaro get positioned, they can deal with the porters pretty easily.
Well, Assassins are welcome there from Momotaro. I was thinking that they might consider a shade here, but I guess they are not too convinced by their capabilities to play that, so they're just going to go for the slightly more versatile Kaze instead. That will buy them the first star quite easily and force Rival Esports to have to be going on the attack. But this ain't no dry season. I mean, it's not going to be a passive fest. There's going to be great, cross lane pinching action, push the entirety of Momotaro back inside the base. I have to say, I feel, and I say this every time, I don't like the Lumi in this case somehow. Every time I see it, I mean, I think it's a strong brawler, but I think the way that it is being selected is a slight misinterpretation. They're using it to cover for tanks, but do you see tanks in Rival Esports? That's right, they don't have any. So this is sort of becoming a weakness for them instead.
Yeah, the only tank-y brawler that I see is, I guess, the Bonnie. That's the only brawler that leverages health to get positioning, but it's not going to play like a tank. It'll jump in. That's potential right there, but it's really all I'm seeing at the moment. Terry's playing mad aggressive right now. He's saying like, yeah, I dare ya. Hit me with those 2 morning stars. Yeah, slow me down. Let's see what you do with it. Oh, right. Nothing. I would assume that is why Terry had no reservations about getting so aggressive. Now, we're checking up on the rest of Rival Esports. Everyone's put on skates for a moment as they slip around the hands of Lumi. But even so, they're not bothered at all. They play super aggressive. I see he's got a couple of taps in there. Really, the main thing for Rival, though, is when can they get Mameshi a super? Because he needs that turret. That is his endgame.
He honestly might not even get it with the way that this game is going. Just look at the Kaze, by the way. She's teasing Mameshi. She's just like, yep, you want to hit me? Nope, I'm not there anymore. You want to hit me? And now she's managed to hide away in that right side. I don't think she's been scouted for the moment. I think, yeah, now with the shot going out there, yeah, they know. They realize it's a bit suspicious. They're like, wait, why is the Kaze not moving in the base anymore? We haven't found him. He's got to be somewhere. And now back inside the base, he's going to be doing the same old tactic here. I see just waiting for an opening here, but Momotaro haven't given any sort of opportunity for them, but then all of a sudden the Kaze just runs into a firing squad.
Oh no. Rival Esports now are in the lead at the hands of, well, Momotaro's just poor planning here. 10 seconds to go. Rival Esports with their backs against the wall. Only Terry can really jump away. IC is cornered. Mr. P is, of course, vulnerable. Willow's going to come up empty-handed. There's a push in from Kaze. She gets a kill, but Rival Esports fire back with yet another kill in the final couple seconds, and Momotaro will follow here. Rival Esports get game 1.
Good heads up thinking there from Terry there. I mean, he recognized that Mameshi was going to die there, 100% there. I mean, with an assassin just barreling down, I like the idea that they're not going to be just playing hyper passive. He sees a weakness, can get additional kills, just go straight for it. Very decisive from them. And Mameshi might have just made the call to just say, Terry, leave me. I'm dead. There's nothing you can do. And good comms from them. I mean, once again, though, that was only happening because this Kaze was a little bit too over aggressive for just a split second and just kind of just ate a full clip from the entirety of Rival Esports. So Momotaro are back in that same position game state as game number 1, and in theory they should be able to hold this for a sizable amount of time.
Momotaro once more in a defensive position. This time, though, what do you spot? You know, one of these things is not like the other. That is a Mr. P porter, and the porter station is online now. It is going to take some time for the porter to get forward, so the delay between the porters is extended. I don't know if it needed to be placed back that far, but I think the Meshi's mindset here is, I don't think we'll get another one for the entire game, pretty much. So they're planning on getting a kill here, then falling back and still having the porter turret giving them assistance. Terry actually gets Lumi pretty low. He's got a hypercharge super for his troubles, and this is wonderful for Rival.
Yeah, the porter's going to be so annoying. It's still just taking up so much shots there from the Willow as well. There should be an opening for Rival. They see that the Willow is so low. Terry's got this hypercharge. He's just itching to use it and just jump into them, but he knows that he can't be too trigger happy here. If he doesn't get an instant team wipe, he could be brought down instead. And so with 20 seconds left on the clock, it feels like they're fishing for something. They get one kill here, Terry, and they get another. Just Terry's not even using the hypercharge. He's just tapping people up.
hey, don't use it if you don't need it. That's conservative play from Rival Esports so far. Terry won't even use it unless necessary. It's not even that safe to go for. That's a double kill. He uses a hypercharged super to get away, to re-emphasize, yeah, we're playing this one really, really safe. We're not going to play into your hand, Momotaro. Momotaro has thrived off of the mistakes of their enemies, off of the shortcomings of the draft so far. Rival Esports fully intends on not overextending themselves, not getting too big for their britches, recognizing that they're just as vulnerable as any other team in this competition and playing it safe.
I love the way that Rival played that one. I mean, the discipline that's coming out from them, this fellow LCQ representative here, 5th seed inside the region. And they're the one that actually is picking in a really, really good draft. I mean, we saw the exact same bans from both sides. I think that was really interesting. And it's rare to see that the team with the first pick actually leads with such a powerful comp. Once again, though, looking at Momotaro, though, this is yet another situation where I feel like it's the curse of the Lumi, I think. I think when you pick out the Lumi brawler in this current meta, you end up realizing that there's just a lot of gaps in the draft that you end up having to cover for and fix. And so it's like you pick the Lumi, you know assassins are coming, so you pick the Willow, and then suddenly you have two brawlers that you're like, wait, why am I putting these two things together? Does it even make sense? And it reflects in the KD 0-3-0-2, Terry 4-0, all those kills pouring his way.
Man, well, that's one on the board for Rival Esports. Super confident, really, really safe. Only a single kill the way of Momotaro. They're going to be blasting into set number 2 here on Double Swoosh. Taking a look at the picks and bans. Would you believe it? A gem grab draft that centers upon this sort of fulcrum of Tara, where Momotaro specifically banned to the best things into it, also something that would scout out the bush that she tries to push into. Rival Esports, they react, is what they do. Sandy, as a response to the Tara, yes, it has a piercing shot. Yes, it will get through the shades. Yes, it plays quite similarly to the Tara. Oh, would you believe it? Another thing that is specifically to counter the Tara. Man, what has Double Swoosh become these days? Like, it's easy to read, sure, but it gets pretty predictable at some point.
I mean, I talked about this earlier in terms of just drafting philosophy 101, which is you don't want to really dedicate too much of your picks to counter out a single brawler. The good news is between this Amber and the Sandy, though, is that they don't really share a common weakness here. I think Momotaro, they could borrow something out of Reject's books here if they want to punish the Amber. The Bonnie was a fantastic selection. In fact, wait, hold up. If they pick Bonnie here, it's the exact same comp as Reject.
That would be a real interesting one. Yeah, history repeats itself. But wouldn't that be a crazy story? Wouldn't that be wild? Okay, so Kaze, real consistent. I see potential for her to, do some disrespectful things to the Amber in close range, even though Amber does have dancing flames. But I do see her sitting on that first gadget right now, the one that drops oil on the ground so she can get a free super, which it's not really the worst here, but you might want to reconsider when you are facing a Kaze. Okay, Jean is left wide open. Somehow I didn't notice this. That's going to be free eyes on whoever is on the rightmost bush, the one that's really hard to defend against. I feel like Rival cooked here.
I think they cooked, but if I'm gonna be real, this feels like, once again, old school versus modern, right? So like the old school brawlsters, if you look at Jean Sandy, you're thinking to yourself, this is great utility, great pulls is gonna be coming out here. Amber's gonna be super passive, but that's just it. Rival Esports, their comp is fundamentally designed to just lane control and be really, really passive. Where does Tara shine in that case? Tara will eventually get a super, and once he gets online, it then becomes sort of an inevitability that someone is gonna get pulled, someone's gonna go down. This Kaze as well has a lot of dynamic abilities. A hypercharge from her with the super could spell doom for him. So while I expect Rival to have a decent-ish early game, I expect Momotaro to crush this Rival comp.
Okay, Momotaro, let's see what you're made of. So far, they've infiltrated the left bush. They will be dashed away by IC and his pocketfuls of sand. On the right side, Terry burns up that oil that he needed, but it's cool. He's got a little spot left on the left side. Aggressive move in from Kaze, and rewarded for her efforts. One more shot from Jean would take her down. Oh, but a couple of shots will shut down Jean in turn. Terry holds down the auto aim to get a kill on the right side. Gem number 6 goes to Momotaro.
Yeah, it's a massive gem deficit here. Double in turn for Momotaro. The 7th one should be coming soon here, but the gene pull is the X factor for them. It's hard to pull a Jae Young, but Mameshi, I believe in you. I know you've got the trigger discipline. You should be able to find it when it is necessary. Takaze, though, now with that hypercharge on that left side, going to be looking for a quick kill, trying to get the execute there onto IC. Manages to do so. Now he just wants to stay alive as long as possible. Eats a small heal there from his teammate, just barely to stay alive here. Mameshi, where is that going, sir?
He had no visual, so I think he just assumed that while he was blinded, Jae-young would make a blunder. And nope, didn't happen at all. Jae-young played this super safe, and that next gem is headed over to him. Or is it headed to Terry? Terry gets sucked in. Now Tara marches on forward. Gem 11 over to Momotaro, but they don't have it on the brawler that they want. It's going to be a hypercharge ready for Jean, and this is looking super dangerous. He's going to slink back away into those safe old bushes, and just like that, not only has the gem count equalized, but a gem is spawned on the side of Rival Esports. They can't afford to take this right now. The hypercharge from Kaze makes her extra wiggly. Now, note, also so vulnerable for someone to be pulled by Jean, but he needs some assistance. Kaze is going to get massive damage on him. There's the kill. It's all Terry to get to the enemy side. He ties up the count, gets one more, gets another. And with the Sandy super down, Jae-young didn't want to risk getting in, but he so could have picked up those gems.
Another mispull there from Mameshi there. Another Tara is completely rebuffed there from IC, but the next gem is going to spawn on the side of Momotaro. Rival, they just ran in there, picked it up, snatched this win away from Momotaro. Oh my goodness. And the Tara never really found a single decent gravity. I mean, there was one on Terry, but that was after, what, 6 or 7 deaths fed the Terry back to back?
I think it was Tara. She got maybe one pull pretty much that entire game. You draft for the Tara. She's supposed to be a power player, and yet she has to play into an Amber on one side and a Sandy on the other. And at what rate do you decide to yourself, well, it's worth it, right? Because actually we really wanted to face the Amber and the Sandy. I don't really think so. There's still viable picks here, even in the absence of Tara specifically. We'll see Rival Esports start to advance forward on this right side. Terry gets the oil down. I don't think that's exactly what he wanted because he burns that oil that he was using to get a super for free, but it's not really the worst. He's burned open some important bushes on the left side. Meanwhile, Kaze's getting super aggressive, juking out those shots from IC and surviving interactions I don't feel like he should be. Also getting the heals from Jae-young along the way and is fed the 5 shots to IC that he needs for a super of his own to get 6 gems for Jean.
This is just Rival just piloting this comp to just the limit of it. I mean, they are, after all, the more seasoned team here. Both left and right lanes collapsing here. Jae-young is barely still going to survive that. The heal should be able to keep him topped up, but make no mistakes. Momotaro should be a comp in theory that is doing better in the early game. And there's the Kaze pop-off that we talked about. Going in there with the hypercharge. Guess what? But IC is prepared there to catch it where Mameshi falls. Manages to get the backline kill, and Tara is not there, but the Kaze is back. Jumps back into there. Mameshi this time with the pull though. Couldn't be able to pull him in. At the end of all that exchange, Rival Esports, they come out on top with 13 gems. They just need to defend this one to claim this game. The Sandstorm to continue to hold down the fort here. Kaze has just no more resources, and just like that, Terry pops out the celebratory champagne of oil, fire, douses it onto Mameshi, says, "Good job, Captain. You finally landed a pull when we needed it most."
It's a set headed over to Rival Esports. They could send Momotaro down to the pits to fight for their lives and possibly square away 3rd place after earning their spot here in the winner's bracket finals. A cold look on Terry's face, knowing that, yes, just one more set is all that separates us from a guaranteed finals and a bracket reset at our disposal. It's the advantage of making it through the upper bracket. Set number 2 done and dusted, and game number 4 as far as the Rival Esports win streak. They have been so dominant so far. Even against Momotaro's crafty drafting, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, It's crafty drafting, but let's look at some of these replays here. The last moments there of that game. Number one there, that final gem, Momeshi just sent it. He just ran for it. He was like, guys, they're far behind. And this play by the Kaze was almost good there. I feel, oh my god, I almost feel bad for him there. I feel like the Tara was just mispositioned the entirety of that game. Yeah, 1 and 8. I mean, okay, I forgive him. He was the first pick, and it was sort of Momotaro baiting out some of these picks, but it's almost like I can almost hear Terry in his mind, you know, thinking in Korean to himself, like, these guys, they dare to pick Tara into the Amber King? How dare you? How dare you disrespect me that way?
It is really funny that you specify that his internal monologue is Korean. Because that, which is true. It's not something that I would usually think about. Thanks for translating his thoughts for all of us on the stream. Okay, let's start talking about Pinball Dreams. Rival Esports are at a stage where they could theoretically 6-0 Momotaro, a team that has upset numerous teams on their journey to make it to the winners bracket finals here. And they're getting that last pick once again. Are they last pick merchants? No, not quite, because they actually did get the Tara first selection last time. And now with the last pick in hand, they're going to pick up Charlie and Hank. I think some ample options open for them with the Hank. One of the biggest Hank counters has been banned out by Rival Esports, but they have totally left some options open to deal with the Hank. One that comes to mind is, of course, Ash, to get the necessary aggression, get up in that guy's face.
It's coming. Larry Ash.
Okay.
Rival Esports, they are cosplaying SK Gaming at the moment. This is literally a comp lifted from... No, not SK. Humble. They're actually lifting Humble's comp, I believe, from the BSC wholesale. It works. I mean, it perfectly works. And Momotaro, though, they pick up with this Lily option. Manages to also even the odds here. They've got that Assassin to deal with that Larry, and Laurie just create that pressure. And it's decent into the Kenji as well, surprisingly. I mean, when Kenji is low on the reloads, a hypercharge from the Lily can pretty much catch him off guard and do a pretty decent well trading here. The strength of the Charlie in the mid is going to do decently well into that Bonnie as well, but I feel like Rival Esports, they've got the slightly easier comp to execute here. Momotaro have to play this perfectly for it to work.
Okay, can Momotaro do it perfectly well? They nearly snuck through on the left side. If only they hadn't fed a super to Icy. Icy says, that's how you get to the goal. Just kidding. Yeah, we're not trick-shotting on our own goal. Bounce it off the little thing on the side there. It's going to be Terry's responsibility to move this forward. Terry, you got more ammo. I'm Bonnie. I'm a single-shot brawler with only a single ammunition, so you move it forward. That he does. He's got in a position on the left side. That's where Momeshi's going to rotate over. Try to get a takedown onto Hank, but here's a stun from IC. It's going to be Lily emerging from the Shadow Realm in a moment. Sniped the pass over to the left side, but Larry hangs on. Momeshi now needs a pass over. No dice here really wouldn't be worth continuing to try and force this one in. Not into the Charlie super with a hypercharge, mind you. Not into the Hank super either. Just going to try and get a good old-fashioned kill with Larry onto the Hank before they attempt another push in.
Hank pushing on that right side, manages to catch us out this Larry, and Laurie here pops the super there just to bring down the summon there. The Lily gets the assassination onto Terry. They're now surrounding this cocoon. Should be an easy pick for them. IC is left all by himself. He gets a hypercharge off the backs of that. And Momotaro, they've survived what looked like a really scary push from them. They've got all the tools that they need. 2 hypercharges are active there. Oh my god, the Hank's gonna sit in front of Terry there. That's the interaction that you never want to be a part of there. And the Hank is gonna be barreling down on the base. Clears out one. Almost gets a second for his work. The Charlie's gonna be trying to get the walk in, and he succeeds here. Momotaro scored the first goal of the game.
Real close one though. Rival Esports nearly had that defense there. This time they have the hypercharge for IC once again. Gonna go for the stun onto Hank. No dice, but at least IC stays alive. Terry also baiting the abilities out of Momotaro, but being cautious not to give Charlie another super. They know that they can shut down their next push in. It's going to be destruction from Lily, eliminating Larry in the process, which Larry's really the only thing keeping the Hank in check here. You see Terry take a torpedo to the face. Momotaro in a wonderful spot here. They have the Charlie super. They have all 3 members at mid. There are only 15 seconds to go for Rival Esports to equalize.
They could make this happen though. Terry does have a hypercharge active. Goes in for that Charlie in the backline. Icy's got a super. Not even going to be supering it across. Saves it for the overtime. They've still got the liberty to do so. There we go. Good walk in there from Terry. Off the back of that hypercharge, they score one more. And they buy themselves time to get into overtime.
Another hypercharge ready for IC. Little pass forward. Trying to get the vertical super onto Lily. It does get a kill, but won't do much beyond that. It's a hypercharge ready also. For Charlie, she's just trying to stay alive, heal up a little bit so that she can put someone in a cocoon. Terry wouldn't be a bad candidate, going to be forced to use it now. A free kill for Lily while Charlie rotates over to the right side. Little assistance also on a Terry, gets the super to the sky. Whoa! Okay, takedown on Charlie. Now make that a 3v2. Super down the left side. Nope, just bank it off the wall. Intercepted by Lily, and she's into the realm. Terry's got to pick up the pieces. Little pass over to the Larry, and the ankle breaker. Pass it over to the left side. Indefensible by the Charlie, and a game win. Rival Esports at match point.
One more is all it takes to punch their way into the grand finals and send Momotaro down to the losers bracket to face off against Na'Vi. We mentioned earlier that Momotaro, the comp, can succeed, and they had moments of brilliance there, but seem to just underestimate the power of this Kenji here, especially this Charlie. This early game is looking a lot better for them, though. They've already got 2 kills here, and the walk-in is successful. A super early goal there from Momotaro.
They almost had that exact same play in game number 1. The only difference was that they fed IC the super, and he was still alive to create a barrier between Lily and the goal. Here comes Lily with a long-range super. Whoa! Cycle it forward. Okay. Pass forward. Intercepted by Terry. Passes it backwards. Nearly went to the Lily, but even so, she wouldn't have stayed alive. She's going to try and get an upset as she emerges. IC falls. That's going to be a couple hypercharges. That's the geometry we need to see out of Lily. Pass through. Terry ignored. And no flawless streak for Rival Esports. It's interrupted by Momotaro at really the precipice of defeat. Rival Esports were just one game off of the perfect sweep.
And we get to see Nyadetsu camera for once, finally. A bit of, but he's locked in at the moment. I mean, he's not playing the Lily, right? I mean, whoever is playing the Lily at the moment is just doing absolute work right now. I mean, that play throughout the entirety of game 2, the timings on the vanishes, his min-maxing on it was just absolutely perfect. But here though, Rival, this time though, on this game, they look like they should be able to get a very, very early goal here. Hank managed to stall for as much time as possible. If Charlie gets the super, yeah, then barely they're going to be able to keep this goal from being scored.
You could call it greed from Rival Esports. They were trying to extract as much value from that as possible, but if Terry had supered that ball over, then it actually would have been a goal for Rival Esports. Also does hurt that Charlie was only a single shot away from her super. It doesn't really help the situation. I don't think there's really any way of them knowing that. So Rival Esports do lose an opportunity to get a goal, but they still have gotten utility as a reward for dealing damage to the enemy team. That's usually how it goes here in Brawl Stars. Super forward for IC. Gets a 1 kill back into the cannon and a pass forward. That's going to be the goal for Terry. Rival Esports 1 goal off victory.
The formation was broken apart there. Lily's going to be making a Hail Mary play here. Go straight for IC. The last time he did this, he managed to chain off. Go! Went for the trick shot there. Almost went in there. It was a split-second decision from him. I love the decisiveness, but just couldn't really find the commitment. Now, instead, it's going to be pocketed by Rival Esports. It's an uphill battle for Momotaro to beat into this Larry.
Rival now have to keep track of this Lily, who's popping a gadget and staying in the very bush where she popped that gadget. For all intents and purposes, she didn't use it at all. It just means that she won't have an escape when she needs it. She has the ball positioned on the left side, gonna move it over towards the middle. And now it's actually just pushed up by Rival Esports. Now position over the right side for Momotaro. It's a takedown for Mameshi. Rival Esports just playing defensive at the moment. 30 seconds they need to hang on, and they'll be in the grand finals.
Momotaro going to be trying to deny that as much as possible. They've got 1 hypercharge at the ready in the form of this Lily, but Terry is spacing him, protecting the rest of his team. You look at hypercharges available for IC as well. Terry with a miss super over there. Hypercharge is popped by the Hank. Tries to just get this across there off all the chaos there. Now Lily trying to basically play 1 versus 5, but with only 5 seconds left. Rival Esports, they hold on to the ball. IC just jumps to the edge of the map in celebration because because they've succeeded in 3-0ing Momotaro. Rival Esports are going to the grand finals.
And a moment for Terry to just breathe for a second here. Judging by what I know from Terry, just by watching him through the player cams, I think it's about time for him to crack open a white monster for the finals, because he's already downed his his pipeline punch. Not sponsored, by the way, would love to be. Though, man, they absolutely deserve this here at Rival Esports. The 3-0 up here, they scrapped their way through versus Navi there in the first match of the day. And now they're being rewarded for their troubles. They're guaranteed at least second place. That's money. That's glory. That is fame awaiting them in the grand finals. But we still have to find a worthy contender for them.
That's right, folks. We're going to go straight into the losers finals next. At the moment, it is going to be, unfortunately, Momotaro that have to face off Navi next. And this is not really a position and I think Momotaro expected themselves to be in the first place. I think Momotaro would have thought that they would have lost to Reject. So making it this far, they're the only team that's gotten the exposure to play against literally every team in the tournament. So we can definitively, come up with a statistic at the end to see how many of these matches was Momotaro able to win.
Well, let's look at some of the stats, before we call this a wrap on Rival Esports versus Momotaro. Maybe it'll provide us some more context for how things are going to go in the lower bracket for Momotaro. As for the Hank and the Lily, perfect. 10 out of 10 on the KD. That's what that means, right? Charlie also holding the line, just really similar across the way for these two teams. But when you look at Rival Esports, you see a much more interesting division of labor. You see Terry being the entry fragger, creating the space for Mameshi and IC to get the majority of the damage.
Good balance there from Rival Esports. The damage leader is literally split between Mameshi and IC. I mean, they're the ones that have the consistent damage throughout the entire game. I feel bad for Terry there. He's got the 510 KD over here. But it's really just because of the fact he's got the hardest matchup. I mean, he has to be, as you said, the entry fragger. He's the first one to go in there. We saw a few times where he was up against the Hank matchup. Didn't go in his favor. But those 5 kills, all 5 of them were really, really important. And I think most of them was on the Charlie, and it was a lot of hate, sashimi slashes across the board, hypercharges, all that cool shebang thrown up into that crucial defender from them, and it kind of opened up the opportunity for IC and Mameshi to follow up.
Folks, it has come down to this. Only 2 matches remain in the RCL playoffs unless we have a bracket reset. That could only happen if either Navi or Momotaro manage to go back to the grand final and defeat Rival Esports. And guaranteed one of them is, but it will only be the winner of these lower bracket finals. We're going to be going over to Navi versus Momotaro momentarily, and I'm looking forward to this one, okay? Because we got to see Momotaro, in the upper bracket where they took on Rival Esports, and they also face Reject. So now, really, we're putting them through the full gauntlet. They will face every single team in the competition.
That is right, folks. They currently have a 3-2 against Reject, but they were 3-0'd by Rival Esports. Would you imagine that there's a world that Momotaro beat Navi here in a brutal 3-2 series, and then in the grand finals we go into a full 3-2, and then literally the players in JST, they'll be playing until 1 a.m. To conclude the RCL. I mean, theoretically that could be possible. I'm just putting it out there, guys. This is gonna be a crazy one if Momotaro can pull it off. But I have noticed something, that Momotaro seem to have slowed down a little bit in terms of just the comps. The comps against Reject, against Rival just now, they just didn't really feel like what Momotaro are used to doing. This feels a little bit more like their style now. So back to the Jaeyoung, Kaze, these are 2 brawlers that they're really familiar with. They like to take up that blue star and just chotto for the rest of the game, give themselves that dynamic style of play in this map.
It's called Hideout for a reason, man. You get the blue star and then you hide, and then I guess you're out of the set with a victory on your belt. I don't know. I tried to make it work. You're welcome, Brawl Stars. Let's get a couple more picks for Navi. That's the Hank. I think that one will be attempting to play defensive, because how are you going to beat that Jaeyoung, or how are you going to play offensive with that Hank? Well, I think it's going to require some assistance, so I'm looking for that from Na'Vi. Byron wouldn't be like too out there. They already do have like some long range stuff. Byron also would be, I guess, vulnerable in close range, but it's just sort of the idea that I'm getting from Na'Vi at the moment. Angelo also should be able to snipe things out at long range. Okay, here comes the Gus. So yeah, you know, not exactly the same, but Gus will be able to give that shield to Hank. He's going to be the one taking the hits. He's going to be out in front, creating the pressure towards the backlines, yada, yada, yada. It also does have defensive stuff versus Kaze, so probably the safer thing to go for versus Byron.
Agreed, and I think it's also the brawler that doesn't suffer into Brock as much. Momotaro still have that option to swap over into the wall break strategy, but with this Gus, it's basically just off the table. I mean, you don't want to go too bad matchups into that. You want to go this instead, though. Squeak as the last pick. I'm a big Squeak hater, but here I actually don't mind. I think it's all right. I mean, with the Jaeyoung in synergy, Momotaro are gonna have to play hyper aggressive here. Use that. I hope they're using residue. Please don't use wind up. I mean, if you're using wind up, it defeats the whole purpose of this Squeak pick. And yeah. Get that blue star, use residue to basically lock down one side of the map and try and hold on against the Hank as long as possible. That's gonna be that big target that they'll constantly go for, but they have to survive this onslaught of range damage coming in from this Angelo and the Gus, which is no easy feat.
Yeah, it's going to be a barrage of shots coming in the early game. Momotaro have managed to survive. They send in that Kaze off the beginning. Kind of had a couple brawlers that are viable for getting that blue star. Kaze makes a lot more sense. Here comes the invisibility. Oh. Okay, yeah, don't worry, man. We won't clip it. You saw he even went completely still after that, like, bruh, did I really just whiff 2 shots versus Rio? He's straight lining. Oh, no! And donating the stars. Oh, what a pitiful start for Momotaro.
I mean, at least it's enjoying himself, right? He's still spinning there. The APM is still good. I mean, some people in chat were worried that Momotaro would be way too exhausted, but they look like they're still vital. I mean, energy is still there. Here we go with the big play there onto Ryohei right now. He's really, really low, but should be able to clean this up. No, can't even get the trade there. I mean, I mentioned that they're gonna target Ryohei, but I didn't realize that it would be this, you know, spiteful, so to speak. They can't bring down this 10,000 HP tank.
It's difficult to do when, what, you have an assassin, you got a support brawler, and then your DPS is all the way over there on the left side trying to win a matchup versus a ranged brawler. Oh, mid-hypercharge. Kaze falls. Na'Vi lead by 7 stars. And they're looking pretty healthy over here. So does Jaeyoung, because he is on the health aspect now. Ryohei is going to dispatch Kaze on the left side. And the same goes for Kuru versus Jaeyoung on the right side. It is just looking like an unreasonable gap for Na'Vi to stay ahead. 20 seconds to go. Let's do some math here. 5, 4, and 4. You're looking at 14 starts, so it is possible for this to come back. Actually, make that 13 starts. It's still possible to come back. No, not really anymore. Momotaro lost 1 more, and this is just insurmountable. Na'Vi count up to 20 to finish off game 1.
Yeah, the only star Momotaro got was literally the blue star. I mean, this plan seems to be a little bit, I don't even know what's the word. They cooked a little bit too hard, I guess. I mean, I don't feel the synergy coming between this Kaze and the Jaeyoung, and I feel that there should be more. Every time that the Kaze goes in, they need to be getting something out of it. I mean, it's okay to trade out the Kaze once or twice, but in return, you gotta get hypercharges online. You gotta get that Jaeyoung in position, and we're just not seeing that. Now we see the lane swap, a total lane swap coming out here. They want to put the Jaeyoung on that left side, push a Choppy out here as the target, and I like this adaptation. They've already brought down Ryohei. That's 1 kill of a buffer that they're getting.
Okay, definitely helps for Momotaro, but how do they fare on defense? Because last time they kind of folded under pressure. They got a blue star off the beginning and they couldn't hold on to it. So even just with that context, we know that defense wasn't really for them. But where's Jaeyoung going? Man's on a mission. Okay, and Ryohei is now probably looking for the pinch. He's been left totally exposed. A torpedo's enough to shut him down, and I just can't wrap my head around why he decided to go so aggro.
I guess he really wanted to kill a Choppy that wanted
yeah.
to add him to his medal. He was like, yeah, a Choppy, yeah, let's get him. Didn't really work out. He's like, your Choppy just like, really, are you coming back? He's like, yeah, free kill here, just waiting for you. But they're still ahead. The blue star gave them the buffer that was needed, and that one kill that they got earlier was just really crucial here. But it's a waiting game. I mean, eventually one of these side lanes will fold, and right now Real here with the hypercharge gonna be able to push this Jaeyoung all the way to the edge of the map. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Kuru is looking for a kill of his own as well on that right side, and it's all falling apart for Momotaro. We've got Jaeyoung playing solo game again on the left side here. All right, he's managing to push the Choppy all the way back this time, but he can't really commit for the kill.
15 seconds to go. Navi lead by 4 stars. Momotaro just need to get a kill on Ryohi, and they'll win by the tiebreaker. They're going to go for the left side. Ryohi's looking pretty vulnerable, but they could use a pinch. Kaze probably down for the count over here. Kuru would be nice, but it's not going to be enough. Ryohi is nice, alive, and healthy. No casualties on the side of Navi towards the end of the game. And the set goes to them.
I'm gonna read this one from chat. The line, it's just perfect. I mean, Jaeyoung thinks he's Sung Jin-woo from solo leveling, trying to just run it down and level up for his entire team here. Nah, not happening. I mean, it was a cool play from him. I mean, it feels good, right, to be able to push a former world champion to the edge of the map. You can hang up on a banner and say, hey, I gapped a Choppy in lane. Well, guess what? You did, but it doesn't matter because you didn't win the game regardless. And your KD's 1-6. They only got 1 kill the entire time, and they couldn't hold on to it. I feel like this was a tactical mess.
It pretty much was. Momotaro, I think, also were lacking on the team comms. I will share what I saw on their team comms because, you know, I'm like Sauron. I see all. Even when they're not winning, I can still see their cams. And they're still smiling even after they got 3-0'd by Rival Esports and only won a single game in the process. I think they're just happy with the fact that they beat Reject, that they will be top 3, that they're going to be getting some pretty serious prize money for showing up and winning these past couple of days. So with that in mind, have they already accepted defeat? It's only 1 set in. Give them another set, like slap to the face, and maybe they'll throw in the towel. But I can tell you that the team mental is probably not too strong right now. Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's tough, right? And if you're this kind of team, I mean, they already went 3-2 against Reject, but no shame to be Reject, but I have to point out that in terms of the overall like drafting hierarchy in East Asia, Reject are at the bottom. So Momotaro can indeed get advantages up against Reject, but against Navi, who has Alchemical X as their coach, against Rival, who has Mameshi, who is one of the best drafters in East Asia, it's a bit harder. And I understand that Momotaro are a little bit struggling now to find advantages, but they're changing the bans every time, by the way. So looking at this double swoosh ban, they learned from their lessons. They got cooked by Terry's Amber, so they ban it now.
They're not trying to get roasted this time, so smart by them. They pick up that Sandy just ahead of time. Now that the Tara has been banned out, just like, honestly, can you really blame them? Seems like a boring way to draft. Also, look at Momotaro's bans. They're like fully depending on the Tara to be a first pick because every single thing that they have here is for Tara, and Navi nullify it all with 1 ban. It's just amusing to me. So Momotaro are like pooping their pants right now, thinking, "Oh crap! Like we needed the Tara. What are we gonna go for now? Quick, go Finks!" Which we haven't seen here yet today. So Spoo, help us understand like why this is being picked here.
It's just good side lane pressure in general up against the Cordilleras as well. You can still gadget to survive any of those kind of like pesky interactions. You run Vision Gear and it's just, you know, a really consistent, solid side laner. It's sort of... think of it as new age Pam, right? When you used to pick Pam, your idea is that you want this brawler that's always gonna be alive the entire time and can stay up. And yeah, fancy stuff from Momotaro as always. I mean, yeah, this basically shows off all their cards, but this ain't Ring of Fire, guys. I have not heard of Meeple in double swoosh in a long time. The way that you kind of play it is either to box to, you know, open the bush early on, but I don't see a Hank. I don't see value coming from this. I guess they just think that the Meeple Meeple is just secretly good. Maybe they've been studying EMEA and they're convinced that this works.
The last Meeple that I saw in Double Swoosh was me. I was trying to get him to 1K, and guess what? I gave up around 909 trophies. So best of luck, Momotaro. I couldn't make the Meeple work here, but this is a team of skilled players. They've already gotten 3rd place in Rival Challengers League, absolute minimum. So we'll see how this Meeple plays out. They should be able to box some people in like a fish. Just need to get some visuals on those enemies as well. Vision gear would help here. And they're going to be passing it over to Nyadesu, the same guy who played the Meeple when they played it last, which was on Ring of Fire, and it won them the game.
Well, newsflash, ready? Thanks to your wonderful production tool, we actually know that he's not using the box. He's using the stun. So this is gonna be an interesting one where they're trying to use the Meeple as a, it's a matchup winner, and in this case it's like it's defensively gonna be opting to go in this mid. Ryohei's gonna fall first though to that Lily on the side lane. This is one of the hardest matchups to go into on that side lane. There are a lot of good Kenji maps where you can wall peek, but in bushy maps Lily tends to do a little bit better.
Has Lily been located? Yes, a Choppy decides to check the bush. Little Matcherino pin for your troubles. Okay, I'm out of here. Nope, just kidding. I'm back. A Choppy is not finished bush checking, though. In fact, he's gonna just colonize the bush for himself, make it an old mushroom kingdom on the right side. That was a super from Meeple and Nyadesu to try and close things out. Not going to work out. Here comes Lily to terrorize the backlines. It's going to be 1 kill, and that's about all.
Oh man, Ryohei just became roadkill there by accident. I think he was going for Kuru there, but I mean, he caught the bullet, right? I mean, that's really his purpose there. Big stun there from the Meeple, max duration there, pushing a Choppy back. There's the strength of that brawler here, and he's gonna be struggling to hit out Ryohei inside that bush. Got that move speed here. We see the Finks here finally getting a first time warp here on that left side, but it's not really getting too much value. Meanwhile, the backlines, Ryohei, his reign of terror has finally come to an end. And Momotaro can finally breathe a little bit as they leave the base.
He's back, and he's on the right side. Or is he at mid? Where's he going to go? That's a Choppy, putting Meeple in the Shadow Realm and delivering some gems to the enemy side. Hypercharge, and oop, little spin as Finks got away. Could it be the last shot on Ryohei? Yes! What? By 11 health, he stays alive. Na'Vi don't have enough gems to stay in this one. They got to get a kill. 10 seconds to go, and a Choppy has to do something crazy. Now make it 5. Ryohei's going to be dashing forward. Everyone's closed in. It's looking a little dangerous. Could be a kill. Nope, not quite. Momotaro stay alive, and they get a game.
A chain of unfortunate, I don't want to say events, kind of miscommunication there from Na'Vi. First of all, a Choppy sending the gem carrier into the Shadow Realm right as he was walking into Kuru's stun, so that he couldn't get the burst damage in, and then the gems didn't fall in the right place. Then a Choppy falling immediately after. Then Ryohei wasting the hypercharge super, and then falling to the Finks. I mean, all of that basically, yeah, it was a perfect storm of mistakes that allowed Momotaro to come back in that game. I mean, I'm not taking credit from them. They still found the line of play to win, but that was 100% a robbery. And yeah, we're seeing that here. Na'Vi, this time they're not playing around. A Choppy realizes, what am I doing? I can literally jump the Meeple stun. Why am I not going for him?
Well, okay, yeah, here it comes. Oh, but here comes Lily, too, on the left side. Now has permitted some passage for Finks to get in there. Has a super to use if he wants to slow down some of these shots. A Choppy with a jump and the super. Lily's going to try and waste time. Enough for Meeple to get the proper distance versus Cord for a longer stun. He's thinking about it, but it's not worth it at this point. Just a free kill as long as they can line up the shot. And no, Meeple has no visual on Choppy, so he's just allowed to stay alive. Now here comes the super from Meeple. An attempt at damage on Ryohei. One more shot would do it. Needs Lily to get the final shot. No dice, but 1 kill on a Ryohei. Could be more. Kuru is low, but not Finks. Not Meeple could catch him. 9 gems for Na'Vi. Momotaro almost got those for themselves.
Yeah, really far behind inside the gems, but at the very least they have full map control for the moment. Hypercharge super there from the Lily, bounced it off the wall, kind of might have auto-aimed that actually, and not really finding the connection there. Now unable to just bring down Ryohei here, so the countdown is going to start. Long range super there from the Lily connects, but Kuru has the sleep available. stuns him there momentarily. A Chappie's got the hypercharge just for the stat boost to bring down the Finks, and this is an easy cleanup game for Na'Vi. They're gonna be able to take this game. There should be no way for Momotaro to bring this one back.
Na'Vi take it. That's another game squared away for them. They could get a couple of sets here, or it could be equaled by Momotaro as long as they can fire back in game number 3. Though I think this one should head to Na'Vi, just by the way that things played out in that last set. But also there were mistakes made by Momotaro. Let's not forget that Lily missed an entire hypercharge super. That's an ability that is a guaranteed hit when you auto-aim it. So maybe it was auto-aimed around the left side. We'll see a Choppy start things off on the left side with a kill. And a little sneaky move in from Lily. She's going to die, but she can at least trade. No, not quite. Last couple shots go onto a Choppy, and everyone's permitted to stay alive on Na'Vi. Momotaro, for once, lose their bush control, and they're trapped in spawn.
Yeah, and Vichapi and Ryohei taking full control of it. It's going to be pretty hard for them to come back. Achapi even going to go running on this Meepo, kind of showing them why this brawler doesn't really get selected here that often. The Lily is the one way that Momotaro can break out of their spawn, but at the moment, Ryohei is just completely checking him. Now Ryohei is a bit distracted though, going instead for this Finks on that right lane. Is going to allow this Lily to penetrate the backlines. He's got a nice super there onto one, almost gets a second, forces Ryohei to transfer gem ownership over. That's a huge tactical advantage for Momotaro.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to do that at all. Ryohei's even going to avoid picking up this next one. It goes to Kuru. These gems are so evenly spread across Na'Vi. Really, not a single one of these dominoes can afford to fall. We'll see Lily ready. Can she catch up with Ryohei if she puts him in the Shadow Realm and gets a super at the same time? Maybe a Choppy would be inclined to use a super on someone to help out. That's going to be a kill from Meeple. Ryohei's low. This has got to be the moment. Lily missed a super. Now she's got to get another one back. A Choppy can just stick him in the realm. That's going to be a kill. Little Lily drive-by. A Choppy gets a kill in the realm, and the 10 gems remain on Navi's side.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of damage coming out here from the Meeple here, but the reset is just so far away. Ryohei is even gonna be able to continue to contain even more pressure. Achapi just sends Lily in the Shadow Realm, smiles at him, and waves. Goodbye. Goodbye, Momotaro, and your second set is going to us. I mean, this is starting to look dire for Momotaro. They managed to steal one game away from Na'Vi here, but I've gotta say, really, the Meeple, what do you think?
You know, the Meeple had some moments. I honestly think, like, okay, got some pretty decent damage, but surely there's stronger things that you could pick here. The gadget, I feel like, didn't make that much of an impact. Overall, maybe not the best selection. Something stronger could have been chosen because the super didn't really do anything, and neither did the gadget. And so Meeple's not really known for the main attack damage. Let's just, like, say GG, go next. Maybe we leave the Meeple in the past. It was genius on Ring of Fire, not quite here.
I mean, yeah, looking back at this game, number one though, I mean, how they managed to just steal this game right under under Na'Vi's noses there. Yeah, I mean, it was just off the backs of quite a lot of mistakes from Na'Vi, and then once Na'Vi just stopped making mistakes effectively and started playing a little bit more careful, you know, respect the Lily where it's possible, and it was so difficult for them to come back.
You see in the moments where Lily has a hypercharge, Na'Vi know precisely how to play that defense. And Achapi was a total menace on this Cordelius, at times jumping forward and playing aggro, going into the enemy spawn. He didn't escape from enemy spawn alive, by the way. He died there and dropped a gem. So it was really just for show. But he made a statement. And I think Momotaro have got to be afraid at the moment. Na'Vi are looking like a different beast. Yes, they look like much of the same in terms of the drafts that they go for, but in terms of the gameplay, they're looking quite rejuvenated.
After that brutal match up against Reject, I think Na'Vi now, they get a breather, so to speak. I mean, this match has been it's been easier for them. Let's just put it that way. I mean, in terms of the gameplay, Momotaro are nowhere as sharp as compared to the likes of Reject. And now heading into this last draft on Sneaky Fields, Momotaro, they lead out with this Crow first pick. So this is once again back to standard formula here, and now they snatch up the Kenji. They wanna use Ryohei's weapon against him, and usually in my experience it doesn't really go so well, because guess what, if Ryohei's the best Kenji in East Asia, he also understands how to beat it, and there's a reason why they didn't lead with it and they went with this Ash prophylactically. They see the Hank in advance, and they want to block it out, so they go with this Kenji. And now Momotaro, they need one more thing to lock off the side. I don't mind even Anita here just to help out on the side. It's gonna be wow. I like it. I actually like it, but I like it because it's Momotaro and not because I think it's fantastic. And this is dangerous because they don't have last pick. Na'Vi could find the best counter here, dude. There's so many dangerous things. Dog could come into play here. There's so many hard counters that could break this here. It's gonna be RT. Oh my goodness, this could be the end for Momotaro. I'm gonna go prepare the bracket. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, calling the shot right now. All right, I'm here for it. And you're so valid, like, for seeing the El Primo and being like, I'm a fan because I just want to see Momotaro do their thing. They have dazzled us this weekend with the showing that they have offered. Not only did they make it through upper bracket, but they have made an upper bracket run today. It's led them down to the lower, and it may end here in a 3-set series. El Primo needs to put in some serious elbow grease with the elbow drop. Let's get it started in... Oh my god. Give me a second, guys. Things are not behaving the way they're supposed to. Ah! After a laborious fight with transitions, we're finally here on Sneaky Fields.
Yeah, and you can see this Primo on the right. It's just like, all right, I'm gonna hit Ryohei's lower half. I'm gonna continue hitting it like a punching bag. I gotta be careful with the spacing, and my whole team is dead. All right, jump on a choppy, big one. Can't get the second one out though. With the crow still alive. Okay, jumps onto a choppy. Does he have to heal here? Yes, he does. Just eats chill pill, and he's all back to full health. And this Kenji is Kenji bye bye.
It's gonna be a couple of little landmines. Oh no, put him in a blender. Ryohei's doing devastating damage to the Kenji, and it's a wide open goal for Na'Vi to claim their first of the game.
Dude, this is just like, I mean, it's Na'Vi giving Momotaro a taste of their own medicine. It's telling them, saying, we know how to last pick too, but there's some signs of life coming out here from Momotaro, and it starts here on that right lane. The Choppy is going to be able to delete the majority of their comp there, but a hypercharge super there from the Primo will clean him up. So Momotaro, they still got their chances here, but expending that Primo super is a big one, and Ryohei's already back. He's going to be going straight onto the Kenji. He's gone. The crew is going to be putting one inside. A Cocoon passes the ball over to Ryohei, and it's just Na'Vi running over Momotaro at this point.
Disrespectful. Pass it over and then get the bounce pass too, man, to finish that one off. Is this going to be another iteration of Momotaro getting a single game victory and it heading to the enemy team after all? Momotaro should be proud of how far they've come today. They're not down and out just yet, but Na'Vi have seriously swept them away. Their choices are not performing as they wanted.
Indeed, we've got two skirmishes going on here. On one side, it's a loss, and the other, it's a loss and a goal. This is just not working the way Momotaro have intended, and I frankly don't know what else they can do. The lane swaps are out, though. We're putting Primo on a Choppy instead. Let Kenji deal with Ryohei, and by deal with him, I mean just buy time. Buy time for them to do anything. Buy time for Primo to do something, because they need a miracle now to pull this game together.
One more goal is all that Na'Vi need, and they've got exactly the method. Ryohei can pop that super, and it would all be over. Just a guaranteed kill. Make it 1. Make it 2. Here comes Kenji. A pass forward received by Ryohei, deposited in the receptacle, and Momotaro are out. Na'Vi make it to the grand finals. They're top 2 here in the Rival Challengers League, and they'll have to fight for one last chance to be a champion.
Congratulations to Na'Vi for making it all the way there, and commiserations to Momotaro. They have dazzled us today, as you said, with some amazing drafts. I think they should be proud of their performance. They're still smiling, Reddy. They're still smiling. I love the positivity coming from this team. I think that they know that they've had a pretty good run here, but it ends here to the likes of Na'Vi, and in a poetic way as well. They get slapped in the face by the RT last pick. You know, Ryuhei asks, Momotaro, will it blend? And it does. It absolutely does.
They made a primo smoothie there at the end. Primo, Kenji, you know, a carnivorous smoothie, but, you know, probably quite nutritious. Enough of that. Let's take a look back at just some of the highlights from this last set. Spoiler alert, 2 of them are Ryohei using a hypercharge.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we call it the blender for a reason. It pretty much looks like it. I mean, every time he pushes that button inside maps like this, it just feels like Jackie on steroids. Really just does just so much damage, and this was a truly unwinnable comp for Momotaro. They're losing every single matchup here. Even this last moments here, we can barely see it by the scoreboard, but yeah, that's just, I mean, it's just all like, the 10 and 1. Oh my word.
Oh, nah, and 4 goals as well. It could have been only 3, but someone had to hit him with a little dribble around the back so that he could stat pad at the end of game number 2, and also aura farm just a little bit. Never can hate on a trick shot. Well done, Na'Vi. You've earned your spot here. You may have been sent down to the lower bracket earlier today by Rival, but you'll get the chance to rematch them. It will all come down to our grand finals, everyone. And this time, unlike in our monthly finals, bracket reset is in play, which means that if Na'Vi do manage to take a win over Rival, then they'll have to do it all over again, because it is double elimination. You have to be eliminated double in order to lose.
No comment. No comment.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was correct.
I am anti bracket reset, but hey, I listened to my producer, I listened to the people, and we considered it, and we thought that for the finals, for the playoffs, why not? Let's give the people what they want. Let's make it happen. And it is indeed happening. So Na'Vi, they have a gauntlet ahead of them. This might actually be the first ever time that East Asia is experiencing a bracket reset, so they might actually be a bit confused at how this works. I hope I've managed to explain it well enough to them, but in case you guys are unaware, essentially, because it's double elimination, as Reddy said, every team should have 2 lives. So why do we, you know, why should we take away 1 life from Rival as soon as they reach the finals? It supposedly doesn't really make sense here. So Rival have 2 lives. Even if they lose the first best of 5, guess what? They just come back to life and they get to play another best of 5, and whoever wins that will then win it also. Na'Vi need to effectively win twice. Rival only need to win once.
There you go. There's your explanation. And how about we, before we head into it, start to contextualize things? So Rival Esports, they've made it through the upper bracket, straight wins all the way down. They defeat Na'Vi 3-2 to make it into the upper bracket finals, where they gave Momotaro their first spanking of the day with a 3-0. That earned them their spot in the grand finals. For Na'Vi, well, they had to lose to Rival Esports to go down to the lower bracket semifinals, getting a double match point victory over Reject, and then sending Momotaro to go stand in the corner until the next iteration of Rival Challengers League. That earned them their spot in the grand finals, and they'll duke it out one last time. But keep in mind, there's a hidden bracket reset. If Rival Esports get taken down in this grand final, they are not eliminated just yet. And let's start talking about it. We're headed to Layer Cake for set number 1 in this one final match.
That's right, folks. It all comes down to this. For those of you who've been fans from day 1, you guys, I have seen this matchup, you know, so many times, right? This almost feels poetic, right? Rival Esports being the final boss of their own tournament seems apt. Another poetic thing to think about. These are the only 2 LCQ representatives in this playoffs. They are here in prime peak performance, here to show the rest of the world all their comms and the fact that they can actually play this game. But indeed, yes, they're here to show that they are great teams and in preparation for that LCQ ahead of time. So no matter who wins between these 2 teams, I'm sure it's gonna be an amazing amazing back and forth series. So far, the scores has been the fact that Rival have been behind. I think currently the head-to-head between these guys is that Na'Vi have won 4 matches and Rival have won 3. So it's getting closer, and this could be Rival finally eclipsing Na'Vi here.
Okay, I'm waiting with bated breath to see whether it happens again. Because it seems like they're pretty neck and neck, like they're actually evenly matched teams, these two. And I don't think we could say the same for any of our other teams, like just not the same dynamic whatsoever. So we got Terry on the cams once more. We'll also have Kuru across the way representing Na'Vi on the cameras. Pretty soon we'll be headed into draft and seeing what these two guys have to offer.
Oh yeah, I mean, a little bit of a short break there for Na'Vi. I think they may have needed a toilet break or whatnot. Yeah, they're in the lobby. They're just waiting for these games to start, and we should be headed into Layer Cake very, very shortly. But yeah, I mean, I just love the fact, by the way, that it's a green screen battle between these two guys. Obviously, Terry's got did you notice? Right? But Terry's obviously got the much bigger streamer setup. I mean, look at this chair, look at that mic, look at his, you know, he's probably got like a monster fridge under the table with just like stacks and stacks and stacks of monster energy. I mean, y'all know who Terry is. I mean, this guy being a competitive player is a part-time hobby for him. His main, sort of career so far in Brawl Stars has been making a name on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, making all those amazing Fang clips. But now he's a full-fledged professional player on top of that. And with that said, I do believe the draft is underway, folks. We're gonna be jumping right into it. It's gonna be Layer Cake, Rival Esports, and Na'Vi. Only one team can prevail here.
Okay, before we start talking about bans and stuff, I'm getting a dastardly idea. I mean, Terry's sitting in front of a green screen. I could put him in front of anything. Just a dastardly idea. Next time you open the cams, where will Terry be? Find out in the next episode of Rival Challengers League. How about we talk about this draft, okay? Kid first selection. It's left open by Rival Esports. Na'Vi are gonna take it. Shocker.
Yeah, but even bigger shockers. Look at the double Carl bans coming out from both sides. I mean, it's rare that Carl's banned out, but Layer Cake is one of the best maps for Carl in the game, and both teams spied out that, they don't want it to be in the pool. They respect the Carl players on both teams. And Na'Vi, look at that Mr. P ban. They were studying. They were watching Rival Esports play on Layer Cake, and I don't know when's the last time I've ever seen a Mr. P ban.
This is true. Like, is it usually worthy? I think what they wanted was a Gene, probably, and just couldn't get it safely. But okay, whatever. They're gonna have to just redirect their draft. They didn't really get what they wanted at all. They do have the Hank, at least, so that's useful for them. They could also probably pick up a thrower. Like, it could be a bit of a risk, but they need to have something versus a thrower. So, Kit's gonna help. Hank, damage through walls. Can't hate it.
Yep, with some of the bans as well. I mean, with the Willow banned out, it makes the Hank even better. And so Na'Vi, they wrap up their comp with this Charlie. It's a bit of a block pick, but it also is decent into that Bonnie. I mean, as soon as the Bonnie jumps, you've always got this Cocoon at the ready to save in case anything happens. The thing about it, though, is despite the fact that Na'Vi have, there's no Willow in play, Rival could still just basically go any thrower in the game and it would break the Na'Vi comp. Like, any thrower in the game is good here. I think Barley is probably the best selection here possible. We could even see a Larry and Lori here if they want to. There we go. There's the Barley. It's my turn to actually look smart for once. But when you've got a draft that's this obvious, I think Rival are certainly gonna go for it. The only way to do that with that Barley is gonna be the kid jumping over the wall, getting the stun. But that's perfectly why this Cordelius and the Bonnie exist here. This looks like a Rival Esports comp in my opinion. But then again, what do I know about Brawl Stars, and what do I know about the way that Kit has changed my dear game?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, you know what? If nothing else, we're going to find out in just a moment here, as we're about to kick things off. The draft is all settled. It has been an entire 5 months to get to this stage, everyone. Rival Esports Navi, they've battled through grueling brawls to make it to this final stage. The grand finals of the Rival Challengers League are here.
It all comes down to this final match between Rival Esports and Navi. Have taken up residence inside the Rival Esports base. But Rival Esports are cool with it. I mean, they have the blue star. They can afford the turtle. And honestly speaking, Navi, the only way to break in here is with the kit. They have to commit the kit to jump on a teammate. But IC is already ready there. He's sitting there with that super, and at any time he shows it onto that kit, it can completely disconnect that synergy here. Kuru is going to be the first target to be going down here. Choppy that goes in there for a sneaky play, gets a nice pick off there onto Mameshi, and with another yarn ball thrown out onto Terry, that's 2 kills for Navi. They're going to turn tail and run with their advantage.
Navi looking pretty safe right now, but how safe? Well, they're going to get backed up. Ooh, totally split off. In fact, the Choppy's forced to tread through some treacherous, dangerous pies thrown down by Mameshi. It's going to get a kill for Rival Esports, put them 3 stars ahead, and Terry is also forced to about face. Ooh, that cocoon Loki feels like it shouldn't have hit, but IC knows that the way out of here is to put himself in the Shadow Realm and run away from that Hank that was putting him in a dangerous position of getting 2 shots with the assistance of Charlie. We'll see a Choppy in hypercharge mid super to get additional duration. He's got 2. Now that could be a kill for Ryoki, but he turned away just a moment too early. Wasn't able to get the kill, and it's a 3-star lead for Rival.
Oh man, 3-star leads is all they really need here. Choppy doesn't have that hypercharge that he needs. It kind of really regretting his choices to pop it early there. And with that final super there from IC, he's spinning in the corner. They know that they've got this one in the bag. That's game 1 for Rival Esports. I think Navi there, they kind of jumped the gun a little bit early. They pushed the button too soon there. Choppy had the hypercharge, but didn't really have the patience there too.
What's so funny? Oh, it looks like Terry has visited the Windows background. Maybe he can touch some grass mid-match. I wonder if that's the only place he'll be visiting during the grand finals.
Oh man, all right. I mean, obviously that yeah. Welcome to the Rival Challengers League, guys. We just noticed he's got a green screen, but interestingly, Navi have taken the lead here inside the second game. Don't really know how that happened, but that's going to the fact that Achapi's got a super. I'm assuming that came the backs off in. Now they're gonna get another kill onto Terry. No, they're not. He's at the super to jump out there. So very, very nice extraction there from Terry, but they are now 3 stars behind.
Okay, it's looking a little bit dicey at the moment, but still can be recovered by Rival Esports. They have that hypercharge for Terry. That one's going to come in handy. A little healing down on the field, and Terry's got his final shot that he needed. He'll be able to jump in hypercharge style in just a moment. The Choppy's ready to jump up and stun him if necessary, and I think that's really the main deterrent. What they need is for IC to put Kit in the realm, and then they make it happen. Well, now Kit can't stun them. This might be the time that Terry decides to push in. He knows that he can also get put in the cocoon, so they're like all kinds of different entangling treaties that keep him from taking action. It's a surefire kill from Navi for Terry. Nope, forced to jump away. Okay. The super has been expended. He can get another one back, but he needs to do it before Kuru gets his next super.
I see going to be falling there to Kuru that just repeatedly just beaten down here. It's now 8 stars down. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Mameshi is going to be the next target there for Achapi. Kind of gave up there. He knew that this one is pretty much done and dusted. Another cocoon just going to be going out. Achapi just jumping head first inside there. Donates some stars back to IC, so his KD doesn't look too bad compared to the rest of his team here. But at the end of the day, Navi, off the backs of that early blue star lead, are going to take this game number 2.
Awesome, and you know, sorry if you were expecting to see anything behind Kuru. His green screen's a little bit tougher. To be serious though, set number 1 is in deadlock. It is 1-1 at the moment. Rival Esports and Navi with 1 game apiece. The first blue star is taken by Navi, but it's wrested back by Rival Esports with an initial kill.
This is a good one for Rival Esports. They need that kill advantage. It's always easier to play defensively than it is offensively inside this game. You get the advantage of space and all kinds of other things. IC doesn't have a super though online just yet though, so Achapi at the very moment should be able to capitalize on this opportunity. They're trying to scout him out. Yeah, you can see the anxiety inside the Rival Esports team. They are looking for the kid. They don't know where Achapi is, and they are not sure what kind of angle he'll approach on. Navi seem pretty content at the moment though, with exactly where their position is, and they're sort of Starly. They're just waiting for Achapi to get cardboard box, and now they're gonna go in as a team here. The target at the moment is IC, but they couldn't really bring him down. With Terry jumping into the back lines, they bought out so much time for the entire team. It's now gonna be 4 stars in the pockets of Rival Esports.
Rival looking pretty safe here. Navi plotting their next approach in. They have the kit super. That's the first part of the equation. He's going to move forward. Whoa, Avoid's getting scouted out. Totally blindsides Mameshi. Looks for 2 and somehow escapes. Ryohi's body blocking for him. And I am just absolutely blown away by the team play from Navi. They got 20 seconds left to survive. They have a hypercharge from Ku. That's going to be instrumental to their success. IC is going to do his best. Has a super. Has the jump if necessary. It would be too risky to go for now. Just get someone out of there for a safe jump in from Terry. A few seconds to go. Terry's looking for an optimal target. 2 stars is all that he needs. Oh, in exchange, 1 more could save it. No, Terry can't get the buzzer beater. What a finish. And Navi take it.
Oh no! They just needed another split second, quite literally, for them to save that game. But credit to Navi where it's due. As you said, Achapi undetected, sneaking in, finds the kill. And I want to point out, this isn't an easy kit game. This is a game of kit up against a Cordelius, where it basically means you can't do the easy mode of kit, jump on your allies, run in there like a madman, and, you know, throw your arm balls all day long. You have to be so tactical. And so he hard commits into this Cordelius and to Mameshi on the side. I hope we get a replay of that moment, because yeah, here we go. Yeah, so he hard commits. He spots out the fact that IC was out of position. Then comes in Ryohei. I mean, it was a slight missed shot there from Terry as well. But I mean, honestly, all things considered, that was just, as you said, amazing team play from them. And I've got to give huge props to our former world champion.
He looks awesome on that kit. He can play the new brawlers. Kit's been in the game for like a year and a half, but is still very new considering the stuff that we usually see, like the great players of old usually fall back to. And it's a lot of Bell, by the way, guys. So seeing Kit just like an entirely different dynamic is wonderful to see from Achapi. Puts Navi in an advantageous position with set 1 already under their belts.
Oh, just bear in mind that this is 1 out of 6 that Navi need to win. So it's still a gauntlet for them uphill, but every single win counts. I mean, if Navi can pull it off here, I would be thrilled for them. So Rival Esports, they're not having any of it. Kit, say goodbye to it. I mean, no first pick kit for you anymore. Yeah. They've realized, they're like, you know what? They're like, Rival, like, why do we keep doing this to ourselves? Why do we keep doing this? Every time we lose in the RCL, yesterday, I mean, sorry, in Group A as well, all their losses were amounted to kit comps. And it's the same here, and they just donated 1 set to Navi as a result. They almost got the win there, but yeah, let's take it out of the pool, accept the fact that you're playing with 1 less ban, and move on with your life. Now they got the Bonnie plus the Tara though. This is a slightly different configuration to what they did earlier, where they tried to force it with a Gray. I like this a little bit more. It's a little bit more versatile, covers more bases, and looking at the bans, you got the Sandy band out, you got the Lumi band out, so this Tara should have pretty okay lanes.
Okay, now response from Navi. What do you do here? Well, you could just do nothing and let Rival Esports pick a Tara that has not worked for a single team today. It's, you know, giving Major Luigi does nothing in wins type of vibes, you know, like the Mario Party videos where Luigi does nothing and everyone else just kind of kills each other. That's what I'm gleaning from this. Ash, absolutely love it. I don't think we've seen Ash lose on this map just yet because of how dominant of a force it is on the individual lanes. Now, to pair up with that Ash, they could get another solid lane. I see Bonnie is wide open. They're going to go for Squeak. Okay. And Squeak actually was one where I was like, okay, well, Ashe is good, but what if they played Squeak into him? Nope, not a consideration anymore. And Squeak is going to be good for this Tara selection. So keep an eye out for that.
Hey, Ryohei, remember the torture that you received? Wait, was he the one being tortured or did he torture somebody? I can't remember.
I just remember Colonel Ruffs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was real. It was not me. Yeah, it was not me torturing Reject in that one. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it's a similar idea here, but it is not Reject that they're facing up against its rival. And this is a different comp. I mean, it's not Janet, Sandy, Chara that they're leaning into. So with this Kaze last pick here, it is a pretty good selection there into the Squeak. You just need to dodge 1 or 2 shots for you to be able to just get up into that Squeak face and just out DPS it. I think it's really just 2 crits plus a normal attack to bring down the Squeak. And Icy, he's got some Kaze tutorials on his YouTube channel if you guys want to check that out. It's in Japanese with subs, and he teaches you how to play Kaze. So this guy really understands crits pretty well. I'm expecting to see him pilot this brawler to huge success. And Nachapi is so scared. Yeah, he's always running down the mid. He doesn't want to deal with Icy at all.
Get me away from him. I still think that Ashe should be able to win this Tara matchup, at least in the early stages. I'm also turning my attention to the left side where Icy is trying to get in close range versus a Choppy who's like a notoriously good Squeak. Now we see Memeshi sending in some shades to Ryohei on the right side. Not honestly the worst matchup as long as he can keep Ryohei away. Ryohei is going to get no damage off of that. And there's the couple of shots that Tara needed. So as long as Tara is offered a good matchup, she wins, which is true for any brawler in the game. But seeing Na'Vi decide that Ashe is so important that they need to, pick it even into a Tara, I think speaks quite a bit. You also see just expert lane rotations from Tara.
And the early countdown there coming out from the side of Rival Esports here off the backs of this amazing play there from the Kaze. He continues his rampage there. A 2-man super. Terry's just going to be jumping in, zips out. IC is showing off at this point. IC, come on. You can add this to your YouTube video in your next tutorial if you really want it to be so. You didn't have to flex that hard. And Terry is in Stonehenge now, apparently.
Wow, yeah. And that's probably like some crazy delay, but, you do whatever you want, man. It really is just wonderful to have a green screen. For me, we could make Terry play from anywhere. I wonder if we should cut it out because I don't think Terry knows that we've made him play from the Windows background and Stonehenge. But yeah, I don't think he minds. You can even see his jersey billowing in the breeze. It's like he's really there.
Oh man, the beauty of a green screen here. All right. The 50-50 from Na'Vi, the coin flip in terms of the lane selection is still not going their way. They seem to have predicted perfectly where Achapi is going to be. So no torture chamber this time for this Squeak. He's the one being tortured instead. As looks like a similar situation from what we saw in game number 1. The pinches are starting to come in from Terry as well. They can concede the left lane, but as long as they continue to maintain control of the center, it's just advantage that's just be counting up for Rival.
Rival Esports with a solid foundation for a good game. They've got Kaze swinging wide around the right side. It's a guaranteed kill on a Choppy. And now they need to pinch down on Dekuru. Kaze's attempting to reposition. Pop a hypercharge, see where that gets you. Jump away from Crow. And Kuru still gets sniped out by Terry. If not gem value for Rival, they at least have the control. They have at least a bit of tempo to work with. As you get this next gem, it'll spawn on the enemy side. But it's just fine for them. Get a couple of kills. Ooh, Terry's taking mad damage. But the healing shade is keeping him alive. 10 gems on the guy. He's got the hypercharge and the super to jump away when necessary.
They're just going to back away all the way inside the base. Let IC go out there to play up against the side of Na'Vi. Now IC, once again, a big hypercharge super going to be coming out there from Kuru. But there he's got one of his own to just completely avoid all the damage and punch Kuru in the nose on the way down. Violence from Rival Esports as they take a set win 1-1. Is that the White House?
It is the White House. What was it? The white color that gave it away?
No, it's the flag at the top and the gated.
Yeah. We couldn't get Terry inside the White House, so he's gonna have to sit outside.
Are we doing GeoGuessr now, chat? Like, is this like we're playing GeoGuessr on Darren's screen?
In the grand finals, by the way.
In the grand finals, mind you, and I'm nailing it so far. I've got Stonehenge right. I've got the White House so far. Yeah, we gotta find something slightly harder. I mean, we're gonna see the Seven Wonders happen at this point. Are we gonna have Reddy's house, going on? Maybe.
No.
No, we're not gonna put Terry in Reddy's house. No, all right.
I was actually thinking of like a picture of you that's really stretched out and just watching you react to it. No, you know what? I know a good bit, and I know when to call it. It's just gonna be green behind him. Swear.
I just realized you could put us in his background.
Oh, you're so right. You're very right.
We could just put the toolbox in the back and just have his stream be in the have the stream be in the background.
That's
instead.
it. That's actually
Anyways.
such a like incredible idea that I definitely won't do.
Anyway, he's coming into the stats, guys. 06 and 06. I just saw two 06s and you were like, oh snap, let's not humiliate Navi anymore. Get out of here, the draft didn't work. And now it's Navi's turn to give the kitty cat over to Rival Esports. I've been freaking out about this brawler the entire time. I'm not gonna freak out about it anymore. At this point, I have to assume that it's intentional. But with Draco banned out from Navi, I don't know what's the math now for them to deal with this kit. I mean, I know that they like Nita as a potential option, but aside from that, they usually go Nita, Draco, that kind of stuff. Cordelis is out the pool for them as well, so what else can they really go for?
Into the kit, it's just tough, man. Something with close range capabilities and stuff that's going to farm super off of him is obviously going to be in the consideration. Navi probably want to fall back to their comfy old Charlie right now, because the Cocoon is a pretty strong deterrent for a kit. I guess no reason to go for it now. They aren't worried about Rival Esports going ahead and picking up the Charlie themselves. Navi are more focused on getting the aggression, also leaving themselves open for a thrower last pick, so they'll keep themselves versatile. I think this is probably the right approach.
Yeah, don't mind it. It's the best mid, I think, as well for on this map. I mean, you can't really go B, I think, into the kit. It's just too much of a vulnerability. At the very least, as a Bonnie, if you do get caught by the kit, you can jump away, you can jump onto somebody else. And surprisingly, even if Kit decides to play the tank route, which I don't think will happen, the Bonnie stun is fantastic against that. So two stuns from Navi seem to be the answer for the kit. And now Rival Esports, I think this is where I don't like the draft anymore. I've said this time and time again, but why pick a bad brawler into a bad matchup? Lumi doesn't really do very well into that Bonnie. It's just a big fat target on her head for that star launcher to jump onto. I like the bull a little bit more, but this Lumi mid is kind of free food for the Bonnie here.
It seems to be so. It is very vulnerable, but they needed a mid, and it's maybe the best mid on this map, at least right now. I don't think Navi are going to go like a B or anything. They'll go Lily. They already have their mid, so it should be perfectly fine. Nice and safe from Navi, in my opinion. I feel like Bull actually has not that great of a matchup into Lily as well, so that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, don't mind it here. It's just more hate on the Lumi, to be honest. Like, they're just like, Lumi, weakness. Kid strong, but Unga Bunga, just throw everything at the Lumi, the formation will fall apart. But this is still Rival Esports we're talking about here. It's IC's Bull, it's Mameshi on this kit. We've already seen them play this dynamic duo once inside Pinball Dreams. It worked brilliantly then, and it was against Navi, right? So, I mean, this is like part 2 of that same story.
Rival Esports are already off to the races. They've got IC in an incredibly aggressive position, and they have Mameshi here for the support. IC's getting pieced up by a Choppy, though, to claim a first kill. Make that 2 at the hands of the Nita. And here comes Ryohi in for the kill. That's going to be a Mameshi responding, but yet another K and a Choppy's KD. Keeps him in position. He's got that super. He's well on his way to a hypercharge, probably 1 or 2 hits away by this point. And Navi are looking mad threatening.
They are held back now by the Morning Stars of Terry, and they're going to be going on ice for a brief moment here. Ryohei goes inside. The Shadow Realm pops out there very, very quickly there, but a beautiful 2-man stun, 3-man charge. Oh my goodness, this bull is rampaging through the Na'Vi roster. A complete open goal now for them. Ryohei's going to have to pop the hyper charge, but they just stack together. One member goes into the realm, the other picks up the ball to go in. Actually, surprisingly, a mistake, I think, from Ryohei there to go into the Shadow Realm. I think could have been able to stop it there. Now second hypercharge going to be coming out there from Momeshi. Up and down. Kuru gets the stun across. After all the pandemonium said and done, we've got a bear and a cannon left standing, but it is Rival that are holding the position strong. Momeshi's not done yet. No, jumps into the back line, gets the ball across, and now we finally get some small moment to breathe.
No, it sounds like you need a moment to breathe too, so I'll let you have it. Rival Esports, my goodness, I see. And he's standing on the grave, doesn't really bother wiggling around or anything, knows exactly how this is going to go. And this is part of like why Nita's so good into a brawler like Bull, because he can theoretically kill it fast, but he'd have to take damage in order to do that. At range, he's not very good at all. We'll see a choppy pressure in from the right side, and this death dot of Rival Esports begins to expand uncontrollably. Kuru's looking for a super bounce pass, looked for a self pass too, and Kuru, despite being stunned, stays alive, and he can throw things back into the cannon form, decide not to, instead to super the ball forward directly to an enemy. And how is he alive to stay so long? Ryohei with some crazy angles to do unthinkable things. A Choppy's gonna try and walk this in once more. No, not gonna happen. A little slow pass away from Momeshi on the right side. And that's gonna be this game headed to Rival.
What an insane kind of back and forth game that we've got going on here. And
yeah,
this man.
This was your suggestion.
This man is the GOAT. This man in particular, yeah, he's Terry.
We're such big fans.
He's yelling at us to get out, dude. Anyways, we got a game to cast here. The ball's going to be passed over to the side of Na'Vi. Ryohei is absolutely shredding through Momeshi with a chain stun on top of Ryohei. It is stalling out a crucial amount of time here. Pass across here. Slows down onto a Choppy though, but manages to slot the ball in. Na'Vi with an early goal in this game too.
Na'Vi have already scored. Rival Esports got to play catch-up for a change. Are we going to see this one go 1-1 in set number 3 like we've seen so many before? It's so possible. Here comes a push to the enemy side from IC. The wide open goal from Momeshi. Terry nearly got eliminated by the Hyper Bear, and IC wouldn't have been able to touch it either. A total near miss for Rival to equalize.
It's now Na'Vi with initiative though. Double hypercharge is going to be going out there. The bounce there from Ryohei is good. Connects on to Terry. Kuru now with one of his own, but Momeshi slaps back with a stun to stop this push prematurely. IC now pops his hypercharge in return, but they couldn't bring down a single member of Na'Vi. Somehow, all 3 members still staying alive. Ryohei gets a nice stun across the bank there. Gets it onto Terry. It's one more kill, but this ball's in a precarious spot. They need one member to sacrifice up against Momeshi. It's got to be Ryohei. Goes in there. Gets 2 jabs onto Momeshi and then retreats back out. He can cycle the super if he wants to. The aggression hasn't ended for Na'Vi. Ryohei's still looking for opportunities.
Here comes a hypercharge for Ryohei. Make that 1. Looks for 2. Can't get that super charged up in time. It's going to have to be a good old-fashioned Lily super for the next one. And now everyone's on skates. A Choppy is so vulnerable. IC's going to try and take advantage and gets rid of that bear too. Ryohei in for yet another kill with the Lily super. Rival Esports find themselves still on the defensive. Got hypercharges, they got supers, but Kuru's got the kill and he's got the method on the mid lane. Hypercharge now for him too. This is looking like a pretty meaty push in for Na'Vi on the next one. Rival Esports knows it's time to up the ante. They got a full team wipe, in fact, and they'll get to push this ball forward.
Off the backs of IC once again, but Kuru wants to intercept this early. Just instantly hypercharges, goes out there, blows up this bull. Momeshi now desperately trying to get his hypercharge super. Is going to be making the play. It's on a Choppy though, but is that a mistake? Because Ryohei has still got the ball in his control there. It's a full team wipe for the moment as we barrel into the overtime. Not even necessary. The open goal is all IC needed to slot that ball in after a nice self pass.
Make that 2 sets for Rival Esports so far. 1 set away from becoming the first Rival Challengers League champions and the crowd behind him is roaring. Possibly, that's the crowd, by the way. It's only 1%. It's just Spoo. Every one of those people is just Spoo. Terry. We're cheering for him. We're hoping that we can crown a champion in a nice, efficient manner. Navi got the first set. Okay. I know you are because you don't want to. I don't know. We got bracket reset on the table. Possibly. Navi would have to win twice in order to become your rival Challengers League champions. And Rival Esports needs to win only one set to do that same thing.
And so far, gotta say it. I mean, Kit seems to be the factor here. Have Navi learned their lesson? The last time that they went to Hot Potato, they thought they could contend with it and it didn't work out. I mean, I've got to say though, this comp really was designed to deal with the Kit, but it is really just so difficult. And once again, they fell prey to not just Kit, but this Kit Bull combination. Look at IC, 10 to 8 on the KD there, and most of those kills were chained back to back to back. This guy, put him on any tank in the game and he excels to such a high level.
Loves the way that Kit plays because you can see it. No, he's not really getting the most kills, but the damage is kind of unreal for the guy. That plus also he's providing just so much support for his teammates, and it's such a versatile brawler. Really does it all, and so many times it's being allowed through the draft by Navi. When will they learn that their actions have consequences, that they must eliminate this Kit versus Rival Esports? Is it really that low on the totem pole? Is it not a high priority for them? I think it would be well advised for them to just get rid of it from now on. The risk is not paying off.
The only time that Kit has lost so far in the playoffs has been when, I believe, it was Effort Result that picked it in some really weird Willow Kit Charlie comp inside Layer Cake, and then it just didn't work. But aside from that, Kit has had a 100% win rate indeed, even into matchups like this where you've got 3 brawlers that on paper all should be, you know, relatively okay against the Kit, but it's not just the Kit that you gotta worry about, it's just what it does to the nature of your comp. I mean, they were hard focusing Terry, and he didn't even die that many times. He just trades out 9 to 9 evenly here. It was a really, you know, back and forth game, but at the end of it, Rival Esports, they are the one in a match point.
All right. Could it be the one, Rival Esports? One set between them and making an undefeated run through the Rival Challengers League playoffs. Draft is underway as we speak, everyone. Those bans will be coming in shortly. And we'll get a better idea of how this one is going to go. Is Kit going to be left open? We've raised some eyebrows, some question marks about the Kit selection on the Hot Potato in the past. Rival Esports are going to go ahead and ban it out. Navi are like, yeah, we're not having any of that.
The Barry too, the Barry as well. Navi's got PTSD. They got PTSD from the last freaking set that they played through. The Barry was too much for them as well. Okay, I mean, now Navi feel like they're playing they're drafting not to lose, and that's not a good mentality to have, right? I mean, they've got a gauntlet ahead of them. And I feel like oh my god, you know how I feel about this, right? You know how I feel about this.
Yes, I know how you feel about this. You are worried that Akaze is going to appear, and then Lumi is going to be deleted from the map, and that Rival Esports will take the playoff title.
It's just like go Kaze, Miko, pack it up, child, it's over. Like, what do you do against that? I mean, you've managed to ban the Bonnie, but Lumi as a first pick is just such a liability on this map. I mean, I hope Rival spots it. Like, surely they see at least, yeah, that's fine too. Even this Carl is fine. Carl Kaze, Carl Miko, there's so many annoying options that they can pick up here that Lumi just absolutely struggles against. And the only way that you can, you know, really realistically make it work is if you force the Lumi as your attacker, but that involves quite a lot of, you know, rocket science to, you know, pave the way to make it work. So I'm worried for Navi. This could be the end. This could be the last set.
M's response from Rival Esports, this one we've seen be overwhelmed in the past. Like, individually it has worked well. It's just the time that we saw it was like a good piece and a bad puzzle, essentially. And as far as things that counter it, anything that jumps on top of it. One thing that comes to mind is like Buzz would be a wonderful response to this. You get rid of the threat of the Carl. Also, like M's, okay, she can blast you away, and then what? You're still gonna kill her as Buzz. That is what comes to mind to me for Navi. Bang.
It's a good selection. I think up against the M's, there's some sneaky interactions that can happen. But the thing about Buzz now is that you will not be going for M. Obviously, I mean, this is no longer in that era, right? You're gonna be going for that Carl for sure here. And I like this as a counter option. And actually, the weird part is by picking this M's, Na'Vi have actually, they now have an out. They have a decent matchup for the Lumi, and now they've got a decent matchup onto the car, and they snatch up the Kaze themselves, so they're not even gonna be worried about that potentially coming in. Na'Vi have kind of managed to salvage this draft, oh my god.
It's here.
It's here. The Buzz is good into it though, but like, I mean, it can work.
It's very possible. I'm holding my breath though. Like, is this going to be the method? I don't see any wall break, so I think that the shade, can be pretty effective. Hypercharge is going to be useful, no doubt. We'll be able to stay away from virtually everything. So I would honestly put my money on it that Rival Esports can take this.
It is a great last pick. And yeah, I mean, it will, again, realistically speaking, quite a number of kills here on this map, but it is Na'Vi that have the advantage when it comes to this sort of penetration into the background. Ryohei is already all the way inside the back. Kuru is going to be getting one kill on this Ems. The damage lead is going to be going all the way inside of Na'Vi. They've taken the first layer of shielding down already, and the entirety of Rival Esports, they're just boxed inside the base for the moment. They have to get out of here, but Achapi is already looking at Icy, gets one kill onto him. Kaze follows it up with another, and this could be a very quick L for the side of Rival Esports.
Couple of shields cracked open already for Na'Vi. Achapi's going to claim yet another life on his warpath to the Rival Esports safe. Kuru also threatening to disrupt this final shield. And here comes the M super. It's going to be enough to slow things down, but Achapi is still destroying the guy. Kuru only needs a few more shots to eliminate the safe. One more will do it. Na'Vi do have a horse in this race.
Rival didn't really find the sharpest way to approach this draft, and I think kind of punished as a result. They may have wanted to get the Kaze last pick themselves, and that could have been a good final piece to come in here. Instead, they're left with this less to be desired shade that doesn't really contribute to any of the three matchups, and that seems to be a gigantic weakness now instead in the Rival comp. Na'Vi, for the first time in this entire series, I'm pretty confident to say that they have comp here. I mean, this M just looks awkward, Terry just looks horrid, and IC is just gonna be about to die to Achapi in about 5, 4, 3, dead. Nope, never mind, he's out.
Whoa, okay. Yeah, man's still alive, but Rival Esports are getting outpaced right now. They can do whatever they want on this safe, but they don't have the proper defense to deal with both Kuru and Achapi. You can't leave a Lumi undefended on your safe. You have to know that. And what they have selected is just not going to be faster than that. Ryohi's going crazy on the crits, and just like that, Na'Vi fire back so swiftly, we're going to set 5.
Woo! A grand finals isn't a grand final worthy match unless we get to a set number 5, and what better way to end it? This could be the final set. I love the smile that Kuru has there, just cracking a smile there, saying that we've still, as you mentioned, got a horse in this race, and lots of 2-0s going across here. We're headed over to open business. It's another tricky map, and it's a map that these two teams have a lot of history on in the entirety of the RCL. A lot of epic moments that we've shared together on these maps, but just looking at the stats for a moment here, in summary, didn't work from Rival, I think.
Yeah, well, I only said I'd put money on that they can, so I still think they could, but they didn't. So I think I was exact in my wording. Whatever. Rival Esports, they look so strong coming into this. We thought, okay, they're cooking, because why else would you pick an Ems? Oh, no, it turned out to be totally vulnerable to everything that Navi went for, even getting outranged by the Lumi. That is probably the most disrespectful aspect of this matchup. Looking at the KD as well, you see M, supposedly the defense brawler, like, yeah, she can get damage on the enemy safe, but really she's here to defend, and she's not getting KD. So it, unfortunately, is a total failure on what these individual brawlers were supposed to do.
Oh, yeah, I mean, usually you pick up the M's when there's at least one good matchup you can go into. But newsflash, in case you didn't know, Mr. Rival Esports, it's bad. Against the Lumi, it's literally just a bad matchup. So I feel like Rival, they just want to make this exciting, and they are, go into that set number 5. Now looking at the bans though, Navi, I want to point out, they've taken out 2 of the biggest wall breaks in the game. Looked like they were potentially aiming for a Hank first pick, but Rival Esports, they banned that out. So now we're back to square one, where there is no clear advantage to be gained for either side. I don't even know who's leading the draft. I think it's probably Navi, and they're gonna go with this Lumi as their first selection.
Okay, cool.
And it's GG, because it's Bonnie Kaze from Rival, and you can pack it up, guys.
You really think it's that chalked? I mean, let's see if they do that. I know you're such a Lumi hater, but let's see if you're also like an accurate draft predictor, because, I mean, you've gotten some pretty good stuff in the past. Oh, would you look at that? Well, interesting. They didn't go for either things you said, Swoosh, so what are you thinking now?
I think Rival Esports want us to cast another best of 5. No, I think this is fine. Like, Crow and Cordelia's is another way to go around it. Great coverage from there. Actually, it's honestly a better idea. I actually sincerely believe that. The Crow completely forgot that it is arguably still one of the best picks you can go for inside the mid, but that's gonna allow Navi that Sandy's selection here. It is something that they have already used in a previous match up against the Cordelias. It had great success. It's how Navi punched their ticket up against Reject to get here, and so they're gonna lean back into that and rely on it. Now what I'm curious is, will they really just full send it and pick up the Ken G next as well, or is it gonna be a Kaze for Ryohei, because that seems to be the last brawler that they are missing? It is going to be the Kaze. I'm so smart. Look at me. Wow.
Makes sense. You get some necessary aggression. Don't want to have that one on the opposing side. It's a necessary defense against the Lumi. So, okay, we've got like some solid anti-heal. We got control. You got Cordelius. And yes, I'd say this makes sense. No wall break. The only thing that could be good into a thrower is Kaze, because she has mobility. Overall, an uncontested thrower, in my opinion. I think this cooks.
Could be uncontested. The Kaze is still, after all, a decent selection, but I agree. Without the walls going down, this is an easy sort of musical lane situation that Rival just need to navigate. On the side of Navi, though, it is a lot of pop-off potential. Ryohei really can cook here. I mean, there's only a Cordelia's that he has to worry about, which a Chappie, his main job is to make sure that IC never sees the light of day. So between the two of that and the fact that Kuru isn't completely hard countered like I suggested, this could end up being a pretty close game, but it's gonna be pretty snowbally in nature. Whoever gets that early game lead is gonna be able to hold on to it for a pretty long time here, and it looks like the first interaction is gonna go to the side of Rival.
Rival's got that initial control so far. They're trying to hold on to the best of their ability. Mameshi's also in an annoying position, and this is going to be the power of the Cordelius. Barley is so good into everything here, unless, of course, he's forced out of position by some ice. Manages to stay alive. Though, here's the thing. As long as IC can stay, like, glued to this Kaze, then Barley wins the remaining matchups.
That's the math, but at the moment, Ryohei actually managed to win up his matchup against Cordelius. It's very, very skill-based. Interesting to see that Ryohei continues to commit these fan storms, even with the hypercharge. It's just being used to deny space and time, but I'm wondering if he wants to consider using it for the damage instead, or maybe as an escape mechanism. But for the time being, I'm not going to be the one to teach this man how to play this brawler. He is the absolute GOAT when it comes to tanks and assassins in East Asia for a reason, but they are being pushed back at the moment by Mameshi. The last call is a dreadful thing to go up against for this Na'Vi comp.
Ryohei now pushing in, gonna get eliminated. Terry also hypercharge, ready to move. IC, much of the same. They're looking so strong right now, and they're only going to use these abilities when they need to. Terry's going to hit them with the vertical super for a bit extra damage and survivability. He's hanging on to that hypercharge, knows how valuable it can be when he pops it with the shield together. Rival Esports now ahead on the percentage front. It's looking drastic right now for Na'Vi. It's going to be one last desperate push in from Ryohei that ultimately does help pinch things out on the right side. There's a 5% gap right now.
Cruz lost one of his Morning Stars inside that Shadow Realm. They managed to push out the side of Rival from this point, but with one in the realm and one outside, there's no way to stop this easy walk-in from them. You've got Terry there with a Rival Challengers League aura in the background as well. They pretty much got this one in the bag. One more will do the trick to crown themselves champions of their own tournament. As for Na'Vi, though, they've still got to work uphill from here to try and deny this satisfying win for Rival.
One more game will do it. Just replicate the success in the last one. That said, Na'Vi came damn close to making that game their own and sending themselves to a match point. We'll see them attempt to circumvent the IC defense on the right side. Ryohei's just trying to rotate over towards Mameshi. He's getting rejected by both the positioning of IC and that of Terry. You see the freeze in as well, but Na'Vi weren't ready to capitalize on it, unfortunately. That said, the positioning of Ryohei has kept everyone so far back. Rival Esports are playing so conservatively that Na'Vi has taken a sizable lead.
It's a 36% lead, but Rival Esports with 2 kills to their name, they're going to be able to take that lead right back. Kuru is a massive liability at the moment, can't seem to get a single super. Icy's going to fulfill that role as an assassin as well, jumping in onto him. But Ryohei, though, had a phantom. Terry, interesting jump there. Might have been a misclick from him. Had the hypercharge at the ready there, could have potentially gone for a kill instead, but that's going to allow Na'Vi to get back a little bit of mid-position. We see Ryohei on the run, trying his best to dodge out IC as much as possible. Gets out of the realm there, communication failure there. Maybe a Chappie thought he could get the kill on the return, but instead IC is going to remain at large, and now it's going to be healed up by that healing tonic.
Rival Esports in position to hold on to this point. There's the hypercharge forward. Oh my goodness, and holy value here from Terry. The only thing he could do better is get that kill on Akaze as well. He's not going to be able to do that. Just hold on to this point is what they need right now. Na'Vi now looking to encircle once more. Ryohei has a super. He's going to have to pop back into the geisha form to get the full value out of that. That's another kill for Kuru. A choppy around the right side will force Terry out. Na'Vi have only 7% of wiggle room to work with.
Ryohei's got one hypercharge, and he's got to make this one count. Commits it forward, that's just to buy a little bit of time there. Now goes inside that form to go straight onto Terry. He's a good target to go for, but IC there sends him to the Shadow Realm. This is one of the most problematic brawlers, and you did the math. With Kaze out of the picture, there is nothing else to counter Rival Esports, and they are gonna take this one. They're gonna be winning the entirety of your playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, Rival Esports are gonna be your inaugural champion of the Rival Challengers League.
They've made themselves the team to beat now. With performance after performance in the monthly finals, with a winning streak through their group stage, and undefeated here in the playoffs, they have climbed this mountain of Rival Challengers League and declared themselves the final boss. Na'Vi, despite their best efforts, could only get 2 sets knocked off of them, and Rival declare themselves the champions. What a journey it has been to get to this stage, Spoo. It has been months and months and months, 5 months to be exact, to reach this stage. What a grueling gauntlet to finally climb this mountain. But there can only be one.
huge props to the entirety of Rival Esports. I mean, they worked really, really hard for this. And once again, for Na'Vi, for putting up such a great fight as well. I mean, they were a decent final boss here, but looking back at these last moments of this replay there, for like a split second, because literally we had probably not too many plays. I mean, he's got IC there, got 12 and 5 there, and this is the choppy torture cam 0 and 7 unfortunately on this Sandy. I mean, it was the idea to deal with the Cordelias, but that last pick Barley and the fact that this Crow was just way too strong from the outset was just too much. I think Na'Vi really reeling from that Lumi first pick. I'm gonna stand by it. I don't think it works anymore. I don't think you could just blindly pick it without a decent matchup, and I think they got punished for it. Yeah. I'm just wondering if Terry was laughing just now, by the way, because he noticed that the green screen was being used, and he was like,
"Oh, surely not."
Cracked up. Yeah, surely not, right? Surely he's not tuned into the stream, and he's just like, like we totally had that. Right? Oh,
chat. I feel like we might have leaked the script.
Yeah. Is this intentional? Could be.
Bang.
Yep. Bang. I actually forced the bracket reset. Nope, didn't happen.
The good ending.
Psych.
Well, let's talk about it, Spoo. How exactly Rival Esports made it here. We discussed the individual journeys of each team. Rival Esports, they started off with a 3-2 versus Na'Vi, and folks, that is called a little flash forward to the future. They then took down Momotaro 3-0, and that got them their spot in the grand final. Down towards the bottom, Na'Vi with a 3-2 over Reject following their defeat by Rival Esports. They had to take down Momotaro, and then they faced Rival Esports once again to end this off in second place.
I'm so happy, honestly. I feel this is so deserved. And funny enough, funny story, guys, when we started out the Rival Cups last year, the last Rival Cup was also won by Rival Esports. So it almost feels like it's their custom to win their own tournaments, like pre-LCQ, post-LCQ, and it's a good warm-up for them. But, I mean, looking at their journey so far, like, Rival have had a tough year, truly. I mean, they were the 5th seeded team in the BSC for a reason. They had to climb up, after missing 1 monthly finals. It just looks so bleak for them. These guys are super hardworking. I'm so biased for them because I hosted them just that one time at my place, and they're just fantastic people. As well, one of the most humble and hardworking people that you'll ever meet. And I'm glad that they're at LCQ. I'm glad that they won their own tournament, not because of the fact that it's their own tournament, but just because it's a statement to the rest of East Asia that this team, they're only 5th in seeded team in the region because of that 1 month that things didn't go well in their way. They are a threat to be reckoned with, and hopefully the rest of the world at LCQ will feel their might.
I'm certain they will. Their home region of East Asia has felt their wrath already. So to, see the gloves come off, the hand wraps come off, and everyone else get beaten with Rival's bloody knuckles, I assume is the treatment that the rest of the world will be receiving at LCQ, and then eventually Worlds if they can keep up this kind of performance. For us, I believe that is bringing things to a close. Let's get a final look at the playoffs bracket, also just to paint this picture once again. And Rival Esports. I mean, gosh, what a journey they had today. 3-2, then a 3-0 versus Momotaro, and then a final one versus Na'Vi. I think we just got a moment to reflect on Rival Esports a moment ago, just like their journey throughout the year. They got a few wins in the Rival Challengers League along the way. Same for Na'Vi, same for Reject. Every single team has made their impact here in some way. The only exception, I think, is Momotaro, who came in like at the 11th hour to wow us with their performance.
With that said, we are coming to a close. The curtains are about to close on this tournament, and I'm padding, and I'm trying to like stall for time here, because if I'm gonna be real here, I don't want it to end. Like it's been 5 amazing months working together, producing this. And I think I'm just gonna throw it to you for the final words of the day. Is there anything that you want to say about this tournament, to chat, to anyone in the back who's supporting us? Because I think there's a lot to be said. I think we really like enjoyed doing this, and we learned a lot throughout this entire process. It's been one of the most gratifying things, at least for me, working alongside you for this tournament. And so on to you.
Yeah, thank you, Spoo. I want to thank all the people who made this happen. You know, of course, I run the production and I commentate. Spoo runs a lot of the admin work, and he's commentating as well. We have our wonderful admin, Pikas, in the background doing so much work, as well as the rival staff. And we want to extend our thanks to them. Our graphic designer, who has put in work on his birthday to get us our transitions when we need them. The folks at Gooseco as well, a different studio, for being so helpful, and also lending some assets to us that they got from the game that I otherwise would not have been able to get very easily. Of course, I also want to thank the third-party esports folks at Supercell and Teleperformance for helping us so much this process. They've been just wonderfully understanding and just excellent people to work with so consistently. And the final people I want to thank are you, the viewers, who, once again, just season over season, make this possible by coming in and showing your support, and also being patient and supportive of us. I hope you guys enjoyed. I know I most certainly did. It has been my dream for a very long time to run a league and to produce for it, and this has been the realization of that dream. But I'm not over yet. There are some features that we had to cut because I didn't have them finished yet. So I'm not going down without a fight. There will be more coming from us in the future, and I hope you guys are excited. Thank you all for watching. Without you, we'd just be us. We'll see you guys in the next episode. We did it.
That's such a sweet message to end off. Aw.